Chapter 656. You've said it many times. Reinitz didn't care and helped her sit up. What do you want to eat? Do you want to shower? Gunyinji immediately felt uncomfortable and dirty all over. She looked down at herself and saw that she had already changed into a hospital gown, but there was nothing under it. Reinitz sensed her gaze and said gently, "Two female nurses changed it for you. Can you move? I'll ask them to help you shower." Gunyinji felt relieved when she heard the nurses had helped her change, but she shook her head to reject them. "I can shower myself." But she rubbed her stomach. "I'm a little hungry. I want to eat something before I shower." She knew she must look unkempt and dirty, but she didn't care about showing it in front of Reinitz. Because Gunyinji treated Reinitz as a friend, she didn't need to think about showing her best side in front of him. If Hua Xiaoheng was here, Gunyinji's first thought would be to immediately shower and change her clothes. Also, when they were escaping together in the Alps, they had seen each other's dirtiest and ugliest sides. Reinitz smiled. "What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat McDonald's." Gunyinji licked her lips. She suddenly crazily wanted to eat junk food. It was high in calories and tasted good, so it was more suitable for her current situation. Reinitz said, "I'll get someone to buy it for you, but you can only eat fish and chips. If you want to eat something else, I'll take you to eat when you're better." Gunyinji nodded and said happily, "Sure, you saved me. I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." "Just treat me to a meal?" Reinitz looked at her, his blue eyes smiling. "That's not enough, right? Then what do you want? Tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely agree." Gunyinji shrugged nonchalantly. "As long as you can do it?" Reinitz swallowed the words he wanted to say and smiled. "Treating me to a meal is definitely not enough. You have to treat me to at least 3 meals. "No problem." Gunyinji extended her hand. "Come, let's high-five." Reinitz reached out with a smile and high-fived her 3 times. "Remember, you owe me 3 meals." Of course, of course." Gunyinji's energy gradually recovered, and her speech became more lively. Seeing Reinitz reminded her of Mother Hannah. She couldn't help but ask, "Oh yeah, do you have any news about Mother Hannah?" "Oh yes." Reinitz smiled as he handed the phone to Gunyinji. "Look, this is the latest photo of Mother Hannah. She's recuperating at St. Joseph's Hospital in Berlin. When you're better, we can go visit her together." "In Berlin?" Gunyinji frowned. "That's so far away. Isn't it inconvenient?" Reinitz couldn't help but laugh. "Serious? You're in Berlin?" "I'm in Berlin." Gunyinji was shocked. "I'm not in a small town near the Alps near Munich. How can there be such a good hospital there?" Reinitz pursed his lips. He still had lingering fears about what happened back then. "You were too sick, so I found a hospital in Berlin to bring you here." Gunyinji scanned the room and confirmed that she was indeed in a very high-class room. She hadn't seen many of the equipment before. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She remembered her strange healing abilities and excellent body constitution. She had a sense of resistance toward the equipment here. Gunyinji shifted uneasily on the bed. She looked down and murmured, "Reinitz, I'm better now. Can I be discharged? I can't eat or sleep here." She knew she'd overdone it the moment she said it. As expected, Reinitz laughed. "You can't sleep here? You slept for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up." Gunyinji closed her eyes. She was extremely embarrassed, but she forced herself to calm down. "I wasn't sleeping. I passed out." Passing out for 3 days and 3 nights was better than saying she'd slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Reinitz didn't correct her. He smiled as he listened to her continuously find all kinds of reasons to leave the hospital. Of course, he didn't agree, but he didn't reject her either. He listened to her act shamelessly, and his mood seemed to improve. Especially when she talked for a long time, and he shook his head, she immediately pouted. He couldn't help but laugh. Gunyinji couldn't help getting angry no matter what she said. She turned her head away angrily and said, "I'm going to shower. You can leave." "Didn't you say you'd shower after eating something? You're not hungry anymore?" Gunyinji was speechless. The two of them were at a stalemate in the ward until someone knocked on the door and delivered the fish steak and fries that Reinitz had asked someone to buy for her. Gunyinji couldn't help turning her head when she smelled the food. Her gaze fell on the red box with the letter M written on it in Reinitz's hand. McDonald's all over the world were the same. Reinitz took the fish steak and fries out of the box and placed them on a disposable hospital tray. He placed it in front of Gun Yinji. There was a food tray on the hospital bed where Gun Yinji was sitting. He opened it from the side of the bed and dragged it over. She looked down at the steaming golden fish steak. The aroma made her salivate. Gun Yinji finally failed and picked up the fish steak with her hands to eat. Reinitz didn't say anything. He poured her a glass of milk and heated it up in the microwave. He sat quietly to the side and watched her eat. Gun Yinji didn't look at him. She closed her eyes and drank the milk as she ate. When she finished, she threw the tray away. "I want a shower." "Okay." Reinitz slowly stood up. "I'll be outside. Call me when you're done." "Call you for what?" "I'll sleep after I shower." Gun Yinji continued to snort and turned her head to show that she was unhappy. Reinitz took out a cigarette from his pocket and played with it. His slender fingers were very nimble. "You don't want to see Mother Hannah? Fine, you win." Gun Yinji was instantly discouraged. She didn't argue with Reinitz anymore. She lifted the thin blanket with a red face and walked to the bathroom. "Wait." Reinitz stopped her. From the pile of exquisite packaging on the sofa, he picked out a light gray wide-sleeved sweater, a pure black wool skirt, and a set of underwear. He handed them to her. "Here, change them." Gun Yinji felt her empty body under the hospital gown. Although she was reluctant, she still took the clothes from him and asked, "Where are my own clothes?" "Take them to wash." "Oh, where are my things?" Gun Yinji was nervous. The things inside were all her treasures. They had gone through fire and water with her on this trip. She already had feelings for them. "They're all here. I took them out for you and put them here." Reinitz handed her a black plastic bag with her Swiss Army knife key ring, a Zippo lighter, a pack of sanitary napkins. She blushed, and her wallet. Gun Yinji was relieved. She took the black plastic bag and the clothes Reinitz gave her into the bathroom. She was still a little weak and had difficulty sitting up. But after eating, she was able to get up and go to the bathroom soon. She recovered so quickly. Reinitz looked thoughtfully in the direction Gun Yinji disappeared to for a while before turning to leave. He closed the door to Gun Yinji's room. There were 2 German bodyguards standing on both sides. When they saw him come out, they quickly saluted him. Reinitz didn't look at them. "Watch the door. Don't let anyone in." As he spoke, he took the cigarette in his hand and walked to the smoking area. Most of the places in the hospital were non-smoking areas. If you wanted to smoke, you could only go downstairs to the designated smoking area in front of the building. Reinitz lit the cigarette and took a drag. His eyes stared blankly ahead. He didn't seem to be thinking about anything, but he also seemed to be thinking about a lot of things. From when he first met Gun Yinji, to the 2 of them relying on each other to escape in the Alps, and then thinking about Gun Yinji, Reinitz looked down and threw the cigarette, but in his hand into the trash can. He flicked his fingers and walked to the hospital. He felt like he was thinking too much and had almost forgotten what he did for a living. When he returned to Gun Yinji's room, she had already finished showering and was sitting on the sofa in a daze. Looking at her from behind, one could see that her dark, seaweed-like hair was draped over her light gray sweater. Her black tunic skirt made her slender waist look like a young willow tree that had just sprouted its tender branches in spring. Reinitz admired Gun Yinji's reassuring figure at the door for a while before knocking on the door and coughing softly. Gun Yinji composed herself and looked back to see that Reinitz had indeed returned. She stood up and walked briskly towards him. She looked up with a smile on her face. "Reinitz, didn't you say you were going to take me to see Mother Hannah?" Gun Yinji felt like she wouldn't be able to calm down until she saw with her own eyes that she was indeed safe and sound. "Now." Reinitz looked at his watch. It was only 10 in the morning. "That's fine, but can your body handle it?" "I'm fine." Gun Yinji spun in a circle. Her skirt fluttered naturally and revealed her long, slender calves with graceful lines. "I'm all better now." Reinitz looked away and said gently, "Good." It seemed like he couldn't bear to reject any of her requests. He walked out of the ward and called for a taxi on his phone. He also called St. Joseph's Hospital before coming in to tell Gun Yinji, "We can go now." Gunyinji walked towards him with the black plastic bag. Reinitz was speechless. Why are you carrying this? Reinitz frowned. He felt that the black plastic bag in Gunyinji's hands was very incongruous with her ladylike attire. It was a disaster for Reinitz's sense of beauty. Gunyinji didn't want to give up on the plastic bag, no matter what, because it contained her things. She didn't want to let go of them for even a second. Since Gunyinji was so insistent, Reinitz had no choice but to let her carry him out of the Charlotte hospital. They got into a taxi, but Reinitz didn't take her directly to St. Joseph's Hospital. Instead, he took her to the flagship store of Hermes in Berlin. Gunyinji saw the store from the taxi and froze. She turned to look at Reinitz, her eyes sparkling. She didn't know what to think. Reinitz turned to look at her. His blue eyes seemed very deep, but also very empty. Gunyinji had already returned to her usual cheerful self. She said to him, "Reinitz, why did you bring me here?" "To buy a bag, of course. You'll only embarrass me in front of Mother Hannah if you carry this black plastic bag to the hospital." Reinitz opened the taxi door and got out first. He walked around to the other side of the car and opened the door for Gunyinji. He was very polite and very gentlemanly. Gunyinji didn't want to get out, but on second thought, what was the point of staying in the taxi? She still got out, but she didn't enter the Hermes store. She stood beside the taxi and squinted at the tall Hermes store door. She shook her head at Reinitz. "No, this bag is too expensive. I don't want it. I can't afford it." "I'll give it to you," Reinitz said gently as he reached out to take her hand. "I can't afford it." Gunyinji tilted her head and rejected Reinitz's good intentions again. She wasn't someone who didn't know what was important. She accepted the luxury goods that Hua Xiaoheng bought for her without any qualms, but Reinitz couldn't. Reinitz looked at her deeply and said gently, "It's just a gift. What's wrong with not wanting it? Don't think too much about it." Gunyinji was speechless. Why do I feel like I'm being rebutted by someone else? She blinked and was about to think of another excuse to reject him when she suddenly remembered that she still had her wallet with her bank and credit cards. Although the credit limit wasn't as high as Hua Xiaoheng and He Jichu's cards, it was more than enough to buy a Hermes bag. If she used her card to buy a bag here, it would leave some clues for the people who were looking for her. Gunyinji immediately changed her mind and giggled. "Fine, I was thinking too much. How about this? I'll buy it myself." She then looked at Reinitz. "How did you know that I like Hermes bags the most?" "Really? I don't know. It's probably a coincidence." Reinitz laughed and held her hand as they walked into the Hermes flagship store. The clerks inside bowed to them, especially to Reinitz. Reinitz walked into the world's most famous luxury store with his back straight. He was as elegant as an old European aristocrat. He was a completely different person from the first time Gunyinji saw him, when he was a bare-chested mountain man chopping firewood. Gunyinji's eyes fell on the classic and new bags displayed in the store. Her eyes flashed and thought to herself that this person was really multifaceted. The gentle and honest alpine mountain man, the elegant demeanor of a European aristocrat in the Hermes flagship store. She wondered how Reinitz grew up. "Which one do you like? I'll let them show you." Reinitz bowed his head and spoke English to her. Gunyinji snapped back to reality and immediately took a fancy to this spring's new Vera chain bag. The bag wasn't big, but it was just enough to carry all of her belongings. The color was very bright blue, and it reminded her of the deep blue lake she saw in the Alps. The price was also very affordable. It was only $8,000. It was a bit more expensive than other bags, but compared to Hermes' own bags, it was a good price. Most importantly, it wouldn't exceed Gunyinji's credit limit. She pointed to the Vera blue chain bag and said, "I'll take this one. It's more convenient to carry around. Small, exquisite, light, practical, and the color was bright and eye-catching. It met all of Gunyinji's requirements for a bag of this size." Reinitz also took a fancy to the bag at first glance, and the price should be within Gunyinji's acceptable range. It wouldn't be surprising to give it as a gift. He nodded and said to the employee, "I'll take this bag. Find a brand new one." The employee was a bit troubled and said, "This bag is the only one available for now. If you want it, we can." When Gunyinji heard this, she knew that the Hermes employees were playing the hunger marketing game again. They were always unwilling to sell it to you smoothly. Instead, They would ask you to buy a bunch of other belts, accessories, scarves, and so on. They claimed that they were bonding with the staff. Only after they got familiar with them would they tell you that the bag you wanted was in stock. They were actually trying to cause trouble. If they had it, I would buy it if I could afford it. If I couldn't, I wouldn't buy it. Why would there be so much drama? Gunyinji pouted and was about to say that she wouldn't sell it when Reinitz took out a card from his wallet and said dryly, "Do you have it in stock now?" The employee's eyes widened when she saw it. It was a Hermes VIP Gold card. Members with this card could spend 7 figures a year at Hermes, calculated in US dollars. Of course, these members could buy whatever they wanted as long as Hermes had it in stock. Yes, absolutely. The employee immediately made a 180-degree change from arrogance to deference. The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched as she looked down disapprovingly at her new shoes. It was a pair of Christian Louboutin's famous red-soled shoes. The upper was made of high-quality black calf leather, but the soles were bright red when they stepped on the ground. When they walked, only the bright red soles could be seen faintly, and there was a kind of ascetic coldness to it. Gunyinji knew that Reinitz had also bought these shoes for her. It was one thing to buy a famous brand, but he had actually bought this brand. Reinitz's aesthetics were probably similar to his personality. Gunyinji pondered in her heart and quickly glanced at Reinitz. Reinitz was looking at her, and their eyes met before looking away as if nothing had happened. Gunyinji found her LV wallet from the black plastic bag and took out a black card to pass to the employee. The employee didn't take it and only smiled at Reinitz. Reinitz took the black credit card from Gunyinji and passed it to the employee. "Take this to pay the bill." In the blink of an eye, he had already exchanged his black credit card for the employee and held Gunyinji's card in his palm. Reinitz's movements were so fast, it was like magic. Neither Gunyinji nor the employee noticed that the credit card in the employee's hand had actually been exchanged. "Okay, thank you both." The employee took the black credit card and walked into the store. He found a brand new Verichain bag from a storeroom and took it out along with the dustproof bag. He then swiped his card at the counter to pay the bill and brought it over for Gunyinji to sign. The credit card number on the bill was replaced with XXXXX for safety reasons. Chapter 657. Therefore, Gunyinji didn't even realize it wasn't her card. She casually signed her name, and Reinitz didn't say a word and pretended nothing had happened. When the clerk returned the card, Reinitz took it and replaced it with Gunyinji's credit card before returning it to her. He took his own card back. As for Gunyinji's signature, no one would pursue it as long as Reinitz didn't object. The credit card company would only refuse to pay if the customer didn't approve of the signature. As soon as the bag was bought, Reinitz took it out of the dust-proof bag and removed the label. He directly put the contents of the black plastic bag Gunyinji was carrying into the new small bag. Gunyinji slung it over her left shoulder and looked very matching with her dress. Only then was Reinitz satisfied and took her to St. Joseph's Hospital to see Mother Hannah. They took a taxi to the entrance of the hospital. After getting out, Gunyinji looked up at the tall hospital building and asked Reinitz nonchalantly, "Since you're so rich, why did you take a taxi?" Reinitz shrugged and said nonchalantly, "I wanted to hide it from you, but you saw through me. I'll get someone to drive my car over later." Gunyinji was furious. "I saw through you? Can you be any more fake?" She treated Reinitz as a friend who had gone through thick and thin with her. Even if he was hiding something from her, it was an indisputable fact that he had saved her. But was there a need to hide something so blatantly? Reinitz was amused by her and bowed slightly to her. He said very gentlemanly, "It was my fault. Serious, don't be angry." Gunyinji pursed her lips and thought about what reason she had to be unhappy with him. She had a lot to hide from him too. "I'm not angry. Let's go see Mother Hannah." Gunyinji didn't want to continue the topic and urged him to go see Mother Hannah at the hospital. Reinitz took her into the hospital and found Mother Hannah's room. It was also a single room, but it wasn't as big or luxurious as Gunyinji's. It was a very ordinary room, and Mother Hannah was sleeping on a bed in the middle of the room. Her forehead and wrist were wrapped in white bandages. Gunyinji felt bad and asked Reinitz quietly, "Didn't you say Mother Hannah was fine?" "She was fine?" He was obviously injured. Reinitz shrugged. It's just a minor injury. I was burned by the fire, but it's not serious. Gunyinji glanced at him and walked to Mother Hannah's bedside. She reached out to hold her hand and sighed in relief when she felt that it was still warm and dry. Perhaps her movement had woken Mother Hannah. Mother Hannah opened her eyes and frowned in confusion when she saw Gunyinji. Then she saw Reinitz behind Gunyinji and immediately smiled. Reinitz, you're here? Reinitz walked over and casually placed a hand on Gunyinji's shoulder. Mother Hannah, are you feeling better? Mother Hannah nodded. I'm fine, but the doctor won't let me leave the hospital. Tell them I want to go home. Stay here for a few more days. We'll talk about it after you've recovered. Reinitz tucked her in and said, She's serious. Don't you remember Mother Hannah? She's serious? Mother Hannah exclaimed in surprise and reached out to Gunyinji. Come to Mother Hannah. You look so beautiful in a dress. Mother Hannah doesn't recognize you at all. Gunyinji walked over with a smile. I thought you forgot about me. I'm going to cry in front of you. How could I? I even asked Reinitz over the phone how you were. Reinitz told me you were fine and that I was only reassured when you were with him. He winked at Gunyinji to say, I understand. Gunyinji was speechless. Mother Hannah, don't think too much. Reinitz smiled and removed his arm from Gunyinji's shoulder. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and said, Sirius has been unconscious for the past few days. She said she wanted to see Mother Hannah as soon as she woke up today. What good girl. Mother Hannah was overjoyed. She grabbed Gunyinji's hand and refused to let go. Sirius, are you feeling better? You have to take care of yourself. I'm fine. Don't worry, Mother Hannah. I'm all better now. Gunyinji smiled and held her hand. I'm relieved to see that you're fine today. Even if I go home, I could go home in peace. Hearing that Gunyinji wanted to go home, Mother Hannah's expression froze for a moment. She quickly glanced at Reinitz and saw that he was unmoved. She pursed her lips into a smile and said to Gunyinji, Isn't Berlin good? Isn't Reinitz good? Why don't you stay here for a few more days? When Mother Hannah recovers, I'll be able to play with you in Berlin. Gunyinji smiled and thanked her, but tactfully said, Mother Hannah, I've already been out for a long time. If I don't go back soon, my family will be worried. I see. Mother Hannah's eyes were very disappointed, but she still let go of Gunyinji's hand and nodded. I know. Home is indeed very important. Gunyinji didn't know what to say. At that moment, the nurse opened the door and came in to help. The patient is about to have an injection. Please leave for now. Reinitz took Gunyinji's hand and walked out of Mother Hannah's room. They waited in the hallway. The two of them looked at the scenery outside the window and didn't speak. After a long time, Reinitz finally said, You really want to leave? Gunyinji nodded and tactfully said, Yes, I've been away from home for a long time. If I don't go back soon, my family will be worried. Really? Reinitz's smile disappeared from his face. He looked at her from the corner of his eye, and the expression in his dark blue eyes was extremely complicated. Then we'll talk about it when you're fully recovered. If you go out like this, aren't you afraid that the people who want to kill you will find you again? Of course, Gunyinji was afraid. But was she going to hide here and not go back? Absolutely not. However, what Reinitz said made some sense. She couldn't be too stubborn and leave here, only to be caught again. No matter what, Reinitz was still considered a gentleman. He was 100 times better than that *TCH Seth. Gunyinji narrowed her eyes and thought about it for a while before saying hesitantly, Then what should I do? But I really want to go home. How about this? You stay here and recuperate first. When you're fully recovered, I'll take you home, okay? Reinitz's expression softened, and his features weren't as cold as they had been. Gunyinji sensibly knew that she couldn't go against Reinitz, so she nodded obediently. Okay, thank you, Reinitz. Good girl. Reinitz patted her head and suddenly heard the door behind him open. He let go and turned to see the nurse who had given Mother Hannah the injection come out. Reinitz took Gunyinji back to Mother Hannah's room. Mother Hannah looked very tired and almost fell asleep on the hospital bed. Seeing Reinitz bring Gunyinji in, Mother Hannah nodded slightly at them and mumbled, You guys get along well. I'm going to sleep for a while. Then she fell asleep. After Gunyenji and Reinitz said goodbye to Mother Hannah, they took her back to Charlotte Hospital. When they left the hospital, Reinitz didn't call someone to drive him over. He still called a taxi, and Gunyenji didn't say anything. It was just a joke, so she wouldn't pursue such a small matter. When they returned to Charlotte Hospital, Gunyenji obediently went back to her room and slept. She waited for specialists to come over 3 times a day to examine her. All of her data was perfect. After 2 days, the specialists once again requested a blood test for Gunyenji. Reinitz wasn't in the room this time, so Gunyenji faced the 3 excited doctors alone. They looked at her like she was a lab rat. Gunyenji was extremely unhappy. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and only revealed her head. She yelled, "Go away. I'm all cured. I don't want to draw blood. It's just a routine blood test. It won't hurt. If you're afraid of pain, I'll give you anesthesia." A male doctor in his 40s looked at her almost greedily. He held a thick syringe in his hand, just like the kind used to give anesthesia to animals. He reached over to lift her blanket. Gunyenji was furious. She kicked the blanket up and wrapped it around the doctor's left hand. Then she grabbed the doctor's right hand that was holding the large syringe and stabbed it into his body. The doctor screamed as he was stabbed by the anesthetic needle in his hand. The pain made his fingers instinctively shrink back, and he injected most of the anesthetic into his body. His screams stopped abruptly. His entire body shrunk to the ground and lay there motionless. The other 2 doctors were older. When they saw Gunyenji and the male doctor fighting, they hid far away and didn't dare come over to help. Gunyenji took advantage of this opportunity to jump off the bed barefooted and run to the windowsill. She held the window frame with one hand and supported herself with the other. One leg was already hanging outside the windowsill. Gunyenji looked out the window and immediately felt dizzy. Her room was on the 18th floor. "If you come any closer, I'll jump. I mean what I say." Gunyenji's stubbornness surfaced. She wouldn't compromise at all. She clung to the window frame, her long hair draped over her back and fluttering in the wind outside. Her small face was whiter than the white hospital gown she wore. The 2 older doctors were terrified. They quickly waved their hands and blurted out a series of German words for her to come down. Gunyenji understood a few words, but still insisted on saying in English, "Get out. Get out now." The 2 bodyguards outside the door heard the commotion in the room. They pushed the door open and immediately pulled out their guns to aim at Gunyenji. Gunyenji was so angry that she laughed. She simply stood on the windowsill and shouted, "Come on, shoot here, or I'll jump." The 2 doctors were really anxious now. They rushed up together and hugged the arms of the 2 bodyguards that were holding the guns. They said repeatedly, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. She's very precious. Absolutely don't shoot." The 2 bodyguards quickly said, "Let go. It's very easy to misfire like this." Bang! As they spoke, one of the bodyguards accidentally fired his gun and hit the leg of the doctor who was lying on the ground. But even with such a gunshot wound, the doctor lay motionless on the ground. Gunyenji was secretly shocked. This anesthetic was too powerful. If they really injected it into her body, she shuddered and felt that it would be better to die. As soon as the gunshots rang out, more people rushed in from outside. Reinitz was the last to come in. He had only gone out for a meeting. When he came back, he went to a 4-star Michelin restaurant in Berlin to buy some delicious white sausages. When he came back, he found Gunyenji's room in a mess. He looked up and saw Gunyenji standing on the large windowsill in the room. The window was very high as half the wall. Gunyenji stood on it, her white hospital gown puffed up in the wind. Her long hair was flying in the wind, and her bare feet were like white jade. She stepped on the black marble windowsill, like a blooming epiphyllum on a black base. It made people's hearts tighten. "Get out!" Reinitz didn't even have time to put down the lunchbox in his hand and yelled. As soon as they heard his voice, the bodyguards left in an instant. Only the 2 older doctors and the middle-aged male doctor who was lying motionless on the ground were left. "You guys get out too." Reinitz spoke German to them and even kicked the middle-aged male doctor who was lying unconscious on the ground. "Take him away." The 2 older doctors looked at each other and didn't seem to dare disobey Reinitz. They walked over and carried the middle-aged male doctor who had accidentally injected himself with the anesthetic away. Reinitz put down the lunchbox in his hand and kicked the door shut with a loud bang. He walked steadily to the windowsill and extended his hands to Gunyenji. His voice was extremely gentle. "Come, Sirius, come to me." Gunyenji refused and leaned against the window. Tears welled up in her dark eyes, but she still stubbornly raised her head and said to Reinitz, "If you want to take my blood again, I'll jump down from here." Reinitz stared into Gunyenji's eyes and continued to walk steadily towards her. He extended his left hand and said in an even more gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. I promise no one will take your blood. When has Reinitz ever lied to you?" Gunyenji was speechless. She looked at Reinitz in a daze and opened her mouth, but didn't dare to speak. In this place, the only person she could rely on was Reinitz. Although he wasn't much better than those people, as long as he was a little better, she could only listen to him. Reinitz finally walked to the window and stopped, still holding out his hand. "Sirius, come down." Gunyenji began to sob. Slowly, she let go of the window frame. Reinitz took a step forward and directly hugged her waist to pull her down from the windowsill. Gunyenji was held tightly in his arms. He gently patted her back to slowly calm her nerves. He carried her to the bed and covered her with the blanket. He said, "I'm going to close the window. The weather is already getting cold. You'll catch a cold if the wind blows." Gunyenji watched him walk to the windowsill and lock the window with a click. She closed her eyes. She knew that Reinitz had locked the window as well. Reinitz gently stroked her long hair. His dark blue eyes stared intently at her large, dark eyes. His expression was gentle and affectionate, but his voice was a little tense. "Promise me that you won't do such a dangerous thing again." Gunyenji leaned against the pillow, her face full of despair. "No, I can't promise you unless you let me go." Reinitz's hand paused for a moment. Then he gently moved it away. His voice calmed down. "Of course you can go, but you have to wait until you're better." "I'm already better," Gunyenji said anxiously. "Reinitz, I beg you, let me go. I'll try my best." Reinitz looked at her with a complicated expression. He stood up and turned to leave Gunyenji's ward. There were several more bodyguards outside Gunyenji's ward. There were now 8 people patrolling outside her ward daily. They were all armed bodyguards. The doctors who wanted to take her blood for a blood test didn't come either. Gunyenji was alone in the ward. She couldn't do anything other than read the newspapers and magazines that those people gave her. She couldn't go online, make phone calls, watch TV, or go out. Her ruddy little face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. She ate less and became even thinner. Even the smallest size of the hospital gown was empty on her body, as if it could be blown away by the wind. Gunyenji racked her brains to think of a way to escape the ward, but the windows were sealed shut. There were 8 bodyguards outside the door 24 hours a day. No one came to see her except Reinitz. Gunyenji saw that Reinitz came to accompany her every day. She asked him curiously, "Reinitz, don't you have to go to work?" Reinitz shook the newspaper in his hand. "I resigned." Gunyenji was speechless. "Resigned? Really?" she asked doubtfully. "What do you do for a living?" But Reinitz accompanied her every day. "How could you have time to go to work?" "I used to be a computer software engineer. Now I'm—" Reinitz looked at her with a smile. "Serious full-time caregiver." Gunyenji pursed her lips and muttered, "Who would believe that?" But she didn't continue to argue with Reinitz. It wasn't that she didn't have doubts, but she was unfamiliar with this place. At least Reinitz had saved her, so it was much safer to be with him than with anyone else. And with Reinitz around, at least she didn't have to worry about someone injecting her with the large syringe that was used to administer anesthesia to animals. That day, after Gunyenji finished breakfast, she picked up a German dictionary and compared it to a large German law textbook. Reinitz said he was going to accompany Mother Hannah to complete the discharge procedures and probably send her home. He didn't come back all night. The door to the ward was suddenly pushed open, and several people wearing black German military uniforms walked in. The last person to walk in was wearing knee-high boots. He was tall and had long legs. His face was cold and handsome. He was much more treacherous than Reinitz and had a sinister look on his face. The epaulets on this person's shoulders were silver white, with 3 four-pointed stars and a silver-white corolla decoration. The other people's epaulets were golden, with 2 silver-white arrowheads in the middle. The person with 3 stars on his shoulder was definitely their leader. Chapter 658. Gun Yinji had some understanding of Germany's military ranks. She knew that the silver background with 3 stars and a silver corolla decoration was the rank of colonel in the army. 09, small, say, net. The other epaulets were just golden bands with 2 silver arrows in the middle. They were the rank of staff sergeant. They were probably the soldiers under the colonel's command. Gun Yinji glanced at them and looked away. She continued to sit on the sofa and read. The colonel walked in front of her with his hands behind his back. He extended his hand and introduced himself in English. I am ALS, the director of the German Federal Intelligence Agency. I have the rank of colonel. Gun Yinji slowly looked up and glanced at the man's outstretched hand. She had no intention of shaking it and replied in English, I don't know you. You came to the wrong door. Wrong door? Ha! ALS laughed and sat on the sofa across from Gun Yinji. He clasped his white-gloved hands together and looked at her with interest. Yinji? Gun Yinji? That's your real name, right? Gun Yinji's entire body trembled. Although she was still looking at the textbooks in front of her, her hands were already shaking. How did this person know her real name? She had always told the nuns at the convent, as well as Reinitz and Mother Hannah, that her name was Sirius. The man saw Gun Yinji's expression suddenly change and smiled even more sinisterly. He bent forward slightly and reached out with his white-gloved hand to lift Gun Yinji's chin and force her to look up at him. Miss Gu, didn't your family teach you to look people in the eyes when talking to them? Is that considered polite? Gun Yinji forcefully moved her chin away from the man's hand and closed her eyes. She said angrily, My family only taught me to be polite to polite people. There's no need to be polite to people without manners. Oh, you're saying I have no manners? How dare you? The man didn't seem angry and enjoyed the game of cat and mouse. His hand clamped down on Gun Yinji's chin again. Be a good girl and come with us. Otherwise, before he finished speaking, the door to the room was slammed open again. Reinitz rushed in, panting. His slightly brown face was flushed from running, and his blue eyes narrowed. His gaze moved from Al's hand to Gun Yinji's face. Let her go. Reinitz spoke in German as he slowly walked over and pushed the man's hand away. He pulled Gun Yinji up from his sofa and hid her behind him. ALS, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? You hid her here and made me look for a long time. Reinitz, even though we're friends, this is business. Please don't stop me. I'm going to take her to my department and interrogate her. ALS raised his head. Reinitz, you're not from our department. Don't get involved. Gun Yinji pricked up her ears to listen to them speak German. Thanks to her crazy learning these past few days, she could understand most of it, but she still pretended that she didn't understand. His dark eyes looked back and forth between ALS and Reinitz. Reinitz looked at Gun Yinji and changed to English. No, ALS, you can't take her to your place. You're not going to my place? But she doesn't want to follow you. She looks like she wants to run away at any moment. Can you bear it? ALS folded his hands behind his back and walked around Gun Yinji. He said in English, Miss Gu, what do you say? Gun Yinji put down her book and asked calmly, Say what? I don't understand. 09, small, say net. Reinitz looked at her with a complicated expression. The hospital said you've completely recovered and don't need to stay in the hospital anymore. So you have 2 choices now. One is to go back to the Federal Intelligence Agency with me. The other is to go with Reinitz to his house, but he can guarantee that you won't run away. ALS pouted at Reinitz. Gun Yinji's mind was a mess. What the hell was this German Federal Intelligence Agency? How did they know her true identity? Or did they want to capture her to threaten Hua Xiao? She guessed that the Federal Intelligence Agency was similar to the Hua Xia Empire's Special Task Force or Hua Xiao's Special Operations Forces. That would be Hua Xiao's old enemy. Gun Yinji looked down to reveal her snow-white neck. Going to the Federal Intelligence Agency or going to Reinitz's house? Was there even need to choose? Were they really not forcing her to go to Reinitz's house? Gun Yinji pursed her lips. When she looked up again, her expression was already timid. She tugged at the corner of Reinitz's shirt. Reinitz, I'll go with you. Reinitz slowly pulled his hand back and held a hand Gun Yinji was using to tug at his shirt. That hand was soft and smooth. His heart gradually calmed down, and his heart was filled with peace and joy. He wanted to hold her hand, even if he knew she was lying to him. Reinitz knew what kind of person Gun Yinji was much better than ALS. Actually, seeing the timid expression on her delicate and intelligent face made him want to laugh. If he hadn't seen Gun Yinji on the Alps with his own eyes and killed the enemy's motorcycle with just one bullet, he would definitely have been fooled by her little appearance. Reinitz didn't bat an eyelid, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. He actually liked to see her act like a helpless little bird to him. Are you sure you want to go with Reinitz? ALS saw the two of them holding hands from the corner of his eye. He nonchalantly turned his head to look at the sealed window and smiled. Who are you to him? How can he take my target away from my hands? The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. Her mind quickly pondered what ALS meant. Did you hear that? Who are you to him? How can he take you away? ALS turned around and asked Gun Yinji's face. According to the law, only immediate family members have the right to take away the person in my hands. Gun Yinji's heart sank. Immediate family? How could a man and a woman who weren't related be considered immediate family? Only husband and wife could be considered immediate family? What kind of joke was this? Gun Yinji's face flushed. Just as she was about to shake off Reinitz's hand, he instinctively held her tightly and said to ALS, ALS, don't scare her. She's already my fiancée. If she goes with me, I guarantee she'll stay in Germany. Gun Yinji's eyes widened, and she quickly shook her head. Reinitz pulled her into his embrace and pressed her head tightly against it. He whispered in her ear, expedient measures. You shut up. Gun Yinji knew it was fake, but she still felt uneasy. Also, why would she stay in Germany? She was a citizen of the Xia Empire. She had to go back. She still had things to do. She poked Reinitz's chest unwillingly to get him to let go of her. 09, small, say net. Reinitz let go of her and used his eyes to tell her not to talk anymore. Gun Yinji could only purse her lips and turn around to hide behind him. She hung her head and didn't look at the two men anymore. ALS shifted his gaze to Reinitz and sneered. You guarantee it? What guarantee do you have? Your life? Reinitz didn't speak for a long time. His porcelain-like handsome face had a solemn expression. He nodded slowly. Yes, my life. I guarantee it with my life that she won't leave Germany. Gun Yinji suddenly raised her head and stared at Reinitz's back. Her gaze was so intense that it seemed like she wanted to burn a hole in his back. She wanted to struggle, but Reinitz reached out and held her hand even more tightly. The meaning in his hand was self-evident. He wanted her to calm down and not speak nonsense. He wanted her to entrust everything to him. But how could Gun Yinji entrust everything to a man she had known for less than 10 days? There was only one person she truly trusted with all her heart in this life. There was no second person. However, ALS was eyeing her like a tiger watching its prey. Gun Yinji also knew the severity of the situation. If she wasn't careful, she would be placed under house arrest by the Federal Intelligence Agency. If that happened, she really wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, she didn't say anything. However, she decided to find a chance to have a good talk with Reinitz. Not only was it expedient to say that she was his fiancée, but she also wouldn't stay in Germany. Also, Al's words were completely unreasonable. She wouldn't listen to him. Ignoring Reinitz's warning gaze, Gun Yinji stubbornly raised her head and said to ALS, Colonel, what you're doing is unreasonable and illegal. I'm not a German citizen. You're forcefully keeping me in Germany. This is illegal detention. My family and country will not let you off. ALS suddenly turned around and walked in front of Reinitz. He pushed him away and sneered at Gun Yinji, who was standing behind Reinitz. You're talking about the law with me? Do you know who I am? Do you know what organization I work for? I don't care who you are or what organization you work for. This is a time of peace, and the Xia Empire and Germany are not at war. You have no right to place another country's citizen under house arrest. ALS, Even though you're a colonel, I still have to say that you're ignorant of the law. Do you think you can't break the law just because you're a colonel? Do you think you're above the law just because you're a federal intelligence agency official? Do you dare say that to your parliament, government, and citizens? Gunyinji raised her head slightly. She wasn't afraid at all. ALS looked at her and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! As expected of our federal intelligence agency's A-rank target. You have guts. You have knowledge and eloquence. But Miss Gu, did you know? No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. Do you want to be the first? But I don't like to be lectured by others like that. Tell me, do you want to die? Gunyinji shook her head in disdain. So what? Kill me if you have the guts. Kill you? Do you know that as long as I want to, I can make you suffer 1,000 times worse than death? ALS took a step forward and grabbed Gunyinji's chin again. This time, he used 50% of his strength. Gunyinji's chin was immediately swollen from his grip. Reinitz couldn't bear to watch from the side and grabbed Al's hand. That's enough. ALS, you have my word. I'll do what I say. Why are you making things difficult for her? ALS let go. Gunyinji rubbed her chin and glared at him. She thought to herself, I'm not a gentleman if I don't get my revenge. As long as I can make it back alive, I'll definitely get my revenge. What are you looking at? Do you really think I don't dare to hit you? ALS glared at her as well. I can kill you and bury you in the mountains. Do you think anyone will come to me for you? Gunyinji gave him a look of disdain. If it was really that simple, they would have killed her in the mountains a long time ago. I'm right here, and I'm unarmed. It's not strange if you want to kill me. The Germans were able to start 2 world wars. Do they need a reason to kill a woman and a child? What joke? Gunyinji rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. She brought up the most important historical fact that the Germans couldn't touch. As expected, whether it was ALS or Reinitz, their expressions were especially ugly. However, no one argued with her. Even his sergeants looked at each other uneasily. It was obvious that their morale was shaken. Gunyinji was even more certain now. These people were German soldiers and government officials. They wouldn't be like the mercenaries who chased her in the Alps and didn't care about the consequences or their reputation as long as they could kill her. These people wouldn't kill her. They weren't after her life. Gunyinji's mind raced as she analyzed Al's psychological state of mind. ALS was almost speechless from her rebuke. He glanced at Reinitz, then covered his mouth with his fist, cleared his throat, and said, All right, no matter how glib your tongue is, I don't care. Tell me, Reinitz's fiancée, will you go to jail with me, or will you go to his house with Reinitz? He added, But remember, if you run away, I'm going to jail with Reinitz. Reinitz pursed his lips and looked away. It was like he didn't hear what ALS said. Of course, Gunyinji wouldn't go to jail. She snorted and said, If you go to jail, why do you want me to go with you? Of course, I'm going with Reinitz. You. ALS was furious. He raised his hand and swung it at Gunyinji's face. He didn't expect this woman to have such a sharp tongue. She deserved a beating. Reinitz grabbed Al's arm and warned him, ALS, stop it. That's enough. ALS angrily pushed Reinitz away. He lowered his head and walked out in a huff. His subordinates dispersed in an instant. Only Gunyinji and Reinitz were left in the ward. The bodyguards at the door retracted their necks and closed the door for them. Gunyinji closed her eyes and felt her legs go weak. She fell onto the sofa and couldn't speak for a long time. When Reinitz saw it, he realized that the young girl was just putting on a strong front. She was just putting on a strong front. However, her words had indeed given him a great shock. In the face of power, most people would choose to submit, and some would choose to resist. Only she chose to follow the law. Reinitz looked at her with a complicated expression. After a while, he took out his phone and made a call. He then took out a bucket of iced milk from the fridge. He poured a cup and warmed it in the microwave before bringing it over to her. Drink some milk. Gunyinji took it and finished it in one gulp. She held the empty cup and still didn't speak. Reinitz stood beside her with a cup of coffee in one hand and looked at the scenery outside the window. His voice was very gentle. Sirius, come with me to my house. I will protect you. Gunyinji's lips twitched. She wanted to say that she didn't need his protection. She just wanted him to let her go home. But if she left Reinitz now, what awaited her was ALS bringing her back to the Federal Intelligence Agency. She would never see the light of day again. Gun Yinji looked up at Reinitz's religiously handsome profile and his expression as if all the happiness in the world had nothing to do with him. She sighed softly and said, "Reinitz, thank you." Reinitz nodded slightly and began packing Gun Yinji's things in the ward. She had been here for 7 to 8 days and had accumulated a lot of things. Of course, Reinitz had bought them for her. Soon after, someone knocked on the door. Reinitz opened the door. Gun Yinji turned to see that someone had delivered 2 large suitcases. The LV brand was sturdy and durable. It was a must-have for home travel. Gun Yinji said to Reinitz, "Do you have that many things? Do you really need 2 suitcases?" Reinitz didn't say anything. He pursed his thin lips and helped her pack everything into the suitcases. They really did pack 2 large suitcases. Gun Yinji was speechless. How embarrassing. She actually misjudged him. Reinitz held Gun Yinji's hand as they walked out of the ward. A bodyguard came in at the door and followed them with the 2 suitcases. Gun Yinji asked Reinitz, "Have you paid for the hospital fees?" Reinitz glanced at her. "If not, will you pay for it? I think ALS should pay for it, or the German government should pay for me." Gun Yinji shrugged. "You guys are holding me hostage here. Are you not even willing to pay for the hospital fees? Aren't you being too stingy?" Reinitz felt it was a bit strange to hear that. He walked a few steps and looked straight ahead. "No one is holding you hostage. You need our protection here. If we let you go, you'll be hunted down in a few days." Gun Yinji frowned. "Reinitz, I didn't expect you to speak the same language as ALS." She felt like her freedom was still restricted. It was just that her prison warden had changed from Al's prison warden to Reinitz. Reinitz laughed. "ALS must be very happy to hear you say that." Gun Yinji pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She followed him to the parking lot. Reinitz walked to a red Aston Martin and opened the door. He smiled at Gun Yinji. "This is my car. You don't have to take a taxi." When Reinitz took Gun Yinji to another hospital to visit Mother Hannah, they'd called a taxi. At the time, Gun Yinji had even asked him if he had his own car. Gun Yinji looked at the flashy, luxurious sports car and then at Reinitz. She shook her head. "I didn't expect you to be like this, Reinitz." Reinitz was speechless. He wasn't a lecherous person, didn't drink, didn't gamble, and didn't do drugs. How could he not drive a good car with this little hobby? The 2 of them sat in the car, and the bodyguard put the 2 suitcases in the SUV in the back. They followed the Aston Martin out of the Charlotte Hospital parking lot and drove to the outskirts of Berlin. The 2 cars turned onto the highway out of the city and arrived in front of a beautiful country villa in half an hour. The house wasn't very big, but it was much bigger than Mother Hannah's house. Chapter 659. Gun Yinji couldn't help but ask Reinitz, "You look like you're rich. Why did you let Mother Hannah live alone in a place like that?" Reinitz parked the car and turned to look at her with a smile. "What kind of place? You don't think it's a good place?" Gun Yinji pouted. "It's too remote. There's no phone, no internet. How can you survive?" Reinitz found it even more hilarious. "The internet only appeared in the last 20 years. You think you can't survive without it? Then were the people from 20 years ago all dead?" His words made sense, and Gun Yinji was speechless. It was rare for someone to make her speechless, so she was a bit annoyed. She silently followed Reinitz into his home. The house looked like a small castle from the outside, but the interior was surprisingly modern. French glass doors faced the backyard, and the living room had a white leather sofa against the wall. A geometric pattern carpet was spread in the middle of the living room, and the rest of the place revealed the dark red cherry wood floorboards. A large grand piano stood next to the French latticework door. The lights in the house were all built in, and only the dining room had a large paper lotus lantern. The petals overlapped, and the white light leaked out from the petals and projected onto the dining table. Reinitz took Gun Yinji up the stairs. "Your bedroom is on the 2nd floor." Gun Yinji followed him into the bedroom and realized it was probably the master bedroom of the house. The room had been redecorated, but it still had a puritanical, clean style. It was probably Reinitz's former room. When he didn't speak, He gave off the feeling of a puritanical abstinence. Gun Yinji refused to stay in Reinitz's bedroom and shook her head. I'll stay in the guest room. This is the master bedroom, so it's not appropriate for me to stay here. Reinitz looked down at her, his dark blue eyes carrying a hint of hope and expectation. He was silent for a while, then said, Serious, ALS said that you have to be my immediate family member in order to live with me, and I'll protect you. Gun Yinji raised her brows. So? He took out a small gold velvet box from his suit pocket and opened it. Inside was a pear-shaped diamond ring of at least 3 carats. The angle of the cut was perfect. As soon as he took it out, it glowed faintly in the sunlight coming through the bedroom window. This was a sign that the diamond was very pure. Gun Yinji took a step back. Reinitz, what are you doing? Reinitz walked up to her and held her hand. Just to trick ALS, you have to be my fiancé for the time being. As he spoke, he took out the ring and put it on Gun Yinji's left middle finger. This was an engagement ring, which meant that this person was already taken. Gun Yinji quickly took off the ring and said, Didn't you say it was a stopgap measure? How could he be serious? I won't keep you company. Reinitz stared at her and shook his head. Who told you it was true? Then this ring. Gun Yinji opened her palm. The sparkling pear-shaped diamond ring almost blended in with her fair palm. Reinitz looked down calmly and took the ring from her hand. His warm fingertips gently swept over Gun Yinji's palm. Gun Yinji didn't feel anything, but Reinitz felt like his fingers had been electrocuted and were about to go numb. He put the ring on her again and said gently, It's just a prop. Gun Yinji finally said, Oh. She looked at him suspiciously, but didn't take it off. Anyway, it was just a stopgap measure. When these people stopped paying so much attention to her, she could find a way to contact the Huaxia Empire. But then again, when would Brother Xiong and the others return from their mission? What about Huaxiao? And Professor he should be back from home by now, right? Gun Yinji remembered that Professor, he said he would be back for 2 weeks at most. Now that she thought about it, it had only been 2 weeks. Ijichu had returned home because of his father's illness. Gun Yinji had tried to call him, but couldn't get through. But his father should be fine now, right? Even if he had to undergo surgery, he should be back by now, right? She could call him, right? But she didn't even have a phone right now. So how could she call him? At most, Professor he would find out that her phone wasn't in the service area and get anxious, right? With that thought in mind, Gun Yinji's first night at Reinitz's house was a very restless sleep. She seemed to have had a nightmare, but she didn't scream or cry. She calmly ran and hid in the dark alone, and someone kept chasing her like a shadow. She couldn't escape or shake them off. Later, she ran too fast and fell on the ground, then woke up. After waking up and looking at the unfamiliar room, she immediately forgot what dream she had just had. Raising her hand to look at the watch on her wrist, she saw that it was only 4 in the morning, so she fell asleep again. When she woke up the next day, it was almost noon. Reinitz didn't wake her up and asked the cook to prepare lunch for her. Gun Yinji sat at the dining table and pretended to be nonchalant. Reinitz, do you have internet at home? I'm very bored. Can you let me go online? Reinitz opened a newspaper and shook his head. No, I don't have a computer at home either. Gun Yinji was speechless. Isn't that too much? It's not like you can't go online in prison. Gun Yinji didn't like it and threw her knife and fork away. I might as well go to prison. Go find ALS and tell him I'm willing to be locked up in prison as long as there's internet. Reinitz closed the newspaper and looked at her with confusion. Having internet, is that important to you? Are you trying to kill time? Or are you trying to take the opportunity to contact someone? Don't take Al's words lightly. Of course, it was both, but Gun Yinji wouldn't admit the second possibility. She frowned. Even if I contact someone, wouldn't you guys know? There are no secrets on the internet. Would I be that stupid? Reinitz thought about it and smiled. Then what do you want to see? I have a phone and can go online. I can read it to you. Gun Yinji was speechless. She rolled her eyes and sat down next to Reinitz. She said attentively, Reinitz, have you tried this white sausage? It's very delicious. It's the taste of Mother Hannah's house. As she spoke, she forked a piece of white sausage and fed it to Reinitz's mouth. Reinitz had never received such good treatment from Gun Yinji. He knew she had other intentions, but he couldn't help opening his mouth and finishing the white sausage she fed him. Gunyinji was very happy and fed him a few more mouthfuls of food. She even fed him mouthful by mouthful of bread. There was only bread and sausage, but Reinitz was drunk on it. His blue eyes stared at Gunyinji's face and couldn't move away. Gunyinji looked away uncomfortably and tugged at the corner of his shirt. Hey, Reinitz, can you lend your phone? I'm only looking at the news online, especially the case I'm in charge of. I told you before, I'm a lawyer. I'm helping someone with a lawsuit, so I can't give up halfway. I swore to bring that *TCH to justice. Reinitz took out his phone and swiped it open. What lawsuit are you fighting? Can I find it online? After a moment of silence, he asked her again, Is your real name Gunyinji? He pronounced the 3 words Gunyinji in Mandarin. His pronunciation was perfect, as if he had practiced it many times. There was no accent at all. Gunyinji blinked. Oh, right. Didn't you already know? Didn't ALS tell you? I want to hear it from you. Reinitz looked at her deeply. I don't believe what he said, but as long as you say it, I'll believe it. Gunyinji blushed with shame and looked away helplessly. She said, Yes, but my English name is indeed Sirius. Reinitz raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was indeed something they didn't know. He thought she had made up the name Sirius to coax him, but it turned out to be true. All right, don't be like that. I don't believe ALS didn't tell you about the case I'm in charge of. Gunyinji propped her head on her hand and leaned against the dining table as she studied Reinitz. I really want to finish this. It's the case related to Seth. He's also the person who's after my life this time. Reinitz looked at her and thought she really wasn't lying to him. This little girl was too smart. He searched for Li Haiqing's case on his phone and picked out some news to read to her. Because Seth escaped, the court hasn't announced the results of the first trial yet. He then said, This case has a team of plaintiffs' lawyers, and you're only one of them. You're not there right now, so your colleagues will finish the case. I'm also suing Seth's family for civil compensation, Gunyinji said gloomily. If I don't go, I'm afraid that family will escape civil punishment. Reinitz continued to watch the news and laughed. Compensation of 1 billion euros? Yes, that's bold and impressive. Gunyinji returned to her seat. She could tell that Reinitz had no intention of showing his phone to her, so it didn't matter how much she tried to please him. Picking up her knife and fork for her lunch, Gunyinji changed her angle to attack Reinitz. As she ate, she analyzed the relationship between Reinitz and ALS. Reinitz, why do you listen to ALS so much? Why does he have to order you around? You're not a government official or a soldier. What he did is against the law. I'm a foreigner. If my country doesn't stand up for me no matter what he does to me, I won't be able to sue anyone. But you're different. You're a German citizen. If he dares to mess with you, you can sue him until he's sent to military court and sent to military prison. Reinitz stopped looking at his phone and looked up at her steadily. The expression in his eyes seemed to be encouraging her. Go on, keep talking. Gunyinji winked at him. You know I'm a lawyer, and a very successful one at that. If you want to sue him, I can defend you for free. I guarantee that you'll be able to sue him until he loses his pants. Reinitz couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head. He leaned forward and whispered, Sirius, I like the way you lie to everyone. It's very charming. Gunyinji was speechless. Damn, she was being looked down upon. Gunyinji rolled her eyes. She knew she couldn't incite Reinitz to turn against ALS. Sirius, do you know which organization AL's Federal Intelligence Agency's Bureau 1 used to be? Reinitz felt the need to explain it to Gunyinji. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know how she died in the future for trying to poach ALS. Which one? Gunyinji ate her oatmeal and put in some condensed milk. It was sickeningly sweet. The Gestapo. Gunyinji's hand trembled. She looked at Reinitz in disbelief. Really, the Gestapo was a German transliteration of the Mandarin term. It translated to National Secret Police. It was a notorious secret service organization during the Nazi Germany era. It was also the most biting dog under the SS. That organization still exists? Of course the Gestapo doesn't exist anymore. Reinitz shrugged, but its organization and personnel were completely inherited by the Federal Intelligence Agency. So, don't be too careless. Gunyinji was silent. She knew that Reinitz had a deeper meaning behind his words. He must be well aware of what she meant just now. That was why he was subtly reminding her not to try to drive a wedge between him and ALS. ALS was much more powerful than she imagined. ALS allowed you to live with me on account of our many years of friendship. But don't think that he has completely let go. Reinitz was almost scaring her because he was worried that this unusually courageous little girl would do many unimaginable things. If she angered them, it would be terrible if they took harsh measures against her. Gunyinji's face paled. She couldn't help but look around. So, ALS also had eyes and ears here. Who was it? The bodyguards outside the door? The kitchen maids who came to cook? The cleaners? Or the gardeners who trimmed the flowers outside? As soon as Reinitz said that, Gunyinji immediately dismissed the idea of getting the service staff to help her pass messages. The only person she could trust here was herself. She didn't even dare to guarantee Reinitz's safety. He obviously had a better relationship with ALS. But if she sat here all day and did nothing, she might as well die. She lowered her head gloomily. Her nose felt sour, and 2 drops of tears slid down her face and landed on the dining table. Gunyinji quickly wiped them with a tissue. Reinitz was slightly taken aback, but he finally gave in. I'll ask ALS tomorrow. If he agrees, I'll install internet at home. Gunyinji almost fainted when she heard that. So his house really didn't have internet. Who didn't have internet at home in this day and age? Gunyinji hugged her knees as she sat on the windowsill in the living room. The 2 sparkling diamond earrings on her perfectly shaped earlobes shone in the sunlight. It was like 2 miniature suns were glued to her earlobes. She looked at the neatly trimmed garden beds in the yard and kept thinking of opportunities in her mind. Reinitz brought a cup of coffee and sat not far from her reading the newspaper. Gunyinji's eyes swept over and looked him up and down. She tried to find something to talk about. Reinitz, how did you and ALS meet? Did you tell him I was here? From his tone, the 2 of them seemed to be friends and very close friends. How could someone who was good friends with the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service be a normal person? You must be kidding me. Gunyinji felt disdain in her heart, but she didn't dare say it out loud. Reinitz didn't look up and didn't avoid her question. If I said it was a coincidence, would you believe me? Their department was looking for you, and they found you. That's how they knew I was with you. ALS was also an orphan, and we grew up in the same orphanage. Weren't you adopted by Mother Hannah later on? Yes, but I was only adopted by her when I was 12, and ALS was adopted when he was 10. We were all grown up at that time, and we were best friends. Later, we met in university and became classmates. Reinitz explained in detail. Gunyinji could imagine 2 boys who were familiar with each other in the orphanage reuniting in university after a few years. As long as they were normal people, their relationship would definitely be better than before. Later on, he joined the army and made a lot of contributions. His rank and position kept rising. After I graduated from university, I became a software engineer and started a few small companies. After I sold them, I made some money. Reinitz finished speaking and looked up from the newspaper. His blue eyes danced with laughter. Curious girl, what else do you want to ask? Gunyinji was speechless. She turned her head and continued to look out the window. Then hurry up and install an internet connection. I'm so bored I'm going to grow mushrooms. Reinitz looked at her thoughtfully. She had been very obedient these past few days and didn't do anything out of line. However, she sat on the windowsill every day and looked out the window. It wasn't that he didn't understand how she felt. Who could be happy when their freedom was restricted? But Reinitz shook his head and thought that maybe he should use another method. She was a flower that only bloomed under the sunlight in the wild, not a potted plant in a greenhouse. After that, Reinitz often went out and said that he was preparing for a new company and starting a new business. Gunyinji didn't really believe him, but she had no choice but to believe him. Moreover, did it matter whether she believed him or not? ALS sometimes came to visit Reinitz, but when he came, Gunyinji never came out of her room. She didn't want to see him or talk to him. In her eyes, he was like a prison warden who came to visit regularly. The internet connection was installed, But Gunyinji went online and realized that it was under strict surveillance. She didn't even dare to contact In Xixiang and the others because she would expose them if she did. At that time, she realized that even with the internet, she only dared to read some general information. At most, she would pay attention to the progress of Li Haiqing's case. There was still no news of Seth, who had escaped. What did you say? That woman disappeared. She even castrated Seth. The round-faced, straight-haired woman couldn't suppress her anger. Are you pigs? Useless. Useless. Don't tell me that we gave you so many resources and even the Copernicus satellite tracking system, but you still lost her. Boss, it's not that we're useless. That woman had help in the Alps. A man, very powerful, took her away on a motorcycle. A few of us couldn't catch up to them, even on motorcycles. We even fell off a cliff and lost a few people. Help? How could she have help in the Alps? The woman was so angry that she laughed. She knew very well that Gunyinji's biggest helper, Hua Xiaoheng, was still trapped in the United States by her scheme. Don't find such a ridiculous excuse just to shirk responsibility. This was the 20th chapter with 5,000 words. There were a total of 20 chapters today and 100,000 words. Asking for monthly votes. They had worked so hard for 2 months to save up so many chapters, and now they were all being thrown out. Don't forget your monthly votes. Chapter 660. So you must request for monthly votes. Important things must be repeated thrice. Please vote for monthly votes X2. Please vote for monthly votes X2. Please vote for monthly votes X2. If you have already filled up your 5 monthly votes, remember to vote for recommendation every day. Vote for full votes. Mwah, everyone. Good night. Chapter 661. There really was a helper. I wasn't the only one who saw it. Everyone saw it. There's even a video. The man yelled and wanted to send the woman a video. Video? Fine, send it over. The woman suppressed her anger and began to receive the video. The video was very blurry, and it was obviously taken from a moving target in the dark. However, she could still clearly see 2 people on a motorcycle. A man and a woman sat in the back, wearing helmets. The slender figure in the back was most likely Gunyinji. The man on the motorcycle in front of her didn't turn around, but she could see that he had a broad back and long legs. He wasn't anyone she knew. There really was someone helping her. The woman's pupils constricted, and her heart was filled with shock and uncertainty. The man on the motorcycle couldn't be a helper left behind by that person. Could he? The woman with the round face and straight hair rubbed her head and thought for a while before shaking her head. Probably not. With that person's meticulousness and ruthlessness, if he had left someone behind, he would have caught all of them in one fell swoop. There was no way he would have met Gunyinji in that godforsaken place. The woman hung up and sat in her chair to think. You probably wouldn't be able to help much in Germany. Hua Xiaoheng had already been tied up in the United States, so he still didn't know what had happened to Gunyinji. After thinking about it, the only person she could still use was the Huaxia Empire. That was almost her final trump card. If she still couldn't kill Gunyinji, then she could only say that this person was extremely cunning and stubborn. Good people don't live long, but bad people live for thousands of years. Ever since Ijichu returned, he had been searching nonstop for 4 to 5 days, but there was still no news of Gunyinji. It seemed like all the clues were cut off as soon as they entered the Alps. He decided to stop looking for Gunyinji and went straight to Seth in York. From the bloodstains he found in the car, Seth seemed to have suffered a great loss and needed to find a place to recuperate. Ijichu was in the Hilton hotel room looking at the information he had gathered over the past few days. Picking up his phone, he ordered his people, remember that small clinic? Find the name and address of everyone in the clinic. If we find him, we should be able to find out where Seth is. Seth was a fugitive and seriously injured, so he definitely wouldn't go to a proper hospital for treatment. These small clinics were the most likely places for him to appear. Also, the fact that the other party had abandoned the car in the clinic's parking lot meant that the owner of the clinic had a close relationship with the people who were after Gunyinji. With this clue, it would be easy to find someone. These people thought that they wouldn't be discovered if they moved. Therefore, when a few masked men with semi-automatic submachine guns dragged the doctor out of his hiding place, he still didn't know what was going on. He thought that it was a normal robbery or extortion, or that someone who had committed a crime was looking for him for treatment. He hurriedly said, "Sirs, do you want money or medicine? My clinic isn't here, but it has everything." The men didn't say anything. They sealed his mouth with tape and brought him to Hijichu's place. Hijichu didn't appear personally. Instead, he sat behind a screen and listened to his people interrogate the doctor. The doctor had never been tortured like this before. His wrist was broken, and his scalpel-holding hand was crippled. He bawled and confessed everything. "Seth is useless now. I performed a cavernous and testicular resection on his lower body. He's currently recuperating in a villa. I don't know. I don't know anything. The female lawyer they were after ran away. They're still looking for her. I don't know where that female lawyer is." The doctor hugged his broken hand and cried bitterly. "It had nothing to do with me. I was only treating their injuries. I've never done anything bad. People who help the wicked say they've never done anything bad. Me too. I only do charity." The mercenary who broke his wrist made a rare joke. He was truly disgusted by such a hypocritical person. "You say you've never done anything bad, but all these years you treated these people no matter what injuries they suffered. How much did they give you in private? As a doctor, you covered up gunshot wounds and knife wounds. You say you've never done anything bad? How many murderers and robbers have you covered up? Don't you know that there are accomplices in the law?" The doctor was rendered speechless and sobbed a little less loudly. Hijichu finally sighed deeply when he heard this. He slowly stood up with the help of the chair. Knowing that Ninji hadn't fallen into the hands of those Beatrice cheese, he was finally half relieved. She had always been a smart girl. This time, he hoped she could hold on. He would definitely find her and bring her home personally. Hijichu came out of the room where the doctor was locked up and ordered his men, "Go catch Seth." According to the doctor's confession, the villa Seth was hiding in was actually a private property owned by the Yorks. The property was so secluded that basically no one knew it belonged to them. There were no other homes within a 5-mile radius except for them. Seth lay on the bed in the villa, feeling like he was dying. He couldn't sleep at all. Staying here alone every day to recuperate was like waiting for death. No one else came here, other than his mother, Ramona, and stepfather, York, who brought him food and a change of clothes every 3 days. No one else came here. He didn't want to see anyone either. Now that he was in this state, he was neither human nor ghost. It was better to be dead. Whenever he thought of that vicious female lawyer, he gritted his teeth and wanted nothing more than to cut her into 1,000 pieces. He swore that when he recovered, he would make that female lawyer's death be worse than that female exchange student's. Seth fell asleep in his rage, but was woken up by a sharp pain. Opening his eyes, he realized he wasn't in his bed, but in the basement of his house. A group of burly masked men dressed in black surrounded him in a circle, and there were 4 or 5 black wolf dogs at his feet barking at him. A man wearing a black cloak and a low-brimmed hat slowly walked over and stepped on Seth's face. His voice was cool and indifferent. "Are you Seth?" It was a standard Hanoverian accent. Seth thought it sounded familiar, but he couldn't see the man's face clearly. "Is that so?" the man asked again. "Yes. Yes." Seth stuttered. He raised his head and tried to see the man's face clearly, but he couldn't. The man's face was hidden in the shadow of the dark hat, and he seemed to be wearing sunglasses. Sweat trickled down his face, and he suddenly felt fear. The man didn't say anything threatening and just stood straight in front of him, but it made him feel endless fear. Looking up at the man's black cloak, Seth felt the darkness grow larger and larger until it was boundless and enveloped his entire body. It was as if a catastrophe was about to befall him. The man in the black cloak was Hijichu. He looked down at Seth, who was crawling at his feet, and retracted his feet as if he thought Seth was dirty. Rubbing his feet on the carpet, he turned around and said, "Kill him." Seth's pupils dilated as he watched the man's black cloak sweep across the threshold like the Grim Reaper had arrived. "Rip." Seth's clothes were ripped off by several bodyguards, and then the wolf dogs glared at him hungrily. One by one, they pounced on him. Hijichu stood at the basement door and listened to the wolf dogs' excited howls as well as Seth's screams, each louder than the last. The bodyguards watched impassively until Seth was on the brink of death from the wolf dogs before stabbing him in the chest. The person who did it wore a thin, transparent glove that had clear fingerprints on it. However, the fingerprints were only faint marks on the handle of a knife. "Is this the knife Yerk used?" a bodyguard asked quietly. "Yes, the fingerprints are all there. I found a thief and paid a lot of money to get it." One of the bodyguards adjusted the knife with a grin. After everything was cleaned up, Seth's body was decomposed to bring forward the time of death. Finally, Seth's decomposed body was placed in the freezer to be frozen. "Mr. He, it's all done," the captain of the bodyguards reported to Hijichu. "Okay, clean up this place and don't leave any clues." Hijichu glanced back before turning to leave. They had come prepared with thick plastic bags on their feet and thick plastic gloves on their hands, so they wouldn't leave any footprints or fingerprints. After leaving York's villa, the two cars sped into the mountains under the cover of night and made a large detour before returning to the Hilton Hotel in Munich. It was already midnight, and Hijichu was wide awake when he returned to his room. Turning on his laptop, he searched the internet and found the target's computer. He hacked into it and obtained a series of evidence and information. Then he used the target's email to send it to many people and organizations, including Germany's most famous social media and the 3 major TV stations. The email sent by Hijichu through the target was too shocking. That day, almost all the media in Germany, including the internet, TV stations, newspapers, and magazines, had the same explosive news. This was the mistake of Andrea, a very famous member of Germany's parliament and a popular candidate for the next chancellor. He had sent a private email to everyone. This private email wasn't just any private email. It was a discussion between him and his trusted subordinates on how to buy votes and bribe elections. Also, he had once made a deal with a gang to assassinate a member of parliament who had competed with him for a seat in parliament. The evidence was too heavy, and most importantly, it was all sent from this person's own email. The German National Security Agency quickly followed up and applied for a subpoena to the parliament member's home to search for evidence. The parliament member's computer, phone, tablet, and all smart electronics were confiscated and searched by professionals. This time, the evidence was too abundant, and there was no one to cover up for him. Everyone related to him couldn't wait to draw a clear line with him, afraid of being implicated by him. And among the evidence, York, who could cover up everything in the Roslau area, appeared many times. Whether it was helping the parliament member bribe elections or helping him connect with the gang to assassinate another competitor, he was never absent. When this incident was exposed, York was immediately silenced in Roslau. The mayor there immediately transferred him from his position as police chief and made him the principal of the police academy to avoid this storm. Smith and the others found out and laughed in anger. He can still be the principal of the police academy after something like this happened. That's a position no worse than being the police chief. Exactly. These Germans won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Hijichu stared coldly out the window and thought it was time to release the second wave. Less than 2 days later, the official social media account of the Munich District Court suddenly posted several screenshots of emails. The content was the second judge in charge of Li Haiqing's case and York's insider trading. York asked the judge to acquit his stepson in exchange for agreeing to help the judge run for the next parliament. As soon as the screenshots were posted, they were immediately reposted nationwide. The judge kept delaying the first trial verdict for Li Haiqing's case, and everyone previously thought it was because there was insufficient evidence. As soon as the email screenshots were posted, everyone knew there was insufficient evidence. He was colluding with York in an attempt to get away with it. By the time the Munich District Court found out about the incident on their official social media account, the entire screenshot had already spread like wildfire throughout Germany. Even the Parliament and the Ministry of Justice began subpoenaing and hearing the judge. Although the judge vehemently denied it and said the email screenshots were photoshopped, the German Ministry of Justice's technical department recovered the deleted emails on his phone and proved the screenshots were not fake. As for why they were stupid enough to leave evidence in black and white, it was because the two of them couldn't trust each other and were afraid the other would go back on their word. Therefore, they had to use some form of record to keep each other in check. If you dare expose me or abandon your deal with me, I'll expose you. This kind of mutually destructive method was the only way to ensure their interests were aligned. They just didn't expect there to be such a powerful hacker in the world who could sneak into their emails and screenshots of all the emails. Soon after, the second judge in charge of Li Haiqing's case was suspended for investigation and transferred away from the case. Both cases were related to York, and after it was revealed that he had bribed the first parliament member and colluded with the mafia, he was only removed from his position as the police chief and became the principal of the police academy. Hashtag this kind of shady person from the inside out became the principal of the police academy. Are you kidding me? Hashtag all of Germany's social media was talking about this topic. York was in the limelight, and even the most popular internet celebrity wasn't as popular as him. Under everyone's condemnation and some people adding fuel to the fire, York was removed from his position as the principal of the police academy. At the same time, his German bank account, Swiss bank account, and deposit balance were exposed. Faced with the astronomical number of zeros in his bank account balance, the amount of money that York couldn't earn even if he worked as the police chief for 500 years. The Germans were really angry. For many Germans, corruption and bribery of officials was what they hated the most. Although they sympathized with the case of the foreign female student, they never felt the same way. Therefore, even if York was dealt with lightly, these people didn't really care. At most, they would just watch the show and make a fuss. But it was different now. York had touched the bottom of the Germans' lives. For a moment, social media and traditional media were unanimously condemning York and calling for him to be severely punished. Once these bank accounts were exposed, York was immediately suspended for investigation. All of York's officials in the Roslau region were implicated and forced to step down. The Roslau region held an early election. The prosecutor and police moved box after box of information from his and Ramona's residence, and all of his properties were searched. Hijichu used the reason that they had a civil claim against York's family and immediately requested that all of York's and Ramona's assets be frozen, including his Swiss bank account. Many people knew that the Swiss bank never got involved in such matters and rarely voluntarily handed over or froze their own depositor's bank account. But as soon as Hijichu requested it, the Swiss bank agreed immediately. When the German officials saw that even the Swiss bank had to bow down to Hijichu, their hearts began to pound. They no longer dared to go against him. Just as everyone was investigating York's assets in full swing, the most important part of the show began. The police found Seth's frozen body in one of York's country houses. Everyone knew that Seth had absconded, but they didn't expect that he hadn't escaped Germany at all and had died a long time ago. As soon as this matter was exposed, York was no longer a normal political matter, but a criminal case. There were only York, Seth, and Ramona's fingerprints and footprints in that house, and Seth's autopsy proved that he had died 20 days ago, the day he supposedly escaped from the hospital. He had also died a horrible death. Not only was there the blood of a wolf dog in his body, but his stepfather's fingerprints were also found on the knife wounds. This result was accidentally revealed by someone. Ramona, who had always claimed to be ill and kept quiet, immediately changed her mind when she found out. When she saw her son's body, she cried so hard she almost fainted. Many people believe that York killed Seth because his stepson was too good at causing trouble for him. Killing him was in line with York's style of doing things. Even Ramona believed it, because when York quarreled with her, he had said more than once that her son would be better off dead. Not to mention all the direct and indirect evidence found on York's body. York had killed her beloved son, Seth, and she would no longer remain silent for him. Once Ramona changed her mind, York's case was almost certain. She had been married to York for more than 10 years. She knew everything about York. With so much evidence, York's power was already gone. No one would protect him anymore, so there were only people who would kick him when he was down. York was very irritable in the detention center because he had created so many miscarriages of justice. Now that the tables had turned, it was his turn. This is the first chapter with 5,000 words, and there are more to come. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for your monthly votes yesterday. Today's third chapter has 15,000 words. If you can vote more, I will continue with the third chapter tomorrow. Chapter 662. The direct and indirect evidence that left York unable to defend himself looked so familiar. Hadn't he framed others like this back then? He refused to accept it. All of this was fake. All of it was fake. He didn't know how it all happened. Did it start from when Seth tortured and killed Li Haiqing, or when they planned Seth's escape and kidnapping the female lawyer? After thinking it over, he believed it had something to do with Seth's kidnapping of the female lawyer. He remembered how much manpower, money, and resources the mastermind had expended in order to successfully kidnap the female lawyer. If that person hadn't interfered out of nowhere and they hadn't attacked the female lawyer, Seth would have escaped to North Africa by now, and none of this would have happened. Therefore, if he wanted to escape, he could only find that woman. York slowly thought about it as he sat in the detention center's cafeteria. He finished all the food on the plate in front of him. Although nothing he ate tasted good, now wasn't the time to go on a diet. He needed to survive in order to redress his grievances. Just as he was about to leave the cafeteria, a guard came over and said, "York, someone wants to see you." York froze. Someone still wanted to see him at a time like this? Even Ramona didn't want to talk to him. So, someone still wanted to see him? York followed the guard to the reception room. To his surprise, the person didn't take him to the standard reception room specially prepared for suspects in the detention center. In the standard reception room, the visitor and visitor were separated by a thick layer of bulletproof, soundproof glass. They could only look at each other and talk on the phone. This person brought him to a meeting room that looked like a normal meeting room. There was no bulletproof, soundproof glass between the visitor and visitor. As soon as he walked in, he saw a tall man in a dark suit standing in front of the conference room window with his hands behind his back. The dark suit was perfectly pressed on a man's body, and it was obvious that it was handmade, high-end fashion, and not bought. York coughed twice as a greeting. The man turned around and looked at York expressionlessly, a murderous glint flashing in his shimmering, sultry eyes. York froze. The person who came to see him was actually He Ji-chu. He was no stranger to this person. He was the lawyer for the plaintiff's team in Li Haiqing's case. Although he had never argued in court, York believed that the youngest partner of the largest law firm in the United States had single-handedly organized all the arguments for the plaintiff's team. This person was definitely standing opposite him. Why would he come to visit him? York sneered. He was no longer as calm as before. "Mr. He? I'm so surprised that Mr. He actually came to see me." York sat down in the conference room without any trace of awkwardness. He Ji-chu also sat down across from him. He rested one hand on the conference table between them and put the other in his trouser pocket. He sat leisurely, his attitude cold and aloof as always. "York, I've already applied to freeze your Swiss bank account." He Ji-chu leaned forward and said casually. York's expression immediately changed. "Impossible. This is impossible." He roared loudly and glared at He Ji-chu. He wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. He Ji-chu smiled and leaned back in his chair. He raised his hand. "If you don't believe me, can't you just call your bank representative?" As he spoke, he took out his phone and slid it in front of York. Without another word, York picked up his phone and opened the call. Just as he was about to make the call, he suddenly realized something and put the phone down. He pushed it back and sneered. "You're trying to trick me." If he used He Ji-chu's phone to make a call, then He Ji-chu would have all the information on the caller. He Ji-chu sneered and shook his head. He caught the phone. "Why would I need to trick you? I even know your Swiss bank account password. Why would I need to trick you?" York's eyes narrowed in fear. His face twitched as he slowly sat down and glared at He Ji-chu. After a while, he asked, "What do you mean? Since you already know everything, why are you still looking for me?" He Ji-chu played with his phone and looked at York lazily. I'm bored. Can't I? York was speechless. He didn't want to talk anymore. He stood up. If you don't have anything else, then I'm leaving. York turned to leave. Stop right there, Hijichu said dryly behind him and stood up as well. York stopped and didn't turn around. What's wrong? Does Mr. He still have something to say? Of course Hijichu had something to ask him. Otherwise, why would he talk to someone he hated? However, for the sake of Gunyinji's whereabouts, and to know who was behind all this, Hijichu had no choice but to feign civility with this person he hated. Yes, you know your current situation, right? The civil compensation case, the corruption and bribery case, and the stepson's murder case. All three major cases are on you. A life sentence is a light sentence, and you can never be released from prison early. Also, how many enemies do you have in prison waiting to take revenge on you? Do I need to remind you? When Hijichu finished speaking, York's back froze. He had forgotten how many enemies he had in prison. Cold sweat dripped down York's back. He didn't feel so confident anymore. But what exactly did Hijichu want to do? York turned around and stared at Hijichu, but he couldn't see any clues from his cold face. Mr. He, what do you mean? York unknowingly used honorifics against Hijichu. Hijichu took 2 steps to the side and walked to a place not far from York with his hands behind his back. What I mean is very clear. Who cooperated with you to let your stepson Seth kidnap Lawyer Gu? Tell me, and I can help you get out of this. York glared at Hijichu. After a while, he suddenly laughed. So that's how it is. But Mr. He, my memory isn't very good. I have to think about it carefully before I can remember who cooperated with me. He wasn't willing to tell Hijichu right away. Hijichu was burning with anxiety, but he couldn't let York see that he was anxious. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to continue this discussion. He nodded faintly and said, Very well then. Let me know when you remember. I'll also tell you that I don't like people bargaining with me. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I've already stated my conditions. If you don't accept them or think of better conditions, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to keep you company. Goodbye. Hijichu left without hesitation. York, on the other hand, was stunned. He instinctively called out to Hijichu, Mr. He, let's talk. Hijichu didn't stop walking. Without turning his head, he said, If you've thought it through, then talk. If you haven't thought it through, don't force it. York was speechless and hesitated. He didn't know if he should make this exchange with Hijichu. Also, he hadn't contacted that woman yet, so he had to sound her out first. If that woman didn't help him, it wouldn't be too late for him to betray her. After all, that woman was too powerful. Not only did she have money, she directly gave him 100 million euros in cash and deposited it into a Swiss bank account. But she also had power. She could mobilize the Copernicus satellite tracking system. With this kind of power, if York wanted to betray her, he would have to think carefully. Otherwise, he would really lose himself. After Hijichu left, York returned to his room in the detention center and didn't do anything for the whole day. But the next day, when it was time for him to go to Seattle, he sent a letter to a strange email address and said, Miss Yamaguchi, let's talk. What do you think about this? This letter was intercepted by Hijichu, who had been monitoring him, but the strange thing was that the email address that had received York's mail couldn't be found at all. No matter what method he used to track it, he couldn't find the address. It was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Hijichu's heart sank when he saw this result. Even with his computer network skills, he couldn't track this email address. Could there be a computer expert more powerful than him in this world? Looking at the name of the person York had sent the email to, it seemed to be a Japanese woman. Did the Japanese have such advanced computer network skills? Hijichu didn't believe it. He sat in front of the computer, thinking for most of the night, and finally thought of a possibility. He couldn't help but look even more grim. He remembered his faint worries from before, and now the appearance of this strange email address seemed to confirm his suspicions. No wonder he couldn't track it. Oh no. Hijichu stood up from his desk abruptly. If the other party really was evenly matched with him, then if he hadn't guessed wrong, York was now in grave danger. He picked up his phone and immediately called the detention center where York was being held. I have something urgent to talk to York about. Please let him answer the phone. The guard on duty was very unhappy to be disturbed from his sleep and said, "Who are you? It's so late. If you have anything to say, talk tomorrow. My surname is He. Look at York's visitor records. I went to see him the day before yesterday." Hijichu suppressed his nervousness and said in a low voice. The guard on duty at the detention center flipped through the visitor records impatiently. When he saw the note next to Hijichu's name, he immediately turned 180 degrees and said quickly, "Mr. He, it's Mr. He. Please wait a moment. I'll get York to answer the phone right now." The guard on duty immediately woke up and jogged to the room where York was being held. He took the key and opened the large metal door. He shouted loudly, "York, come out and answer the phone." It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. York must have fallen asleep because there was no sound at all. The guard on duty had no choice but to turn on the lights while swearing. He walked in and yanked the blanket off York's bed. He ended up seeing York bleeding from all 7 orifices on the bed. He was so scared that he fell back on his butt. He then scrambled out and screamed, "Murder! Murder! Someone killed someone in the detention center." When Hijichu received the news that York had died in the detention center, he immediately understood that he was still one step too late. The other party had probably acted as soon as they received York's blackmail email. Although he didn't find out who was behind this, the fact that the other party had cut off this lead so quickly meant that the mastermind didn't want Hijichu to know. Why didn't they want him to know? It was probably possible that this person was someone Hijichu knew, or someone who was on opposing sides of Hijichu. Hijichu didn't have many friends, but he had many enemies. He narrowed his shimmering almond-shaped eyes and quickly thought about how to find Gunyinji. Seth and York's lead had been cut off, and Gunyinji's phone must have been lost as well, so he couldn't use GPS to track her. Where exactly was she? Was she in the Alps? From the looks of it, the worst-case scenario was that she was trapped in the Alps. However, it wasn't winter, so it was a little better. If it was winter and the mountains were sealed off by heavy snow, then there would be no way out. Hijichu thought about it for a long time and made 2 decisions. 1. He immediately sent people into the Alps to search. He had to find Gunyinji, even if he had to search every inch of the Alps and Bavaria. 2. He had to do something. He had to appear more in front of the media and the public. He had to stand in a high and conspicuous place so that no matter where Gunyinji was, she would know he was back and waiting for her. After that, Hijichu acted out of character and no longer kept a low profile or avoided the media. He frequently appeared on major German television stations to accept interviews and do programs. He also opened his official account on German social media. The profile picture was Gunyinji's back, and his comment was "waiting for you to come home." At first, Smith and the others didn't understand why Hijichu suddenly liked all kinds of exposure and appeared under the media searchlights. Later, when they saw Hijichu's social media account, they finally understood. So he wanted to stand at the highest point so that the lost person would know where to find him. Hijichu was already extremely attractive. His looks were perfect for everything, and his sparkling, amorous, almond-shaped eyes paired with his cool and indifferent expression made for a very charming and contradictory temperament. Coupled with his fluent Hanoverian German and his regal demeanor, it was the icing on the cake. The German public was infatuated, and groups of fangirls and fangirls flooded social media every day. Gunyinji should have seen such a large-scale exposure, but unfortunately, her network blocked all news about Hijichu, so she couldn't see the whirlwind Hijichu created on the German internet. She didn't like watching TV, and Reinitz didn't have one at home, so she couldn't see Hijichu's glory on TV. That night, when Gunyinji was already asleep, ALS quietly came to visit Reinitz. The 2 of them drank draft beer under the moonlight and thought about Hijichu's recent unusual behavior. "Reinitz, do you think that he is still looking for her?" ALS pouted in the direction of Gunyinji's bedroom upstairs. Reinitz took a sip of draft beer and didn't say anything. Under the silvery moonlight, his expression was indifferent, as if he had nothing left to live for. His dark blue eyes were devoid of emotion. After a while, Reinitz finished his draft beer and said dryly, "Can he not look for her?" If he had lost her, He would find her even if he had to go to heaven or hell. That's true. She is his capable subordinate. She brought him from the Huaxia Empire to Germany, but there was no one there when she returned. Who would let her go? ALS gave Reinitz a thumbs up. But you had the foresight to block all information about He Jichu in advance. Otherwise, if she found out that He Jichu had already returned, who knows how much trouble she would cause. ALS had only recently learned of He Jichu's other identity in the United States. Even the Supreme Commander of NATO, Secretary General Philip, had to curry favor with him. Fortunately, the Federal Intelligence Division was a different organization. They didn't have to follow those spineless government officials to lick He Jichu's boots. Gun Yinji was in their hands, and they wouldn't let her go. But they didn't want to cause trouble. If they were not careful and allowed Gun Yinji to contact He Jichu, then He Jichu would directly ask for her from the Intelligence Division. At that time, they really didn't dare to say whether they would let her go or not. It's just a small program. It's not difficult at all, Reinitz said coldly. But Sirius isn't used to being locked up in a room. If she goes out and gets information about he from someone else, you have to think about how to deal with it. ALS poured himself another draft beer and said nonchalantly, "How can I deal with it? Don't I still have to listen to the higher-ups? If they can't handle his pressure, what do you think I should do?" Reinitz smiled and didn't say anything else. He lit a cigarette and took a drag. As the smoke lingered, his vision became a bit hazy. That day, the Huaxia Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs Overseas Citizens Office finally saw a report of a citizen going missing abroad. The citizen's name was Gun Yinji. She was one of the lawyers for the plaintiff in the case of Li Haiqing, a female German exchange student who had caused a stir a while ago. Minister Bai from a Ministry of Internal Affairs had taken special care of this case, and even the legal team was hired by Minister Bai's family. Now that they saw that the only Huaxia imperial citizen in the legal team had gone missing, the people from the Overseas Citizens Office were shocked. They quickly picked out the report from the Huaxia Imperial Consulate in Munich and reported it to the higher-ups. It was already late at night when the report was reported to Minister Bai Jiansheng of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. His daughter, Bai Yueran, was helping him organize official documents in his office. When Bai Yueran saw the report, she stood up immediately and hurriedly pushed open the door to Bai Jiansheng's small office. "Father, Gun Yinji has gone missing in Germany. I have to tell General Ji this news as soon as possible." She should have notified Hua Xiaoheng immediately, but he was still overseas on a mission and had no news. Bai Yueran knew that she couldn't use any means to disturb Hua Xiaoheng. This was an iron rule. If she didn't obey, she would only be court-martialed and await the strictest trial. Therefore, the fastest way was to notify General Ji. General Ji had more authority than Hua Xiaoheng and a higher military rank. He could also mobilize more resources to find Gun Yinji. Bai Jiansheng looked up from the thick stack of documents and removed his reading glasses. He frowned. "What did you say? Who went missing?" "Gun Yinji." Bai Yueran composed herself. "Do you remember? The little girl Hua Xiao rescued from my aunt's magnetic field experiment 7 years ago. She was Gu Xiangwen's youngest daughter." This is the second installment of 5,000 words. There's more to come. Please give us monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you all for your monthly votes yesterday. Today, there are 3 installments of 15,000 words. If you all can vote more, we'll continue with the 3rd installment tomorrow. Chapter 663. Oh, it's her. I remember now. Didn't she study law and go to Germany to help with the case? Bai Jiansheng knew a bit about her background. Yes, that's her. But she went missing in Germany. Bai Yueran was a bit uneasy. Although she was only the head of the legal department in the Special Operations Forces, the discipline and way of doing things had greatly affected her. She also knew Gun Yinji's importance. Although her father, Gu Xiangwen, was more important than her now, who knew what the Special Operations Forces thought. She was someone who Xiaoheng cared about. "Okay, go quickly and talk to General Ji. Tell him not to worry. I'll have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs urge the local police to find her immediately." Bai Jiansheng picked up the phone and called the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Bai Yueran nodded. Thank you, father. She turned to leave. Bai Yueran left home and immediately drove her car to the military compound where General Ji lived. She was the head of the legal department in the Special Operations Forces. Her security level was relatively high, and she was appreciated by General Ji. She had a pass that allowed her to enter the compound at any time, so it was fine even if she went in at night. General Ji was still awake. Although he was old, he was still used to staying up late. Late at night was the time when he was most energetic and clear-headed. He was buried in a document when the internal line on his desk rang. There were 3 phones on his desk, one black, one red, and one gray. The one that rang was the gray internal line. General Ji didn't even raise his head as he took the phone. Hello. Bai Yueran's calm and clear voice came through the phone. General Ji, I'm Bai Yueran. I have an important report to make. I'm waiting at your door. Although Bai Yueran could enter the main military compound, she couldn't enter General Ji's house as she pleased. She had to get permission from the guards at the door, and the guards at the door had to get permission from General Ji or his family before they could let her in. General Ji's expression immediately turned serious. Yueran, come in. The guard at the door could hear the conversation between General Ji and Bai Yueran. He nodded and recorded their conversation before letting Bai Yueran in. When Bai Yueran entered, General Ji had just come down the stairs. As soon as he saw her, he said, Yueran, you're here. Come and sit. Bai Yueran stood in the middle of the living room and waited for General Ji to walk over before presenting the report written by the deputy consul of the Huaxia Imperial Consulate in Munich to General Ji with both hands. She said quietly, We just received a report that Gu Nianji has gone missing in Germany. General Ji hadn't expected to hear this news in the middle of the night. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, but he wasn't agitated. He silently sat down on the sofa, took out the reading glasses hanging in his jacket pocket, and began to carefully read the diplomatic briefing. It took General Ji half an hour to read a diplomatic briefing of less than 500 words. Bai Yueran didn't even dare to breathe. She could only stare at the sofa next to General Ji in a daze. After a while, General Ji finally said slowly, It's been more than 20 days since Gu Nianji disappeared until we received the news. How is it? Is there any news from the consulate over there? Bai Yueran was taken aback. She was very impressed by General Ji. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. General Ji's first words were out of the ordinary. Even she forgot to look at the time on the briefing. However, she said, Seriously, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is too inefficient. It took 7 to 8 days for a briefing like this to be sent to my father. We must get them to be more efficient. She didn't know where she had been delayed, but this was a critical period for her father, Bai Jiancheng, to run for prime minister. She couldn't afford to make any mistakes, so she didn't want to pursue this responsibility for now. General Ji didn't comment. Regardless of whether it was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ministry of Internal Affairs, they were all government departments. Bai Jiancheng could manage them, but as the head of the military, he couldn't say a word. One shouldn't meddle in politics if one wasn't in a position. The biggest taboo in politics was to stick their hands into things that didn't belong to them. Seeing General Ji remain silent, Bai Yueran could only say, Then what should we do? Should we send someone to Germany? General Ji thought that Gu Nianji was Gu Xiangwen's daughter and Xiaoheng's fiancée. They couldn't just sit back and do nothing if something happened to her. However, Hua Xiaoheng was currently out on a mission, so he couldn't be informed about this or know about it. Although he knew Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't ignore the severity of the situation and ignore the public for personal reasons. Who knew? He had only fallen for one girl in all these years. General Ji didn't dare take the risk. After thinking for a while, General Ji said, Go back and ask your father to ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs again to see if they have any new developments on this matter. I'll accept this for now and see how to proceed. Bai Yueran stood up and quickly said, I'll go back and ask my father right now. General Ji also stood up and smiled. Thank you, Yueran. You're too kind, General Ji. I'm also from the Special Operations Forces, so I treat Nianji as one of us. Bai Yueran was very straightforward and turned to leave. After Bai Yueran left, General G returned to his study with the briefing. He read it again and picked up the black phone to call the Special Operations Forces. Switchboard, connect me to In Xixiang or Zhao Yangzi. General G thought that since Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in the Huaxia Empire, it was fine to have his two personal secretaries take charge. Hua Xiaoheng, In Xixiang, and Zhao Yangzi could be said to have watched Gu Ninji grow up. They had a sense of responsibility and affection for her. If the two of them were in charge, they would definitely be more dedicated than others. General G felt a bit uneasy, but he thought that Gu Ninji was also an adult, and the Special Operations Forces had special protection for her, so it should be easy to find her. In the end, the switchboard replied, reporting to Chief, Lieutenant Colonel In and Lieutenant Colonel Zhao are both out on a mission and can't answer the phone for now. General G's hand tightened as he secretly felt that something was wrong. Gu Ninji was missing, and Hua Xiaoheng, In Xixiang, and Zhao Yangzi were all on a mission at the same time. He asked in a low voice, what mission did In Xixiang and Zhao Yangzi go on? Who sent them? The switchboard knew that this was General G, the highest commander in the military. However, the Special Operations Forces was a bit special, so even General G couldn't ask about certain things. If he wanted to know, Speaker Long had to be present at the same time. The switchboard operator said, tactfully, General G, this is the work procedure of the Special Operations Forces. When they come back, they will report to General G. At this point, General G also understood. He had been anxious earlier and hadn't thought about this. Now that he was reminded, he immediately came back to his senses and nodded. Understood. In Xixiang, Zhao Yangzi, and the others weren't around, so General G felt that he had to take responsibility for this matter. The next day, General G called for a special meeting of the Supreme Military Council and told the 7 people present about Gu Ninji's disappearance. He then said, this young girl once made a huge contribution to our country. I think it's a bit strange that she suddenly disappeared now. What do you think? Everyone remembered when Gu Ninji first appeared, she was carrying a small backpack with immeasurably valuable engine blueprints that were for fighter jets. It's very strange indeed. A general sitting next to General G frowned. But she's not an orphan anymore. Shouldn't we report this to her family first? Has her father woken up? To these people, the most important person at the moment was no longer Gu Ninji, but her father, Gu Xiangwen. Gu Ninji had only brought them a blueprint, but if Gu Xiangwen woke up, it would be a priceless treasure. He would have countless blueprints, inventions, and all sorts of high-end technology that could help the Huaxia Empire break through technological bottlenecks. But they still unanimously agreed to use the highest standards to rescue Gu Ninji, not for any other reason, but because she was Gu Xiangwen's daughter. They didn't think that Gu Xiangwen would continue working with them if he woke up and discovered that his beloved daughter was missing. Of course, in General G's heart, Gu Ninji had another identity. She was the girl Hua Xiaoheng liked, and he wanted to help Hua Xiaoheng find his fiancée. However, General G didn't explicitly mention this. After all, only he and his personal secretary, Secretary Chao, knew about Hua Xiaoheng's marriage report. General G glanced at the people in the meeting room. Guanchen, you'll be responsible for this. Go to the hospital today to see if Gu Xiangwen has woken up, then think of a way to talk to his sister about this. Hua Guanchen nodded. I'll go after the meeting. It should be done quickly. It looks like it's been dragging on for quite some time. Yeah, so you have to be quick. I'll provide you with everything you need, and you'll be in charge. Just let me know if you need anything. I'll be your strong support. General G said solemnly. After everyone left, General G revealed everything to Hua Guanchen. Guanchen, there's one more thing you need to know. What is it? Hua Guanchen looked at General G in confusion. Is it about Gu Ninji? More or less. General G looked around and said in a low voice, Xiaoheng already submitted a marriage report before he left the country. It was approved by the military and also passed Ninji's background check. So, she's already your daughter-in-law. This time, she's in trouble, so you have to help her as much as you can. Hua Guanchen froze. Huh? Xiaoheng wants to marry her. No way. This. How is that possible? General G, you're not joking, are you? How can I joke about something like this? General G was displeased. No one else knows about this, and Xiaoheng doesn't want anyone else to know either, so you have to keep it secret. Otherwise, I don't know what Xiaoheng will think. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips. His heart was in turmoil. His own son had already submitted his marriage report, but he was the last to know. Even General Ji knew before him. Moreover, Gu Nianji had grown up with Xiaoheng. What would people think if he really married her? However, he also knew that Gu Nianji was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. So for Gu Xiangwen's sake, no one would say anything, nor would they allow others to say anything. If Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter, he would have opposed it no matter what. Hua Guanchen swallowed his anger and promised General Ji, "Don't worry, General Ji. I'll definitely gather the best people to investigate this matter according to the highest standards." General Ji patted his shoulder. "I'm most at ease leaving this matter to you." From General Ji's perspective, whether it was for official or personal reasons, Hua Guanchen was the most suitable person to investigate Gu Nianji's disappearance when Xiaoheng wasn't in the country. After the meeting, Hua Guanchen returned to his office and immediately called his personal secretary in to assign tasks to them. He didn't say what it was, only that it was an important mission. He asked him to gather the relevant personnel from the military's public relations department for a meeting of the highest standards. After the meeting, he also had to communicate with the Special Operations Forces and get them to authorize it. Only the Special Operations Forces could carry out the best rescue. That was because the Special Operations Forces had a natural advantage overseas. His personal secretary took down his orders and went to prepare. After Hua Guanchen arranged the topics for the meeting, he took his private car to the hospital building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Gu Xiangwen was closely guarded there. Only Chun Lai and Yi Zitan were personally taking care of him. Yi Zitan was a nurse, which showed how much they valued Gu Xiangwen. Even when General Ji was sick, he wouldn't let Yi Zitan, who was second only to Chun Lai, be a nurse. When Hua Guanchen came to visit Gu Xiangwen, Gu Yanran happened to be there. It was the day she came to visit Gu Xiangwen once a week. He walked in with two personal secretaries. Seeing Gu Yanran there, he nodded at her. "Miss Gu." Gu Yanran recognized him as Hua Guanchen, Hua Xiaoheng's father. He was a general in the military and had a higher rank than Hua Xiaoheng. She walked over and extended her hand with a smile. What kind of wind blew General Hua here today? It's our honor to have you here." Hua Guanchen didn't want to shake her hand, but her hand was already in front of him. It wouldn't be good if he didn't shake it, so he shook it. "You're too kind, Miss Gu. I'm here to see how your father is doing and when he'll wake up." Gu Yanran smiled. "You'll have to ask Dr. Chun and Dr. Yi about that." As they chatted, Chun Lai and Yi Zitan walked in. "Hello, Chief." They quickly saluted Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen raised his hand. "Hello, Dr. Chun, Dr. Yi." He walked to Gu Xiangwen's bed and studied it for a while before turning to ask Chun Lai, who was standing behind him. "Dr. Chun, when will Mr. Gu wake up?" Chun Lai spread his hands. "Chief, your question has stumped me. He's been in a vegetative state for too long, and his bodily functions have atrophied too much. I've only just recovered some of his bodily functions. I really don't know when he'll wake up." Hua Guanchen sighed internally, but maintained a calm expression. "Yes, I understand. You must do your best to save him, no matter the cost." Gu Yanran was touched and uneasy when she heard this. She whispered, "Chief Hua, Dr. Chun, and Dr. Yi are doing their best. It's my father's condition that's too bad. It's not their fault." Hua Guanchen had a good impression of Gu Yanran. She was generous to people and was a wealthy person. She had a large amount of assets at such a young age, and most importantly, she was considerate. Look at her attitude toward the medical staff. We should be ashamed that Miss Gu thinks that way. Hua Guanchen nodded slightly and remembered Gu Nianji. "Miss Gu, are you free? I have something to tell you." "I happen to be free today, so I came to see my father." Gu Yanran nodded with a smile. "Please go ahead. Please come with me." Hua Guanchen wouldn't say it in front of Chun Lai and Yi Zitan. He knew that Chun Lai was Hua Xiaoheng's close friend, So he was worried that Chun Lai would ignore the organization's rules and secretly spread the news to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Guanxin definitely didn't want Gu Nianji's matter to affect Hua Xiaoheng's mission outside. Gu Yanran saw that Hua Guanxin wasn't willing to say it here, so she rolled her eyes and said, "Please." Hua Guanxin led Gu Yanran down the hospital building to the empty field in front of the hospital. Hua Guanxin and Gu Yanran were the only two people standing on the empty field. Hua Guanxin's personal secretary and guards stood at the four corners of the field in the distance. They were very vigilant and looked in all directions to prevent unauthorized people from approaching. In the empty field, Hua Guanxin whispered to Gu Yanran, "Miss Gu, we just received news that your sister, Gu Nianji, went missing in Germany." Gu Yanran's mouth fell open, and her eyes were blank. "What did you say? Who went missing?" She looked at Hua Guanxin in confusion and didn't seem to understand. "Your sister, Gu Nianji." Hua Guanxin slowed down and enunciated each word. He looked at Gu Yanran's confused face with sympathy. Gu Yanran closed her eyes and covered her mouth with her hand. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with tears. She choked out, "Huh? How could she go missing? She's a young girl, and she's beautiful. She's unfamiliar with Germany. If she fell into the hands of those perverts, I can't imagine what kind of fate she'll suffer." Hua Guanxin quickly said, "Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe she's just delayed somewhere. For example, her wallet and phone were stolen while she was traveling, so she can't contact her own people for now." He continued, "Also, General G specifically ordered us to treat this matter with the highest standards. If you need resources, give us resources. If you need manpower, give us manpower. All personnel in Europe will be sent to Germany to look for her. Everything will be fine." Gu Yanran wiped her tears and said quietly, "Thank you, General Hua and General G. You're right. My sister has been mischievous since she was young. If I find her, I'll definitely lecture her to not cause trouble for others in the future." "How is this trouble?" Hua Guanxin laughed heartily. "She's Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Just this alone is enough for us to save her at all costs. Let's not talk about anything else. If we don't work hard, your father won't agree when he wakes up." Gu Yanran sighed. "I'm sorry to trouble you and General G. The highest standards. Sai Nianji is so lucky. Although she's not my father's biological daughter, my father has loved her as much as he loves me since she was young. When my father wakes up, he'll be very grateful to you." This was the third installment of 5,000 words, and there were more to come. Thank you for your monthly votes yesterday. There were a total of 15,000 words today. Chapter 664. Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. This news was too shocking. Even someone like Hua Guanxin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. However, his years of military experience hadn't gone to waste. His self-control immediately got the upper hand, and he didn't cry out. However, the strange feeling in his heart still showed on his face. Looking up to see Gu Yanran looking at him curiously, Hua Guanxin quickly clenched his fists to cover up his cough. "Miss Gu, you just said that Nianji isn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter? That's impossible, right?" He had never heard Hua Xiaoheng mention it. Not even a word. How is it impossible? Gu Yanran was shocked, then suddenly realized. "You didn't know? I thought Hua Xiao or Dr. Chun had already told you." She then muttered to herself, "No way. No one really knows about this. I thought everyone knew. This is really... I was too talkative." As she spoke, she gently slapped herself, her face full of apology and guilt. However, Hua Guanxin immediately believed her when he heard that even Hua Xiaoheng knew. He also immediately understood why Hua Xiaoheng had hidden it from everyone. If he hadn't hidden it, his marriage application wouldn't have been approved so easily. Hua Guanxin had always been against it, so he didn't know that Hua Xiaoheng had already quietly approved it. If General Ji hadn't leaked the information today, he really wouldn't have known that Hua Xiaoheng had not only approved the marriage application, but also Gu Nianji's background check. The latter was the most difficult hurdle to overcome. This scheming bastard. Although Hua Guanxin was furious, he still felt a bit proud. This was because the person who had the entire Supreme Military Council running around in circles was his son, his biological son. Therefore, since he knew about this, he had to help him. Yeah, so, is Nianji your father's daughter? I mean, legally speaking. Hua Guanxin quickly calmed down and asked with a warm smile, as if he was unaffected by the news. Yes, of course she's my father's daughter. Legally speaking, of course. Gu Yanran said firmly. She couldn't hide this, nor did she have any intention of being too extreme. Oh, that's good. Hua Guanxin chuckled. Although she's not his biological daughter, Mr. Gu loves her like his own. That's enough. It's worth it for us to use the highest standards to rescue her. Goodbye. Hua Guanxin left as soon as he finished speaking. His back was still straight, and Gu Yanran stared in his direction for a long time before turning to leave. Gu Yanran returned home sullenly and saw Yi Xian fiddling with his electronic devices again. She suddenly had the urge to talk to him. She sat over and hugged Yi Xian's arm. She rested her head on his shoulder and said gloomily, Xian, I'm very sad. What happened? Yi Xian didn't even raise his head. His fingers were flying as he quickly typed out various commands on his laptop. No one knew what he was doing. Perhaps he was hacking into someone else's computer, or perhaps he was just purely enjoying the fun of roaming the internet. I don't know if I did something wrong today. Gu Yanran looked down. Why do you think Nianji's luck is so good? What's wrong with her? Yi Xian glanced at her. She's lucky now. Did you know? General Hua and General Ji found out about Nianji's disappearance. Gu Yanran left Yi Xian's shoulder and leaned on the computer desk with one hand. They're going to use the highest standards to rescue her, even if they know she's not my father's biological daughter. Whatever. Yi Xian laughed and spat out 2 words. You think they can rescue her just because they use the highest standards? But why did you tell them that Nianji isn't Uncle Gu's biological daughter? Do they need you to tell them that? Don't they know? I was careless. Gu Yanran was very upset. I really was careless. Also, General Hua said that even if she wasn't, they would still do everything they could to rescue her. He also said that Nianji isn't my father's biological daughter, but my father loves her like his own. That explains everything. Yi Xian stopped typing on the keyboard of his laptop. He silently looked ahead and said, Actually, General Hua is right. Do you remember how you used to complain to me that Uncle Gu loved Nianji more and not you? Yi Xian turned to hug Gu Yanran as he spoke. Do you remember how I comforted you? Gu Yanran's face flushed. Of course she remembered. Yi Xian had told her, You have me. It was also that night that she gave herself to him after he said that. Xian, luckily, I still have you. Gu Yanran took the initiative to hug him. Hua Guanxin returned to his office and thought about the entire incident from beginning to end. Finally, he picked up the phone and called General Ji. General Ji, there's something that I don't know if you know. Hua Guanxin sighed. Nianji isn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Oh, she isn't. General Ji's heart also sank. Who told you that? You can't say something like that. What era are we in now? How can you say she isn't? Have you tested for DNA? Hua Guanxin smiled bitterly. Yes, it's precisely because of the era that we're in. With DNA verification, it's definitely impossible to slander someone casually, so they won't lie. Oh, but when they went to Barbados to bring Gu Xiangwen back, they also said that they had detailed evidence to prove that Nianji is Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. General Ji stood up. What exactly is going on? Hua Guanxin was also confused by General Ji's words. However, he carefully thought about the tricks his son had played and understood. He chuckled. Maybe we all misunderstood? At that time, they said that Nianji was Gu Xiangwen's daughter, but they didn't say that she was his biological daughter. I asked Gu Yanran, and she personally confirmed that Nianji is Gu Xiangwen's adopted daughter. An adopted daughter who had gone through legal adoption procedures. So, of course, she was Gu Xiangwen's daughter. Of course, he couldn't say that Hua Xiaoheng and the others had made a mistake or lied to someone. At most, it would just be a miscommunication that caused everyone to misunderstand. However, General Ji's brows furrowed. This was such an important matter but Hua Xiaoheng hadn't mentioned it to him at all. What kind of tricks is this kid playing? However, this matter still needed to be verified to make sure that Gu Yanran was right before making a decision. Furthermore, General Ji's thoughts went even deeper. He believed that Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't hide it from him forever. When he got what he wanted, he would definitely tell him the truth. However, the truth was that no one wanted to be kept in the dark by someone they had raised with their own hands. Also, if he had known that Gu Yinji was only an adopted daughter, he wouldn't have been so eager to help Hua Xiaoheng pass her background check. Now that everything was done, he finally realized that he had been played. It was hard to describe how he felt. He really admired Hua Xiaoheng, but this matter still made General Ji very angry. He thought to himself, this kid actually dared to lie to me, his direct superior, for a girl. He didn't even tell me half of the truth, and kept the other half to himself. This kind of bad practice shouldn't be encouraged. Just like a very dedicated gardener, what would you do when you see your carefully cultivated tree grow crooked? Of course, you would pick up a pair of scissors and cut off all the crooked branches. It took 10 years to grow a tree and 100 years to nurture a person. It was so difficult to find a qualified and suitable successor. General Ji sighed as he made up his mind. Since Hua Xiaoheng cared so much about Gu Yinji, to the extent that he was willing to pay lip service to his direct superior who had directly promoted him, then he really had to pay attention to Gu Yinji's influence on Hua Xiaoheng. Since ancient times, heroes had always had a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman, but General Ji couldn't let him fail. Even if he had to cut off the beauty, he couldn't let him fail. This time, he would take it as a lesson to Hua Xiaoheng and pour cold water on Gu Yinji. He had to make her realize that to Hua Xiaoheng, the most important thing was always the interests of the country, the military, and the people. It wasn't love. It wasn't her. As for Hua Xiaoheng, he had to remember this time. Let's see if he still dared to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial and hide and lie to him. However, General Ji also knew that this matter couldn't be blown out of proportion. If it did, it wouldn't just be his own dissatisfaction, but the anger of the entire Supreme Council. These people would not hesitate to remove Hua Xiaoheng from his position and replace him with their own people. Hua Xiaoheng was very capable, but without the opportunities General Ji had given him, he wouldn't have been able to achieve these results no matter how capable he was, because he wouldn't have had the opportunity to go on missions and achieve results. In a short time that Hua Guanchen spoke, General Ji had already gone over the entire matter a few times in his mind and determined the attitude he needed to display. When Hua Guanchen finished speaking, General Ji smiled calmly and said, I see. To love Nianji more than his own daughter, that's not normal. When it comes to Nianji, the person who raised her dotes on her more than the person who gave birth to her. Ha ha. Oh, I have a call. I'll take it first. Guanchen, hold on, I'll call you back. Seeing that General Ji didn't seem to mind, Hua Guanchen breathed a sigh of relief. He was also worried that General Ji would hold a grudge against Hua Xiaoheng because of this matter. After all, this matter could be big or small in nature. But now that General Ji obviously wanted to keep the peace, Hua Guanchen couldn't be happier. However, he and General Ji had the same thought. They were both secretly shocked that Gu Yinji had such a great influence on Hua Xiaoheng. They couldn't tell normally. They originally thought that Hua Xiaoheng was willing to marry Gu Yinji purely for the benefit of the country and the military. Now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. It wasn't wrong for a son to have his own thoughts now that he was older, but it wasn't the behavior of a man to place all his thoughts on relationships. Hua Guanchen put down the phone and looked at the rescue plan he had come up with. After some thought, he crossed out highest standard and wrote medium standard. If he wasn't worried about Hua Xiaoheng and worried that Hua Xiaoheng would destroy him if something happened to Gu Yinji, Hua Guanchen wouldn't even want to use medium standard. He wanted nothing more than to call the Huaxia Imperial Consul in Munich and ask them not to give special treatment. Gu Yinji was just a normal citizen of the empire, so they could just follow the rescue procedures for normal citizens overseas and ask the local police to investigate. They couldn't interfere with other countries' internal affairs, of course. He was only thinking about it. If he really did that, his son would definitely fall out with him when he returned. And their fragile father-son relationship couldn't withstand any more twists and turns. After putting down Hua Guanxin's internal call, General Ji looked at the files of the 3 members of the Gu family and called his personal secretary, Secretary Chow. The 3 members of the Gu family don't have a DNA record on their IDs. Go get it from Chun Lai. Secretary Chow knew that the important people the military paid attention to all needed a DNA record. Otherwise, who could change their appearance and fake it? How could they verify the authenticity? Yes, Chief. I'll call him right away and ask if Dr. Chen has it. Secretary Chow nodded and took note of General Ji's task. After Secretary Chow left, he picked up the black phone on his desk and called the Special Operations Forces. No one had called him just now. So General Ji had only found an excuse to hang up on Hua Guanxin so he could get someone to investigate the truth. Secretary Chow picked up the phone and said politely, "Operator, I'm Secretary Chow from the first office of the military office. Please connect me to Dr. Chun Lai. I have something to verify with him." The operator was so scared she didn't even dare to breathe. She immediately said, "Yes, Chief." She quickly transferred the call to Chun Lai's office, but it was Yi Zieten who picked up. The operator quickly asked, "Dr. Yi, is Dr. Chun there?" Yi Zieten smiled. "Dr. Chun is doing an experiment and can't leave right now." "What's the matter?" The operator let out an ah in disappointment. "But the bureau chief is waiting to speak to Dr. Chun." "Chief? Which chief?" Yi Zieten said anxiously. "We can't keep the chief waiting." "It's Secretary Chow from the first office of the military office," the operator said nervously. She didn't want to keep them waiting. "Oh, then take the call. I'll talk to Secretary Chow," Yi Zieten said quickly and sat down on Chun Lai's seat. "Okay, please wait." The operator's job was to take the call. Of course, it was up to Secretary Chow whether or not to speak to Yi Zieten. She took the call back and asked Secretary Chow, "Chief, Dr. Chun is doing an experiment and can't leave right now. Dr. Yi Zieten asked if you have any questions, you can ask her." The chief secretary was also the chief to them. Secretary Chow thought about it. Yi Zieten was like Chun Lai's assistant and was also one of the medical staff who took care of Gu Xiangwen. He nodded and said, "Okay, Dr. Yi will be." The operator quickly connected the calls to Secretary Chow and Chun Lai's office. Of course, Yi Zieten was on the other end. This was the first update of 4,000 words. There was a second update to follow. Today, it was still the third update asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thanks to Chi Dian's Du Ruo Hanxiang lost her account, Molly 0707, Heaven's Beggar, and the goddess is here for the 10,000 Chi Dian coins each. Chapter 665. Hello. Yi Zieten immediately stood up to greet him as soon as the call went through. "Dr. Yi." Secretary Chow could sense the nervousness in Yi Zieten's voice and laughed heartily. "I wanted to ask Dr. Chen something. Do you know?" "Please ask. I'll tell you everything I know as long as I know." Yi Zieten looked around the office to make sure there was no one else around. She twirled the phone cord around her finger and tried to calm herself down. "Okay, it's like this. There are no DNA records for the 3 Gus in their files. I wanted to ask if Dr. Chen has them. If you do, please send a copy to the number 1 military office." Yi Zieten quickly said, "There are records. Are they not in the Gus files? Didn't Dr. Chen send them already?" "Oh, but not directly to General Ji. It's for Hua Xiao." Secretary Chow's heart skipped a beat. He understood what Yi Zieten meant. Even if something was wrong, it was Hua Xiaoheng's fault and not Chun Lai's. But what was Hua Xiaoheng's relationship with General Ji? It wasn't something this little doctor could sway. Secretary Chow laughed and said, "Oh, then we might have missed it. It's fine. As long as you still have records, send us another copy." After thinking about it, Secretary Chow said, "When Chun Lai finishes his experiment, have him personally send it to the number 1 military office. Just look for me directly. Thank you, Dr. Yi." He hung up. Yi Zieten put down the phone and sighed slightly. She lowered her head and felt sorry for Gun Yinji. But this couldn't compare to her pursuit of the pinnacle of medicine. She wanted to become a national miracle doctor, even better than Chun-Li. But her talent was limited, her family background was average, and she didn't have Gun Yinji's good fortune. She had to rely on herself. If she didn't have luck, she would create it for herself. Yi Zieten turned on her computer and was fascinated by the breakthrough in virus research that Chun-Li had sent her. Chun-Li finished his experiment and came out. Yi Zieten quickly turned off the computer and said to him, "Dr. Chun, Secretary Chow from the #1 military office, General G, just called you. He asked you to send them a copy of the DNA records for the 3 Gus." Chun-Li's heart sank. He immediately knew that he could no longer hide Gun Yinji's past. He and Hua Xiaoheng had been intentionally or unintentionally hiding the fact that Gun Yinji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. They wanted to wait until they could give Gun Yinji more protection in the future. It would be best if they could wait until Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji got married. But now, it seemed like he couldn't hide it anymore. Who would be so shameless as to reveal this matter? Chun-Li didn't say anything. With a stern expression, he took out the DNA test report of the 3 Gu family members and placed it in a red top-secret document bag. He called a few soldiers from his Special Operations Forces to accompany him to General G's military office #1. General G's expression didn't change at all. He just sat alone in his office for half an hour without reading a single word of the documents in front of him. He didn't believe that Chun-Li hadn't done a DNA test on Gu Xiangwen and Gun Yinji. He also didn't believe that Hua Xiaoheng didn't know anything about this. Come to think of it, when he thought back to when Hua Xiaoheng had gone to Barbados to pick up Gu Xiangwen, it seemed like they already knew that Gun Yinji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. That was why the evidence they had was Gu Xiangwen's youngest daughter's DNA and dental records, not Gu Xiangwen's own. So how did they know that Gun Yinji was Gu Xiangwen's adopted daughter? And where did they get the information to prove that she was his adopted daughter? These legal documents seem to be from a long time ago, right? How did Hua Xiaoheng and his men know? There were so many questions swirling in General G's mind. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. Not long after, Secretary Chow came in to report. "Chief, Dr. Chun-Li is here with the DNA test report of the 3 Gu family members." General G quickly raised his hand. "Let him in." Chun-Li walked in anxiously with the document bag stamped top secret. He stood in front of General G's desk and pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose. Sweat was beading on his chubby face like a layer of oil. General G didn't say anything. He sat behind the desk and looked up at Chun-Li through his reading glasses. The heavy pressure almost made Chun-Li's heart jump out his chest, but he still stiffened his neck and persevered. He didn't bend under General G's gaze. After a long time, General G pointed to the chair in front of the desk. "Sit." Chun-Li secretly sighed in relief. He placed the document bag stamped top secret on General G's desk and said, "Chief, these are the documents you wanted." He then said, "I was wrong in this matter. I will apologize to you. I should have reported this to Hua Xiao earlier, but I was busy with work and forgot. When I remembered, Hua Xiao had already left for his mission. I originally planned to hand it to him when he returned, but I didn't expect you to remember already. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Please punish me." General G looked at Chun-Li and said with a dark expression, "It's only your fault? You forgot to mention that Xiaoheng is such a meticulous person. How could he forget to ask, are you blocking a knife for him, or are you handing a knife to his opponent?" She actually wanted to cover for Hua Xiaoheng. Not betraying Hua Xiaoheng was commendable, but trying to play tricks in front of the leader was not a wise move. General G's expression was still dark as he took the document bag, stamped top secret, from the desk. He opened it and took out the 3 DNA test reports. The 3 reports were very well done. The data was detailed and the comparisons were clear. The medical terminology and professional explanations were on par with each other. Even people who didn't know anything about the field could see it clearly. Gun Yinji was indeed not Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Gu Yanran was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. General G couldn't help but recall when Gu Yanran first came into contact with him, She had clearly expressed that she wanted Xiaohing's protection. At that time, if they had known that Gu Yanran was the biological daughter of the owner of the blueprints they were looking for, they wouldn't have rejected her like that. It could only be said that she had bad luck. Gu Nianji had good luck. She was a lucky general. General Ji didn't say anything after reading it. He put the 3 reports back into the document bag and resealed it. Then he stamped his own red stamp on the seal and dialed the internal line for Secretary Chow to come in. He handed the document bag to him. Take it and file it. Top secret. Secretary Chow took it with both hands and smiled as he took it out. General Ji finally asked Chun Lai, "Where did you get the evidence when you went to Barbados to look for Gu Xiangwen?" Chun Lai choked and mumbled, "You'll have to ask with Xiao about that. I really don't know. I went when Xiao told me to go. I investigated whatever he told me to investigate. The only thing I forgot was to remind him to file these 3 reports." Fine. You can go back first. Let Secretary Chow come in." General Ji took off his reading glasses and rubbed his eyes. "I still have something to do. I'll call you for a meeting when Xiaoheng comes back." This kind of disorganized and undisciplined behavior had to be stopped. Chun Lai walked out with his head down and met Secretary Chow at the door. Secretary Chow smiled and greeted him before entering General Ji's office. "Chief, Dr. Chan was very upset just now." Secretary Chow sat down with a smile. "Did you scold him?" "Actually, it wasn't Dr. Chen's fault. I heard from Dr. Yi that Dr. Chun gave the records to Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao was probably too busy and in a hurry to go on a mission, so he didn't hand it in time. Young people don't learn from their mistakes. We have to teach them a lesson." General Ji snickered and took out a document. "Do you think I don't know what his relationship with Xiaoheng is? Go, take these down. Keep an eye on the Special Operations Forces and don't let them show any signs of forming another faction. Now that Xiaoheng isn't here, we have to be wary of people causing trouble. Someone dared to insult Hua Xiaoheng in front of him. When the tiger wasn't home, the monkeys were going to cause trouble." Secretary Chow quickly stood up. "Chief is right. The Special Operations Forces can't fall into chaos without Hua Xiao here." He picked up the document General Ji had given him and went to assign work. General Ji finally picked up the phone from earlier and called Hua Guanchen. "Guanchen, this isn't a big deal, but it's not a small deal either. Let's do this for now. We have to find Nianji at all costs. We have to find her as soon as possible. If necessary, we can use all our resources in Germany to rescue her." Hua Guanchen froze. He had just lowered the requirements, but General Ji still insisted on the highest. He thought that their only target was Gu Xiangwen from the beginning. Gu Nianji used to be the closest shortcut to Gu Xiangwen. Now that Gu Xiangwen had been brought back as his biological daughter, Gu Yanran had also come to the Huaxia Empire. Gu Nianji wasn't that important anymore. To be honest, if it weren't for Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Guanchen wouldn't have wanted to send people from the Huaxia Empire to Germany to search. He would have only asked the consulate to urge the local police to search. However, he didn't expect General Ji to still insist on using the highest standards to find Gu Nianji. Of course, Hua Guanchen couldn't argue with General Ji. He could only obey his superior's orders. General Ji said sternly, "This must be kept a secret. I'll kill whoever dares to let Xiaoheng know." Hua Guanchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was still unhappy, it was much better than before. As long as it didn't affect his son, to be honest, who cared if Gu Nianji lived or died? She wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Putting himself in their shoes, Hua Guanchen felt that Gu Yanran was simply being polite when she said she was closer to her adopted daughter than her biological daughter. Anyone who took it seriously would be an idiot. Hua Guanchen put down the phone and changed the plan of action he had come up with for his subordinates to execute. They still had to rely on the Special Operations Forces to actually execute this plan. Hua Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Yangzi weren't there. The Special Operations Forces was in charge of a deputy commander. He received Hua Guanchen's order and learned that Gu Nianji was missing and needed their help. He froze for a moment before immediately ordering his subordinates to investigate. "We used to have Gu Nianji's GPS device here. Go check and see if it's still working. In the past, Gun Yinji received the highest level of security. Not only did she have the Special Operations Forces protecting her in secret, but Hua Xiaoheng also equipped her with a top-notch GPS device. As long as the device didn't leave Gun Yinji, it would be a matter of minutes to find her. The person in charge of Gun Yinji's security in the Special Operations Forces immediately went to check the memo to find the frequency and code of the device. He then entered it into the Special Operations Forces central control computer. Through this computer, they could communicate with the Huaxia Empire's self-developed Nanda satellite positioning system. The Nanda satellite positioning system was twice as accurate as Europe's Copernicus and America's GPS. For the next day and night, the colleagues in the Special Operations Forces Central Control Team were busy using the Nanda satellite positioning system's special channel to change the orbit of the satellite above Europe. They targeted the area around Munich, Germany, because that was the last place they knew Gun Yinji had appeared. Then, with that location as a base, they expanded their search in all directions to find her whereabouts. After the orbit change was successful, they still had to perform a lot of calculations to analyze and simulate the data that was sent back. Finally, on the second night, which was in the afternoon in Germany, a small red dot finally appeared on their search map. It was very weak at first, but as soon as it appeared, the operators quickly increased the power of the satellite signal to that area, so the red dot became brighter and brighter. Leader, look at this location. Why isn't it in Munich, but near Berlin? The researcher in charge of data analysis was confused. He looked left and right, but wasn't this location a bit too far from Munich? The information they received was that Gun Yinji had disappeared near Munich. Could Gun Yinji have gone to Berlin? Also, was her device still on her? The leader of the Central Data Control Team looked at the data coordinates obtained by the researcher and said in a low voice, "Give this location to our field personnel in Germany. Let them go take a look. We'll send 2 people to receive them." As usual, people going on missions had to go to the Special Operations Forces infirmary for a physical examination. Everyone knew they were going on missions and knew these things weren't to be asked, so no one asked anything they weren't supposed to. Yizitan came over with a list of vaccines and asked, "According to the rules, you need to check if these vaccines have been administered before going on missions. Take a look. If you have, put a tick on the side. If you haven't," she paused. "Every place has different vaccine requirements. I don't know where you're going, so you'll have to rely on yourselves." This was the second installment of 4,000 words, and there are more to come. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for your monthly votes yesterday. It's still the 3rd installment today. If you can still cast more monthly votes, I'll continue with the 3rd installment tomorrow. Also, it's the last 2 days, so please cast your monthly votes. Monthly votes are directly related to my updates. Chapter 666. For example, if they went to Africa, they would need a lot of vaccines, such as yellow fever, hepatitis A, hepatitis B, tetanus, cholera, and Ebola. If they went to Central and South America, in addition to the aforementioned vaccines, they would also need to get vaccinated against cerebrospinal meningitis, measles, mumps, and chickenpox. If they went to developed countries like Europe or North America, there would be fewer vaccines, but the mumps, measles, and rubella vaccines were a must. The 2 field agents looked at the booklet Yizitan had given them and pointed to the mumps, measles, and rubella sections. "I think we've been vaccinated before. Could Dr. Yi please help us check if these vaccines have produced antibodies?" It was common sense that getting a vaccine didn't necessarily mean it would be effective. For example, the hepatitis B vaccine couldn't produce antibodies even after being vaccinated several times. Yizitan instantly understood where the 2 field agents were going. Her heart skipped a beat, but she didn't say anything. She started to do a blood test on them to check their antibodies. After checking their antibodies and confirming that they had all worked, Yizitan stamped them and sent them out. After they left, Yizitan sent a message to a number. "Mantis is about to move. They should know where Cicada is." Just as they were struggling, they received Yizitan's message and were overjoyed. They immediately replied, Please inform me of Cicada's whereabouts. This stumped Yi Zeaton. No matter how smart she was, she couldn't hack into the Special Operations Force's central control system, so she could only send a message. Follow Mantis. Then she sent the photos of the two field agents to the other side. Following these two was equivalent to following the Huaxia Empire's Nandis satellite positioning and tracking system. In Chenlai's office, he was smoking alone. The room was filled with smoke, and as soon as Yi Zeaton entered, she almost choked on the smoke and started coughing. She waved her hand to get rid of the smoke. Dr. Chun, you're smoking like this, and the smoke detector isn't even beeping. Is it malfunctioning? I turn it off, Chenlai said sullenly. He glanced at Yi Zeaton's concerned expression, and his mood instantly improved. He put out the cigarette in the ashtray and raised his hand with a smile. Fine, I won't smoke anymore. I won't smoke anymore. Yi Zeaton gently walked over to clean up the ashtray and said softly, Dr. Chun, this isn't your fault. You've already told Mr. Hua. If he wants to hide it from the higher-ups, shut up. Chenlai hadn't expected Yi Zeaton to speak up for him like that, and quickly stopped her. Although his heart was warm, he still knew the severity of the situation. He couldn't betray Hua Xiaoheng like that. Yi Zeaton blushed at his scolding and quickly put down the ashtray. Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked out, Dr. Chun, please calm down. I'm leaving. She walked quickly out of Chenlai's office, still wiping away her tears. Chenlai was extremely anxious, but after a few steps, he saw that Yi Zeaton was walking even faster. He was too embarrassed to continue chasing, so he could only sigh and come back, locking himself in his office. Moreover, he and Hua Xiaoheng had more important things to hide from the higher-ups. This was what he was most worried about. Thinking about this, Chenlai's mood worsened. He picked up the phone and called Yi Zeaton. Yi Zeaton answered after a while. Dr. Chun, it was my fault. You're right to scold me. Her voice was still sobbing and hoarse. Chenlai felt even more apologetic. He lowered his voice and said, Dr. Yi, it was my fault just now. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Please don't be angry. I'm not angry. Yi Zeaton sighed. Dr. Chun, I'm going to look at the documents. Is there anything else? Although Chenlai had a crush on Yi Zeaton for a long time, he still didn't know how to get along with her in order to move her heart. Chenlai put down the phone dejectedly and closed his eyes. He pushed his own matters to the back of his mind and began to ponder about Gun Yinji's past. This was related to Gun Yinji, so he had to let her know in advance. At least he had to know how much Hua Xiaoheng had sacrificed for her. How could he not let her know how much his good brother had done for Gun Yinji? However, Chenlai dialed Gun Yinji's number for a long time and only got the message. The number you're trying to call is not in the service area. Chenlai stared at his phone with a burning gaze. He wanted nothing more than to see through it. But no matter what, he couldn't get through to Gun Yinji. That was strange. Hua Xiaoheng was on a mission. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi were also on a mission. Who should he call? It seemed like Gu Yanran and Gun Yinji didn't have a good relationship. Should he ask Gu Yanran? He might as well wait a little longer. He put away his phone and stopped dialing Gun Yinji's number. He returned to his medical research. Gun Yinji had been living with Reinitz in a small villa near the German capital, Berlin, for over 10 days. September was almost over, and October was coming. In the golden autumn, the red maple trees on the outskirts of Berlin began to turn red. Little daisies of all colors bloomed in the flower beds. There were sky blue, purple, pink, snow white, and even emerald green. The small flower beds were decorated with bees and butterflies. It was extremely moving. The weather was neither hot nor cold. It was practically the best season of the year. However, Gun Yinji was visibly thinning out. She ate a lot every day and didn't exercise much. Logically speaking, she should be gaining weight, but in reality, she was very thin. Reinitz saw the two dark circles under Gun Yinji's big black eyes every morning and knew that she hadn't slept well at night. She was here, but her heart wasn't, so her mental state was very poor. She was like a walking corpse, and her body was even showing signs of anorexia. Reinitz was very worried about her health and would find a doctor to check on her every week. As long as they didn't mention drawing blood, Gunyinji would obediently cooperate with the doctor. And with Reinitz watching, no doctor dared to mention drawing blood for her. Reinitz, Sirius's physical indicators are very normal. I don't see any signs of anorexia, the doctor asked in confusion. Although the symptoms you described are somewhat similar, the most important thing is, does she vomit after eating? The most typical characteristic of anorexic patients was that they vomited immediately after eating. It was almost a physiological reaction, so they didn't actually eat much, so their bodies didn't get the nutrients they needed. Naturally, they were frighteningly thin. Reinitz was speechless. He thought about it carefully and realized that he really hadn't seen Gunyinji vomit. She ate a lot at every meal and ate very slowly. In a day, eating was the only way to prove that she was still alive. But her body didn't show signs of vomiting, which meant that the signs of anorexia weren't obvious. Or perhaps there was another reason for her thinness. As for what the reason was, Reinitz was very clear. That evening, ALS came to visit again. Reinitz took him for a walk in the neighborhood. The two of them walked slowly on the yellow maple path as they talked about Gunyinji. ALS wore a Bluetooth headset and kept in contact with his subordinates as he walked. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and leaned in to ask, "What does she want to do?" "Miss Gu is trying to leave the house from the fence in the backyard." The voice of the subordinate who was watching Gunyinji came from his headset. ALS was speechless. Reinitz turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" ALS looked at him with a smile. "Your sweetheart is trying to escape." Reinitz didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he said quietly, "You have so many people watching. How can she escape?" ALS laughed and shook his head proudly. He whistled and was in extremely good mood. Gunyinji's little tricks were only funny to him. He didn't care about them at all. Reinitz looked at ALS calmly and said dryly, "Actually, she will die if you lock her up like this. Can't you see that? Even if you don't kill her, her life is gradually withering away. Is this the kind of person you want?" ALS was stunned. "What do you mean?" "I'm telling you." Reinitz interrupted him and turned to look in the direction of his little villa. "Don't you think? She's getting thinner and weaker. When he first saw her, she was also very thin, but she could still tell him that she had a D cup and high spirits. And now, she sat there every day like the most beautiful statue and didn't even move her eyes. So what? Didn't the doctor say she doesn't have anorexia?" ALS didn't understand. "Is there something wrong with your brain? Don't tell me what you want to do." Reinitz smiled, but his smile didn't feel happy at all. It was like a faint scratch on a porcelain statue that had cracked open, revealing the dark bottom layer inside. The two of them spoke very quietly. On the maple path in the evening, ALS had a confused expression on his face. Reinitz's face was cold and emotionless, revealing a kind of indifferent handsomeness like a religion. After a while, the two of them continued walking. Reinitz looked at him and said, "All right, what can I do?" "You're thinking too much. The golden chrysanthemums over there are in bloom. Don't you like them the most? Do you want to go take a look?" The wild golden chrysanthemums were as gorgeous as little suns and looked even more dazzling under the setting sun. There were large patches of wild golden chrysanthemums growing on the small hill near his house. ALS really liked the view. "Really? Then we must go take a look. I went a few days ago, and they still haven't bloomed." ALS chuckled as he followed Reinitz to the valley he liked. Walking into the valley full of golden chrysanthemums and looking at the large patches of golden chrysanthemums on the hill, ALS smiled like a child. There was no sign of the sly and cunning man he used to be. Gunyinji had long discovered a pattern. In the past 2 weeks, ALS had come to see Reinitz more and more often. Every time he came, the two of them had to go out for a walk for anywhere from half an hour to an hour. When they left, there would be a lot less people around Reinitz's house. That was because they had all left with ALS. Al's position was very high, so he had a lot of bodyguards with him. Gunyinji felt that this was an opportunity she could use. That evening, ALS came again and looked very depressed. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Reinitz offered to drink with him. The two of them went to the dining room. Reinitz prepared some sausages and pork knuckles. First, he pulled ALS to drink beer, then red wine, and finally vodka. Both of them were a bit drunk, and their eyes were sparkling. When ALS was drunk, he would constantly talk. Gunyinji didn't know what he was saying, but his mouth never stopped. When Reinitz was drunk, he would smile at people. His smile was very gentle, especially when he looked at Gunyinji. His gaze moved slightly, and it was as gentle as a feather gently caressing her heart. It didn't use any force, but his presence couldn't be ignored. It was like he was using his gaze to caress her. Unfortunately, Gunyinji was distracted and didn't notice Reinitz's gaze. She kept wondering if Reinitz was really drunk or just pretending to be drunk. After living with him for so many days, they both understood each other. Also, she wasn't an idiot. Reinitz was a very capable person. Gunyinji didn't dare to underestimate Reinitz, even if she looked down on ALS. Also, she could tell that even though ALS said that if she ran away, Reinitz would be implicated, she didn't believe it at all. Based on the friendship between ALS and Reinitz, even if Reinitz really committed a heinous crime, ALS would only help him cover it up. He definitely wasn't a person who would put family before righteousness. Of course, this was only Gunyinji's speculation. As for the truth, it still needed time and facts to prove it. She had planned this for a long time. She wanted to use her own escape to prove whether or not ALS would implicate Reinitz. If he wouldn't, then she could leave with peace of mind. If ALS was really that deranged, then she couldn't just watch as Reinitz was implicated and his future ruined because of her. Gunyinji had read a lot about how terrifying the Gestapo had been in the past. Hua Xiaoheng had given her a lot of information about it. Today seemed to be a good opportunity. Gunyinji sat next to Reinitz and continuously poured him wine. Reinitz's dark blue eyes were as clear as the lake. He looked at her as if there was no tomorrow for him. Gunyinji finally felt that her left ear was burning from his gaze. She instinctively raised her arm and tilted her head to rub her earlobe. The diamond stud on her earlobe reflected the double-petaled lotus chandelier in the dining room and emitted a bright red glow. There seemed to be a very faint red light flashing inside. Of course, Gunyinji didn't see it, but Reinitz did. His dark blue eyes slowly narrowed, although he was still looking at her gently. He slowly reached out and pinched her earlobe. Gunyinji quickly dodged to the side and covered her ear. "Why are you pinching my ear?" Gunyinji's earlobe was very sensitive, and Reinitz's hand was very strong. Although it seemed like he only rubbed it a little, Gunyinji's earlobe was already red from his fingers. Reinitz put his hand down and couldn't get rid of the smooth and soft texture between his fingers. He felt suffocated and desperately wiped his hand on his pants over and over again. He was really drunk. Only when he was really drunk would he dare to do something he had always wanted to do, which was to pinch her earlobe. This is the third installment of 4,000 words, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you all for your monthly votes yesterday. Today is still the third installment. If all of you can still vote, we will continue with the third installment tomorrow. Also, it's the last 2 days. Everyone who can vote has already voted. Monthly votes are directly related to my updates. Chapter 667. However, even though Reinitz was drunk, his drunkenness was different from other people's. He wasn't so muddled that he couldn't recognize people. He just couldn't control his actions. 9 small say net, for example, using his fingers to do what he always wanted to do, which was to pinch Gunyinji's earlobe. Then, when he felt like it wasn't right, he desperately wiped his hands on his pants. Gunyinji coldly looked at Reinitz and Al's expressions to make sure they were really drunk. She then poured them another glass of wine and said, "You guys drink slowly. I'm going back to my room to sleep." It was actually only 8 o'clock, and Gunyinji never slept so early. However, Reinitz didn't say anything and watched her leave. He raised his glass and downed the entire glass in one gulp. After he finished drinking, he realized what Gunyinji had poured him. It was a glass of beer, red wine, and vodka mixed together. The ratio was very precise, so not only was the alcohol high, but it was also very intoxicating. After he finished drinking, he slumped over the dining table. His head was dizzy, and he couldn't lift it. In the moment he lost consciousness, he thought that he had underestimated Gunyinji. Meanwhile, ALS had already lost control of his own body. He was dancing around in the dining room and singing his favorite opera, The Magic Flute. Gunyinji returned to her room. Her heart was beating like a drum, but she still looked calm on the surface. She deftly packed the things she brought with her and quietly sat on the bay windowsill. She watched the quiet night outside to calm her emotions. After a while, she pretended to be thirsty and tiptoed downstairs to find water. As expected, she saw Reinitz drunk and unconscious in the dining room. ALS was hugging a bottle of wine as he sat on the dining room floor and continued singing the opera. Gunyinji smiled and came out to wave at Al's 2 guards at the door. As soon as they saw her come out, the 2 guards greeted her and asked, "May I ask where Miss Gu is going?" Gunyinji shook her head. "Your superior is drunk. The house smells like alcohol." She then pointed to the door. "Aren't you going in to take a look? Your superior is so drunk, he's already singing the opera." The 2 young guards were amused by Gunyinji's words. They came to take a look and said together, "Then we'll take Mr. ALS and leave. Good night, Miss Gu." 09 small, say, net. Gunyinji nodded and said with a smile, "Good night, take care." She waited until the 2 guards carried ALS to the car and left before she turned around and went back into the house. Reinitz was still drunk in the dining room. He was sound asleep, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. One hand clenched into a fist and pressed it under his chin. His entire body was tense, as if he was having a nightmare. Gunyinji's emotions were very complicated. She looked at Reinitz for a while, then tiptoed upstairs to her room. She carried her Hermes Vero bag and wrapped the nun's habit into a bundle. She used plastic wrap to wrap some bread and muffin to eat on the road. She looked back at the room she had stayed in for more than 10 days, then carried a thin woolen blanket on the bed downstairs. When they arrived at the dining room, Gunyinji gently covered Reinitz with a thin blanket. It was already late September, and the nights in Berlin were chilly. Gunyinji didn't want Reinitz to sleep like this all night. He might get sick. Straightening up, she looked back at the room one more time before turning to leave quickly. Coming out of the main door, she gently closed it and walked briskly towards the maple path outside the door. She slowly walked alone on the maple path at night. She thought to herself that if she wasn't under house arrest, she would actually quite like it here. Unfortunately, she couldn't stand days like this. Sometimes she also thought about how, when she first started following Huoshao, it was actually similar to being with Reinitz. There was also no freedom of movement, but the difference was that she was willing to follow Huoshao and be his accessory. She only felt safe when she was with him. She wouldn't even want to leave if he kicked her out, let alone sneak away. It wasn't like now, when she tried every possible way to escape because she was unwilling to be under house arrest. Why did this change happen? Was it because she had already grown up? As Gunyinji thought about it, she keenly sensed that someone was still following her. 09 small, say, net. This was also expected. She didn't think that she would be able to successfully escape by relying on a few bottles of wine to knock out those 2 people. Also, there were so many guards and stalkers. How could she hide by herself? So she actually had another brilliant plan. She just had to turn another corner to reach an intersection. This intersection was a fork in the road. Usually, there was no traffic at all because Reinitz's small villa was in a very remote location. It would take more than an hour to reach the nearest bar. However, there was a place at this fork in the road that was a blind spot for the people following her. As long as she hid in it, the people behind her wouldn't be able to see how she disappeared. They would only think that she had walked to the corner ahead and immediately chase after her. She had discovered this place once when she followed Reinitz out for a walk. At the time, she didn't say anything and only silently memorized this place. This time, it was exactly as she had imagined. Not long after she hid in it, 2 handsome, white men in civilian clothes had already hurriedly run past the intersection in front of her. The 2 stood at the fork in the road and quickly made a phone call. Then, one went left and the other right to chase after her. Gunyinji waited for them to leave before coming out of that place and sprinting in the direction of the bar. She hadn't run for many days, and her body hadn't been able to absorb all the food she had eaten recently. After running for a while, she began to pant with stomach pain. She held her stomach and sat under the tree for a long time before it subsided. She looked up and saw the moonlight and stars through the gaps in the leaves. She was so moved that she wanted to cry. She was finally out, finally free. As long as she could run to the bar, she could find a place to surf the internet or borrow a phone or cell phone. As long as she could contact the outside world, she had nothing to fear. She rested for a while and stood up when she felt that her legs were strong enough to continue running to the bar. The bar was considered a relatively large public place in this area. As long as she got there, everything should be better. Gunyinji only discovered that her body was much weaker than before after escaping this time. She had originally thought that she had a special constitution, but now it seemed that other than her healing speed being slightly faster than normal people, she wasn't invulnerable. She would get sick and weak. If she was in a bad mood, she would be more easily frustrated than normal people. Thinking of this, Gunyinji felt much better. Sure enough, there were gains and losses. She wasn't a monster. She looked around to make sure no one was following her before slowly walking to the bar. Normally, it would only take an hour to walk, but because she was weak, it took her nearly 2 hours to reach the bar. What scared her even more was that as soon as she reached the bar's entrance, she heard the piercing sound of sirens coming from the road behind her. A black vehicle and motorcycle carrying soldiers and police in black uniforms headed to the other side of the small road. That was the direction that Gunyinji had come from, which was also the direction of Reinitz's small villa. Gunyinji shivered when she saw the sinister logo on the vehicles. That was the logo of the Federal Intelligence Agency. It was a modified version of the Gestapo emblem. It was ALS. ALS must have chased after her. Gunyinji didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. When ALS was dragged away by the 2 guards, he was already drunk and unconscious. But thinking about it again, she was also delayed for 2 hours because of her weakness, so there was really no other way. Gunyinji gritted her teeth and pushed the door open to walk into the bar. It was already past 10 at night, and the bar was already closed. She didn't see any bartenders or customers outside. There was no one in the empty hall. Gunyinji thought about it and walked to the back hallway. There was a small door at the back with 2 words written in German. Gunyinji vaguely recognized the words "employees only." This meant that this was a place for employees only and customers should not enter. But Gunyinji couldn't care less. She pushed the door open and walked in. There was a beautiful blonde woman sitting on the sofa in the room. She turned around and glanced at Gunyinji. Gunyinji felt dizzy and instinctively looked away. She said awkwardly, "Excuse me, can I borrow your phone?" The woman raised her eyebrows and immediately smiled. She stood up and said, "Sure." Just as she was about to take out her phone to give it to Gunyinji, she suddenly heard a roar from outside, followed by a series of orderly footsteps. The sound was so loud that the floor of the small bar shook. Gunyinji was even more frightened, but she forced herself to look calm. She reached out to the woman to take the phone. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside, "Is anyone there? Come out. Police on a case. Everyone come out." Gunyinji was so scared that her face turned pale. Didn't those cars already go there? How'd they catch up so quickly? She looked at the blonde woman pleadingly and shook her head. The woman looked at her silently and said in German, "Are they here for you?" I. Gunyinji stuttered a few words before speaking in English. "I was captured by them and placed under house arrest in another place. I just escaped. Please save me." So she looked at her imploringly, and in the eyes of the blonde, the pretty Oriental girl before her was as timid as a frightened lamb. This kind of panic, this kind of fear, this kind of vulnerability, no one would feel threatened by such a little girl, right? Then, who were the people who placed her under house arrest and chased her? Were they from the mafia or the police? From the sirens of the police cars, it should be the police. The blonde woman looked at her blankly with a complicated expression. It seemed like she was considering whether to believe Gunyinji or to hand her over. This was the first night watch. Today was still the third night watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second night watch was 12 noon, and the third night watch was 7 p.m. Thank you to Chi Dian's _sing for the 20,000 Chi Dian coins yesterday. Moi. Today was the last day of March. If you don't vote, your monthly votes will be invalid. Chapter 668. Gun Yinji looked sincerely at the woman in front of her. She could clearly see that this woman had a chivalrous aura, or perhaps it could be called a domineering aura. She was easily protective of weaker people or animals. She couldn't possibly be indifferent to her pleas. At this time, Gun Yinji felt that asking a stranger for help was even safer than going to Smith and the others. Who knew if the Trojan horse in Smith's phone was still a sex addict? If they still hadn't discovered the Trojan horse, then she would be walking right into a trap if she called them. The blonde woman looked at her again and seemed to have made up her mind. Gun Yinji was delighted. Hearing someone call her out again, the blonde woman quickly pushed the sofa away to reveal a tunnel under it. She said in English with a German accent, "Go down. We'll talk when I come back." Gun Yinji quickly thanked her and jumped down without another word. The woman covered the floor and pushed the sofa back. Then, she messed up her hair and loosened her collar, looking as if she had just woken up. She walked out flirtatiously and lit a cigarette in her hand. She said lazily, "What's the matter? Sir, my bar is already closed, but if you want a drink, I can make one for you myself." She even winked at the handsome man. Standing in front of her was a tall, handsome man with feminine features. It was ALS. His eyes were still red, and it was obvious that he was drunk but had been forcefully awakened. "No need. Let me ask you, has an Asian woman been here before?" ALS took out his phone. There was a photo of Gun Yinji that he had taken at some point in time. She was sitting on the bay window. Her white veil fluttered in the wind, and her black hair flew. Her black eyes were bright, and she had a faint smile on her face. She looked like a forest elf. The blonde lady owner smiled when she saw it. "Oh, what a beautiful girl. Is she your lover?" ALS almost couldn't stand straight. He glared at the lady owner. "What lover? She's a fugitive." "A fugitive? Fugitive? Oh, what crime did she commit?" The blonde lady owner looked curious. "She's so beautiful. I wouldn't forget her if I saw her." "Sir, is there a reward for capturing her? You know, I have a small business here, and I often can't borrow money. If there's a reward, I'll ask my men to keep their eyes open. If they see this little girl, they'll immediately call the police, okay?" Only then was ALS satisfied. He nodded and said, "Yes, of course there's a reward, and it's a lot. It's enough to buy your little bar." "So many." The blonde boss lady's eyes shone with greed. She patted her snow-white, plump chest and promised, "I will catch her. No, I won't wait here. I want to go out and see if she's hiding at the foot of the mountain or in the woods by the lake. There's also a big valley nearby. There are many caves in there that can hide people." The more she spoke, the more excited she became. She could not wait to call her staff to look for it. After all, money could move people's hearts. LS looked as if he had been convinced by her. He nodded slowly. "I forgot about the valley nearby. Let's go." To the valley. He turned around and left. The sound of his tall, military boots echoed on the floor of the bar. Hearing their voices gradually fade away, the blonde boss lady returned to the staff-only room. She closed the door and pushed the sofa away. She lifted a piece of floorboard under the sofa and said, "Come out." "They're all gone." Gun Yinji popped her head out from the basement stairs and looked outside. The blonde boss lady reached out for her and pulled her out. Gun Yinji climbed up from the basement and said quietly, "Thank you for helping me. I didn't think they would find me so quickly. It's okay. I'm closed today, so no one saw you. Don't be afraid." The blonde boss lady looked at her. "Tell me, what did you do?" "That man just now wasn't a normal police officer. He's a soldier. I recognized his epaulets. He should be a colonel." She paused. Such a young colonel. He must have done a lot of meritorious deeds. She glanced at Gun Yinji from the corner of her eye. Her expression became suspicious again. Gun Yinji smiled and told the woman about Al's identity. That man just now, was he wearing a black uniform? He was very handsome, but also very feminine. Oh, I think so. Why? Are you really his lover? The blonde lady boss's eyes widened, and her expression became thought-provoking. Could it be that he raped you, and you refused to submit to him, so he imprisoned you? What a sadistic love. I like it. Gun Yinji couldn't help but feel speechless. Why was his boss lady so unreliable? Her imagination was so melodramatic. Why didn't she go write web novels? Gun Yinji couldn't help but curse inside, but she still smiled weakly. She said timidly, "No, I offended a powerful person, and that person wants to harm me." Oh, that sounded even more melodramatic. Oh? The blonde boss lady's eyes widened. Powerful person? Who? Gun Yinji looked down. I don't dare to say his name. If I have the chance to escape, I'll definitely tell you who he is. She was so pitiful. She didn't even dare to say the name of the person who harmed her. The boss lady looked at her with pity. Okay, then don't say it. I believe you. What are your plans? Gun Yinji thought about it. It's already very late. Can you let me stay here for the night? I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Okay, that's not a problem. The boss lady was very forthright. There's a staff dormitory behind here. It was originally for my 2 guys on duty, but business is getting slower and slower. Everyone leaves before 10 at night, so there's no need to be on duty. Since there's no one staying here, you can make do with it for the night. Gun Yinji nodded and remembered her phone. She said to the boss lady, "Can I borrow your phone?" The boss lady quickly unlocked the fingerprint lock for her. Take it. Call your family? Gun Yinji nodded and took the phone. She instinctively wanted to call Hua Xiao, In Shi Xiang, or Zhao Yangzi, but her fingers slid on the boss lady's phone. She still dialed He Jichu's number. She didn't want to leave Hua Xiaoheng's, In Shi Xiang's, or Zhao Yangzi's numbers on other people's phones. Their numbers were top secret and couldn't be known by outsiders. There were many consequences when a person's phone number was known by others. None of the consequences were acceptable to people in Hua Xiaoheng's line of work. However, He Jichu's phone rang for a long time, but no one picked up. Even his voicemail didn't appear. It was like he couldn't be reached at all. Gun Yinji was confused. Was He Jichu not back yet? She had been under house arrest in Reinitz's small villa for the past 10 days and hadn't contacted the outside world. She didn't even see He Jichu's name appear in the Li Haiqin case. What was going on outside? Gun Yinji desperately wanted to return to Munich, but she couldn't do it now. ALS was outside with his men, searching for her. She had to wait until tomorrow, or the day after, when the security here was lax. The owner looked at her sympathetically. Can't get through? Or is no one picking up? I don't know. Gun Yinji shook her head and handed the phone back to the owner. Thank you. She then asked, Do you have a computer here? Can you surf the internet? The owner nodded. We have a laptop. My 2 friends and I usually watch movies and play games. You can use it if you want. Gun Yinji was overjoyed. She followed the owner to the staff's temporary dormitory to stay and wait for tomorrow. Before the owner left, she handed the laptop to her. Make do with it. It's very old. Gun Yinji smiled brightly and excitedly accepted the laptop. After the owner left, Gun Yinji lay on the bed alone and quickly turned on the laptop to connect to the internet. She first browsed the news. It was no different from what she had seen in Reinitz. She looked again and saw there was no instant messaging software on the computer. She decided to download one and install it. At least she could still contact Ma Qiqi. There was an instant messaging software from the Huaxia Empire. He Jichu didn't use it, and neither did Hua Xiaoheng and the others. However, Ma Qiqi used it every day. Gun Yinji happily found the download page and clicked to download it. However, the computer required a password to download things to the hard drive. Gun Yinji angrily slapped the laptop. Did the security have to be so strict? The owner had already left. Gun Yinji didn't want to call her so late at night to ask for the password to download the software. That would be too much. At most, she would ask the owner when she came tomorrow morning. Turning off the laptop, Gun Yinji was a bit sleepy. She yawned and suddenly remembered there was a landline in the bar other than cell phones. That was why she had subconsciously wanted to call the owner's cell phone. All of Gu Nianji's sleepiness was gone. She crawled out of bed and went to the lobby of the bar. She found the landline and dialed He Jichu's number again. This time, she dialed the number in his room at the Munich Hilton. The phone rang 3 times before it hung up. She couldn't get through it all. Gu Nianji didn't give up and directly called the Hilton's lobby customer service. This time it went through. However, just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard a very quiet clicking sound. She immediately hung up with her heart pounding. She was very familiar with the clicking sound. Someone was eavesdropping on the phone here and was recording it. The clicking sound was the unique sound of an old-fashioned voice recorder when it started up. It was the second watch. Today was still the third watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third watch, 7 p.m. Today was the last day of March. If you don't vote, your monthly votes will be invalid. Chapter 669. There's still the third shift at 7 p.m. Let's see if you can still vote. If you can, please vote for the Major General. Chapter 670. It can't be? Who's tapping the phone? Could it be that ALS had already discovered her? After all, with the abilities of the Gestapo, National Secret Police, back in the day, tapping phones was a trivial matter. However, after thinking about it carefully, Gu Nianji felt that it was impossible. If they had already discovered that she was here, ALS could have just brought his men to break in. Why would they need to sneak around and listen in on the phone? Gu Nianji's mind was in a mess, but she didn't dare to make any more calls. ALS could probably think of all the methods she could think of to contact the outside world. As a result, she couldn't even trust the internet. They could tap regular landlines and cell phones, so of course, they could also monitor the internet. Also, monitoring the internet was much easier than tapping regular landlines. Gu Nianji went back to her room to sleep gloomily. She suddenly realized that she couldn't call an escape because she was still under Al's thorough investigation. She didn't know how Reinitz was. Gu Nianji originally wanted to test if ALS would put Reinitz in jail, but now she realized she was too naive. How would she test him? Go back and take a look? Haha. ALS must have prepared enough men to wait for her to walk into the trap. The Gestapo's specialty was that they had an all-encompassing network. They covered every single person in a village, a small town, and even a city. There was nowhere to hide. Under such tight surveillance, could she still leave Berlin and go to Munich? Gu Nianji couldn't sleep. She got up and turned on her laptop to search for a map of the nearby area. There was a subway 5 miles away from here that would take her to the city or the airport. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She could take the subway there directly to the airport and buy a plane ticket there. However, she quickly became dispirited. She didn't have a passport or a German ID, so there was no way she could buy a plane ticket. So she could only take the train from Berlin to Munich. Gu Nianji decided on where she would go the next day before feeling sleepy and falling asleep. She woke up early the next morning and went to the small bathroom to wash up and change into the nun's habit. The people must have told ALS about her escape yesterday, so she could temporarily disguise herself with the nun's habit. There were probably nuns around here. When Gu Nianji walked with Reinitz on the maple path, she would sometimes see a convent towering in the mountains that looked like a castle. When she left the staff dormitory, she saw a baseball bat propped up in the corner of the wall. She didn't have anything on her to defend herself, and the nun's uniform was wide and large. It would be too easy to hide a baseball bat inside. She took the stick and stuffed it into the nun's habit. She tied it to the side of her body and put $50 in cash into the staff-only room. The blonde owner remembered that Gu Nianji was there, so she rushed to the bar early in the morning before the employees went to work. Madame almost shrieked at the sight of a nun coming out of the dormitory. After a while, she finally recognized Gu Nianji. "You really scared me." She pouted at Gu Nianji. "You plan on going out like that?" Gu Nianji nodded and crossed herself. "Thank you for giving me a place to stay last night. May God bless you." The owner smiled. "That's pretty similar." As she spoke, She handed her a paper box. I bought you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot before you go. Gunyinji was hungry and wanted to go out to buy something to eat, but now that the owner had kindly bought it for her, she took it and looked at it. The owner bought her a donut, a bottle of milk, and 2 freshly baked white sausages. Gunyinji's eyes lit up. She smiled at the owner. Thank you. I love white sausages. You're welcome. We only have white sausages here. Everything else tastes terrible. The proprietress giggled. Sausages are the only thing you can eat in Germany. I studied in Paris, France, and that was a food paradise. Gunyinji laughed and thought to herself that the real food paradise was in the Huaxiao Empire. Okay? But she didn't argue with the owner. She smiled. Thank you. I'll eat on the way. It's getting late. I'd better leave early. Seeing her insistence, the owner didn't force her to stay. She squinted her beautiful green eyes and smiled. Have a safe journey. Gunyinji bowed again to thank her and carried the bag of breakfast. In the beginning, she was still very happy when she left. She tore a bit of the breakfast the owner gave her and gave it to the wild ducks on the side of the road. Seeing that they were fine, she ate it herself. After eating, she threw the paper box into the trash can and continued on her way. But when she was about a mile away from the train station, Gunyinji saw a line in front of her. She was walking on a country road, not a main road with cars. Most of the people she saw were mountain bikers, so she was very surprised to see a line on such a road. Gunyinji walked to the end of the line and asked a kind-looking old woman, "May I ask why there's a line in front of us? Isn't there a pedestrian and bicycle path here?" The old woman laughed. "I heard there's a checkpoint up ahead to catch a fugitive." She didn't seem worried at all. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She stood beside the old woman and stood on her tiptoes to look at a group of men in black uniforms standing nearby. Her entire body trembled. Sure enough, they were wearing the same uniform as ALS. It seemed like they were either his colleagues or his subordinates. In other words, they had considered all kinds of possibilities, from the internet to telephones to transportation. Gunyinji felt like she would be caught by ALS in one fell swoop. She hid her right hand under the nun's robe and angrily gave ALS the middle finger before turning to leave. She couldn't get through here, so she had to think of another way. She wandered around outside for a day. The place wasn't big, so she had explored it thoroughly but still couldn't get out. She didn't want to go back to the bar and cause trouble for the kind owner. In the evening, she discovered that she would have to sleep outdoors again. But this time, it was different from the time in the Alps. She had been in pain back then because she had been forced to, but now, she was willing because she was willing. She would rather have the sky as her blanket and the ground as her bed than live a carefree life under someone else's supervision. Gunyinji stretched lazily and easily found an empty spot in the forest to sit down. This was a place where people in the area barbecued. There were also some iron barbecue grills in the open space in the forest. Gunyinji found some dry wood and leaves and put them in the grill. She lit it with her Zippo lighter and covered it with a lid. It was just right for the fire, and the light wouldn't seep out, so it wouldn't start burning. She leaned against the grill and felt exceptionally warm. Gunyinji drifted off to sleep, but she was alert in her dreams and didn't completely fall asleep. What she didn't know was that at that moment, her earring flashed red again. Not far away from her, 2 Huaxiao Imperial Special Operations Forces field personnel wearing Bluetooth headsets had their throats slit from the back with a knife and were buried under the leaves. They had been following the coordinates indicated in the headset and were searching for the Huaxia Empire Special Operations Forces field personnel. Gunyinji was half asleep. She held her small bag in one hand and a baseball bat in the other. Even in the wilderness, she maintained a state of vigilance that allowed her to jump up and hit the enemy at any time. Suddenly, there was the sound of a dead branch being stepped on again. She was once very familiar with this sound. After her experience in the Alps, it had almost become her nightmare. So she quickly woke up and looked around. The fire in the barbecue grill she was leaning against should have already been extinguished. It was only warm, but it provided enough heat to keep her from freezing. Burp! There was another sound of a dead branch being stepped on again. The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched. She quietly got up and carried her baseball bat as she scurried into the depths of the forest. Hiding in the forest, Gunyinji took advantage of the moonlight shining on the clearing in the middle of the forest to see two people walk in from outside the forest and stand in the clearing where she had been. They looked around as if they were looking for something. Under the moonlight, one of them turned his head. Gunyinji saw his face clearly and was instantly shocked. That person was a Chinese person like her. What were they doing here? Gunyinji had been here for more than 10 days and hadn't seen a single Chinese person. She hid motionlessly in the forest and held her breath to see what the other party's goal was. She had always been very cautious, and her encounters over the past few days had taught her that no matter how careful she was, it was never too much, because she only had one life. The two people circled the open space and also moved their Bluetooth headsets as if they were listening to something. Finally, they looked at each other and said, "It should be here." The signal stopped here, and the coordinates are accurate to within 10 meters. She should be in the forest. That thing is still with her, right? It should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't keep moving. The two people whispered to each other. Their voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either. Gunyinji was confused. What were they trying to do? Just as her confusion was about to reach its peak, the two people suddenly slowly walked towards where she was hiding. It was very dark in the depths of the forest, but the open space in the middle of the forest used for picnics was very bright because of the moonlight. The smiles on their faces were a little strange, but they slowly approached the place where she was hiding. Gunyinji only felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. She had always had a little animal's intuition for danger, and now that her intuition was wrong, she was about to sneak away when she heard the two people finally speak. "Miss Gu, are you here? Don't be afraid. Huashao asked us to save you." It was the third watch. Today was still the third watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was the last day of March, so if you don't vote, your monthly votes will be invalid. Chapter 671. Miss Gu, we've been looking for you for a long time. Didn't you go missing in Munich? Why are you in Berlin? The two of them spoke in Mandarin with perfect articulation and an imperial capital accent. The two of them walked as they spoke in her direction. Gunyinji had longed and struggled for so long, hoping someone would come and save her. She especially hoped that Huashao would appear and save her. However, when the two of them actually said that Huashao wanted them to come and save her, she couldn't believe it. Were they Huashao's colleagues in the Special Operations Forces? They had protected her in the dark before and had never let anything happen to her. The corners of Gunyinji's eyes were wet, and her heart was in turmoil. She wondered if she should go out. She was also a little worried that this was a trap set by the cunning ALS. At that moment, she heard the two of them speak again. "It should be here, right? There seemed to be someone here just now." Gunyinji's heart was in turmoil. She didn't know if she should believe them. However, if she kept quiet and the two of them shouted again, it would probably attract ALS, who was searching for her nearby. What if the two of them were really sent by Huashao? Wouldn't she have missed a chance to escape? She knew clearly that it wasn't impossible to escape Berlin on her own, but the process would be long and tortuous. She was already tired. Gunyinji thought about it for a while and finally made up her mind. She hid the baseball bat behind her and pushed aside the bushes to slowly walk out of the forest. "Excuse me, are you from the Huaxia Empire?" She also spoke Mandarin. Although the two of them had always known that the target they were looking for was here, they were still shocked when she suddenly appeared. Raising his head, he saw a nun dressed in black walking out of the forest. It was really creepy in the dark. However, they quickly regained their senses and were ecstatic. Cicada appeared on her own. One of them walked towards Gunyinji and smiled. "Yes, we are from the Huaxia Empire. You're Gunyinji, right? We've been looking for you for a long time." Gunyinji took a step back and asked, "Where are your IDs?" She didn't recognize the two of them. She didn't know anyone from the Special Operations Forces. Identification? The two of them laughed and thought that their boss was really impressive. He said that this girl was naturally suspicious and wouldn't trust them easily. She would definitely ask them for IDs, so he specifically asked them to bring 2 proper Special Operations Forces IDs. One of the men whipped out a document the size of a passport from his pocket and opened it to show it to Gun Yinji. "Look, this is my ID." When Gun Yinji heard this, her mind exploded like fireworks. It wasn't excitement, but resentment and anger. These 2 people were definitely not from the Special Forces. Gun Yinji knew very well that because of the special nature of the work of the Special Operations Forces, they couldn't even bring their own phones when they went on missions, let alone identification. Who had ever heard of a soldier carrying a Special Operations Forces ID with him to prove his identity? There's no cure for a moron. However, she could not be anxious. How did these 2 people find her? Gun Yinji still had questions about whether or not they were Al's people. She tilted her head and pretended to be curious. "Then how did you find me?" The 2 people in front of her were obviously even more excited. They smiled and said, "You have our GPS device on you. We only need to check to know where you are." "Really?" Gun Yinji's heart sank. She knew that Hua Xiaoheng had given her very tight security in the past, so it wasn't strange to have such a device. But now it was obvious that there was a mole in the Special Operations Forces. Of course. "How else do you think we found you so quickly?" The man smiled as he walked closer. His footsteps were a bit hurried, probably because he was too excited. His palm tilted slightly against the moonlight, and a cold light flashed in his palm. Gun Yinji saw that it was clearly a dagger. The uneasiness in her heart finally exploded. Her right hand swung out like lightning from behind her back, and the thick and hard baseball bat whooshed through the air like a metal rod. She scolded fiercely. "Find your head. Do you know that your skin is peeling? I'll beat you to death. You brainless TCH who still pretends to be pretentious." Gun Yinji directly hit the artery on the side of the man's neck. Even though she wasn't very strong, the power of the baseball bat couldn't be underestimated. Her target was accurate and ruthless. The man only felt his vision go black, and the side of his neck was in excruciating pain. Then, very quickly, a patch of extravasated blood seeped out from his subcutaneous tissue. His neck turned purple and gradually swelled up into a large bruise. His arm was extremely sore and numb, like the tendon in the elbow had been hit. He couldn't even hold the dagger in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a clatter. Gun Yinji swung the bat and immediately turned to dash into the depths of the forest. She couldn't even see her fingers in the dark forest. Gun Yinji stumbled as she ran and couldn't see where she was going. She hit the side of her face head-on against a tree, and her little face immediately swelled up. The man in front of her thought that Gun Yinji would show herself and ask for identification, so she wouldn't suspect them. He thought it would be a piece of cake. He didn't expect her to suddenly attack and run into the depths of the forest. He wanted to stop her, but the pain was so intense that even his vision was blurred. He reflexively said, "Chase," and collapsed. "Chase what? Just shoot." The man behind him hadn't spoken the entire time, but now he was impatient. He didn't care that the man in front of him had already collapsed. He took out a long-handled, high-powered pistol with a silencer and a scope. He aimed in the direction Gun Yinji was running and fired several shots. A bullet grazed Gun Yinji's left arm and hit a tree trunk in the forest. Although there was a silencer installed, the sound of the bullet hitting the tree trunk was exceptionally loud in the quiet night. Gun Yinji staggered a few steps forward from the force of the bullet's impact and fell to the ground. She thought she was doomed this time, but she didn't expect the sound of the bullet hitting the tree to attract the police and soldiers that ALS had placed in the area to search for Gun Yinji. A flurry of footsteps could be heard, and Gun Yinji only had time to curl up and hide behind a large tree. Not far away, there were a few gunshots, and then everything quieted down. The battle seemed to have ended. Gun Yinji heard Al's secret police speak in German. 2 dead. Wait, that's not right. 2 dead here as well. 4 in total. Gun Yinji closed her eyes. There were clearly only 2 people, so why did those people say 4 dead? Could it be that people from the Special Operations Forces had really come to rescue her, and they had been killed by these 2 people first? Gun Yinji's tears instantly gushed out. She used her hand to cover her mouth and slowly moved toward the other side of the forest. The people searching for her were delayed by the 4 dead people and couldn't catch up to her in time. Or maybe those people didn't even know what the 4 people were doing, so they didn't connect the 4 people to Gun Yinji. In any case, those people didn't continue to chase after her. Gun Yinji only felt grateful. She moved around in the deep forest for a few hours. It was not until the sky was about to brighten that she came out of the dark forest. The moment she exited the forest, she froze. Had she gone in a circle? She had returned to the back door of the bar that she had left yesterday morning. Gun Yinji covered her left arm that had been grazed by a bullet again. She hesitated for a while before walking over and knocking on the back door of the bar. A handsome blonde young man opened the door and saw a nun with half her face swollen. He quickly smiled. "How may I help you, wet nurse?" Gun Yinji's arm was in excruciating pain, and her face was swollen. Her voice trembled as she struggled to speak. I'm looking for your lady boss." "Lady boss? Oh, wait a moment." The young man nodded with a smile and quickly called the blonde lady boss to the back door. As soon as the lady boss saw the nun's clothes, she immediately recognized her. When she saw that half of her face was swollen and that there was a faint smell of blood on her body, she covered her mouth in astonishment and said in a low voice, "What happened to you? Who hit you?" Gun Yinji looked at her and opened her mouth to speak, but her vision went black. Her body went limp, and she immediately fainted in front of the lady boss. The lady boss was so frightened that she quickly hugged her and took her to the staff dormitory in the back. When Gun Yinji woke up, she found herself lying in the staff dormitory where she had stayed the night before. Her left arm had been bandaged, and her nun's uniform had been taken off. The baseball bat that she had taken with her was also placed beside her bed. Gun Yinji blushed when she saw the baseball bat. She didn't know if the lady boss had seen the $50 she had put on the table. She didn't have much cash in her wallet. Raising her wrist to look at her watch, she saw that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. She had slept from morning to afternoon. Perhaps it was because she had lost too much blood, but she was a bit thirsty. Just as she was about to get up to find water, the dormitory door was quietly pushed open. The handsome blonde young man that she had first seen at the back door of the bar that morning poked his head in to see that she was awake. He quickly asked, "You're awake?" Then he pushed the door open and entered. Seeing that Gun Yinji was about to get up, he quickly helped her up and asked, "What do you want to do?" This was simple German, so Gun Yinji understood it very well. She weakly said, "Water. I need to drink water. I'll get you water." The young man stood up and took a bottle of mineral water from the corner of the wall. He unscrewed the cap and placed it in her right hand. Gun Yinji picked it up and drank half the bottle in one go. The blonde young man looked at her and laughed. "Don't be in such a hurry. There's more." Gun Yinji was too thirsty, so she drank half the bottle in one go before she felt better. She put the bottle of mineral water on the bedside table beside the bed and said to the young man, "Thank you." This was the first update. Today was still the third update asking for monthly and recommended votes. The second update was 12 noon, and the third update was 7 p.m. Today was the first day of April. Don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. Should we add updates based on the monthly votes? Chapter 672. You're welcome. The young man adjusted the thin blanket for her. "Are you hungry? You slept all day. Do you want something to eat?" He continued, "This is a bar, so we only have some snacks. I'll go buy them for you. What do you want to eat?" Gun Yinji was so hungry that she almost turned into a paper doll. She pursed her lips and whispered, "Anything is fine. I'm not picky." "Okay." The young man's smile grew wider. "I'll go buy it for you." Gun Yinji looked up at him and suddenly said, "Excuse me, can I borrow your phone for a while?" "Sure." The young man generously offered his phone without hesitation. It was also an Apple phone, but it was an older model. To make sure Gun Yinji didn't feel awkward, he said thoughtfully, "Take your time to make the call. Don't worry, contact the nunnery. I'll go buy you something to eat first." Did he really think she was a nun? Gun Yinji was speechless. The young man left, leaving Gun Yinji alone in the room. Gun Yinji opened the phone and dialed Hijichu's number again. Just like that day, Hijichu's phone kept ringing, but no one picked up and she couldn't leave a message. Listening to the eternal ringtone, Gun Yinji silently rubbed her phone and gained a new understanding of her situation. She gave up on calling him. She thought that regardless of whether Professor he returned from his hometown or not, she probably wouldn't be able to reach his phone. Gun Yinji didn't dare call Smith's and the others' phones because she was worried about the Trojan virus. She didn't dare call Hua Xiaoheng, In Shixiang, and Zhao Liangza on a stranger's phone. Who else could she call? Gun Yinji frowned and thought hard. After a while, she suddenly thought of Ma Qiqi. She could call Ma Qiqi. She now knew that the mastermind knew her situation very well, so they wouldn't be wary of an ordinary person like Ma Qiqi with no background. Because compared to the other people around Gun Yinji, Ma Qiqi was a complete passerby. In the eyes of the mastermind, Ma Qiqi might be a small fry that they wouldn't take seriously at all. But because of this, she was able to take advantage of their loopholes. She wanted to try and see if she could tear a hole in the inescapable net that person had woven so that she could escape and see the sky of freedom again. Gun Yinji had never imagined that Ma Qiqi would be the last straw to clutch at when she was in danger. She nervously dialed Ma Qiqi's number, but unfortunately, as soon as she dialed the number, the German mobile operator sent her a text notification saying that the phone didn't have international roaming service enabled, so she couldn't call blah blah. Gun Yinji rubbed her forehead. She finally felt the god of fate's evil intentions. She had finally found a person who was generous enough to lend her a phone, but this person's phone could not make international calls. Of course, she knew that it was very expensive to call an international number directly, and that young man was working as a waiter in such a deserted village bar. He probably wasn't a rich man with a good family background. Gun Yinji didn't want to make such a phone call and cause him to receive an astronomical bill. Most importantly, even if she paid the bill herself, she wouldn't be able to use the international calling service immediately. She couldn't make the call, so Gun Yinji looked down at his phone screen and casually dialed. She saw an app that she was very familiar with, and her heart instantly pounded. She hadn't expected that this young man's phone would have the most popular instant messaging app installed in the Huaxia Empire. It was the instant messaging app that she had wanted to install on the lady boss's laptop the night before. She had previously heard that the instant messaging app was also very popular abroad in the Huaxia Empire, but she had thought it was just an exaggeration. Now that she saw it, it was indeed worthy of its reputation. However, Gun Yinji's eyes turned, and she secretly chuckled. What a coincidence! Yes, although she couldn't make international calls, she could use the instant messaging app. See, what a coincidence! Gun Yinji's lips curled into a mocking smile. Her fingers tapped lightly to open the app, and she entered the account and password she used in school to quickly log in. It should be around 9 p.m. in the Huaxia Empire. Gun Yinji quickly opened her friends list and saw Ma Qiqi's profile picture lit up. She immediately sent a message without hesitation. However, Ma Qiqi didn't seem to be there at the moment and was only online. She waited for a while, but didn't get a response. Then she heard footsteps outside the door. Someone was coming. Gun Yinji could only immediately change her mind. Opening their conversation, Gun Yinji opened the camera on her phone and quickly said to the camera, Qiqi, Qiqi, I'm in Berlin. Save me. Then she quickly clicked send and quickly logged out. At the same time, she took a few seconds to erase any traces of her login. Just as she put down her phone, the door opened. The blonde lady boss walked in with a household first aid kit. She smiled and said, You're finally awake. Gun Yinji smiled and smoothed her hair. Thank you for taking me in again. I took your baseball bat and put $50 in that room. Did you see it? I saw it. I made a profit. The lady boss winked at her. I only spent 15 euros to buy the baseball bat, and it's been used for a few years. Plus the depreciation, it's a huge profit. Gun Yinji nodded and said calmly, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it. I just wanted something to protect myself. If it wasn't for this, she touched the baseball bat beside the bed, I wouldn't have been able to come see you alive. Speaking of this, The lady boss's expression became serious. What's your name? The police outside are still looking for you. Also, they found 4 bodies in the woods over there this morning. They said they were all Huaxia. As she spoke, she looked Gun Yinji up and down with a look of disbelief. It was as if she couldn't believe that Gun Yinji, who was so thin that even the wind could blow her over, could kill 4 strong men. Gun Yinji revealed a trace of worry as she thought about what the police said late last night. She was very worried that among the 4 people who died, 2 of them were Special Operations Forces field agents. The other 2 must be bad guys who deserved to die. If that was true, then the Special Operations Forces already knew something had happened to her and could use GPS to locate her. But they were killed by the other 2 bad guys, which meant the traitor in the Special Operations Forces had already joined forces with the people who were after her. If the people on the other side knew her whereabouts, then the people who were after her here would be able to find her. Gun Yinji's expression was very ugly. She raised her hand and slowly rubbed the diamond earrings on her earlobes. The lady boss saw that she was silent. Half her face was swollen, and there was a bullet wound on her arm. She sighed. Don't worry. You definitely didn't kill them. Here, I'll change your bandages. As she spoke, she opened a first aid kit and took out the gauze and medicine inside. She leaned over to untie the bandage on Gun Yinji's left arm. Gun Yinji reacted and protected her left arm without batting an eyelid. No need to trouble you. Just leave it here. I'll change it myself later. Can you change it by yourself? The lady boss didn't insist. She put the things down and said to her, I heard everyone say that 2 of the 4 people were stubbornly resisting the police and were finally killed by them. The other 2 were killed by having their throats slit. It was done by the 2 people who were killed by the police. Oh, are you sure? Gun Yinji sat up straight. Her expression became nervous. How did the police confirm it? It's very simple. I heard that the 2 people who were killed by the police had a dagger on them. Their fingerprints were on the dagger, and the blood of the 2 people who had their throats slit. They knew it after comparison. So, this case has already been closed. Don't worry. It has nothing to do with you. The lady boss comforted Gun Yinji kindly. Gun Yinji smiled and pulled at the wound on her face. It hurt so much that she snorted. It has nothing to do with me? I was beaten up like this by them. I only hate that I didn't get revenge with my own hands. The lady boss was curious. Who beat you up? The 2 people whose throats were slit, or the 2 people who were shot by the police? The 2 people who were killed by the police. Gun Yinji shrugged. It should be them. To be honest, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known there were 2 people. I see. The lady boss nodded and stood up. Then you rest. I'll go out first. She reminded her, remember to change your bandages. Gun Yinji agreed and watched the lady boss leave. As soon as the lady boss left, the blond young man who had bought her food arrived. In his hand was a paper bag with an M written on it. It was McDonald's fast food. Gun Yinji laughed. Okay, there was McDonald's here too? The young man put the paper bag on the bedside table and said to her, I rode my bike to buy it. It's still warm. Do you want to eat it now? Thank you. Gun Yinji nodded slightly and took the paper bag. She opened the box inside and took out a piece of fried chicken. She wrapped it in a paper towel and handed it to the young man. Here, let's eat together. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. It was time for a meal. The young man didn't pretend to be polite. He took the fried chicken from Gun Yinji and ate it in big bites. Gun Yinji also took some fries for him and poured half a box of milk from McDonald's for him. She picked some food from the paper bag for the young man to eat. She watched with a smile on her face as the young man finished his meal. Then she began to eat slowly. The young man looked very honest and said sheepishly, I'm so sorry. I actually finished before you. It's okay. Gun Yinji smiled at him. My face is swollen and I eat very slowly. It's normal for you to finish faster than me. The young man finally smiled and asked her, Do you still need your phone? Oh no, thank you. Gun Yinji pointed to the phone next to her pillow. Thank you so much. She kept thanking him. The young man was very happy and said, It's good to be able to help you. He seemed to sympathize with her. A nun was beaten up like this, and still didn't dare to call the police, it was the second watch. Today was still the third watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third watch was 7 p.m. Today was the first day of April. Don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. How about 300 monthly votes and one watch? If there were 600 votes tomorrow before 7 p.m., then there would be 4 watch tomorrow? Haha, a beautiful wish. Chapter 673. Gun Yinji quietly ate McDonald's and calmly ignored the young man's passionate and pitiful gaze. After finishing McDonald's, Gun Yinji fell asleep again. In the B University dormitory in the Huaxia Empire's imperial capital, Ma Qiqi had just returned to her dorm after studying at night. Out of habit, she looked at Gun Yinji's door. It was still tightly locked. There were no lights or people inside. She opened her door and put down her bag. She went to the bathroom to wash her face and sat at the desk under the window. On the desk, there was her laptop. She had been bored recently and was playing a game. When she went to the library to study, she would use the computer to level up. She sat down to look at the progress of the game and nodded in satisfaction before exiting the game. As soon as she exited, she saw the little icon of her instant messaging app jumping. Someone had sent her a message. Ma Qiqi clicked it open and gasped. It was actually Gun Yinji's account that sent her a message, and it was a video. Ma Qiqi was overjoyed and quickly clicked on it. The video quickly downloaded and began to play automatically. As soon as she saw the video clearly, her smile froze. In the video, she saw a girl with half of her face swollen and bruised. She was anxiously saying to her, "Qiqi, Qiqi, I'm in Berlin. Save me." Ma Qiqi watched it several times before she finally recognized the girl in the video. She gasped. It was Yinji. Gun Yinji. How'd she get beaten up like this? Ma Qiqi jumped up from her seat and grabbed her hair as she paced around the dormitory. Wasn't Gun Yinji with Professor He? How'd she get beaten up like this and still need to ask for help? What the hell happened? Ma Qiqi was panicking in her dormitory. She remembered that Gun Yinji hadn't replied to her message for a long time and thought she was too busy. Could something have happened? But they hadn't heard anything about it. Ma Qiqi remembered that Gun Yinji went to Germany with Professor He Jichu. Without another word, she began to search for He Jichu's contact information on the department's website. She wanted to find him and find out what happened. She would rather someone had hacked Yinji's chat account to ask her for money than for it to be true. After searching the faculty's intranet for a long time, she could only find He Jichu's faculty phone number and email address. Even an idiot would know that He Jichu was currently doing very well in Germany. So how would he have time to check the department's phone messages and emails? However, although He Jichu was very famous in Germany, Ma Qiqi wasn't infatuated with him, so she didn't pay much attention to his personal whereabouts. How do I find his contact information in Germany? Ma Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. She remembered the He Jichu fan club she had once followed. The fan club blogger could be considered He Jichu's #1 love-struck fan. His daily routine was to lick He Jichu's beautiful photos from all angles. Ma Qiqi immediately logged onto Weibo and quickly found the He Jichu fan club she had been a fan of before. The first thing she saw was the blogger's pinned Weibo post. It turned out to be a German social media account. Curious, she clicked on it and discovered that the pinned German social media account was actually He Jichu's official German account. Looking at the profile photo, Ma Qiqi could immediately tell that it was Gun Yinji's back. Although the background photo was blurred, Ma Qiqi could still see that it was the B University campus. Soon, her eyes were attracted by the note below the social media account. "Waiting for you to come home, damn." Ma Qiqi's heart instantly tightened. Didn't this photo and this note mean that Yinji had gone missing? Even Professor, he couldn't find her. Was that why Professor, he had changed his low-profile style in the Huaxia Empire and was so high-profile in Germany? In an era as advanced as the internet, Yinji could easily contact Professor He and find her way home. But what if Yinji had really been captured? She thought about the video in which half of Gun Yinji's face was bruised. Because the image wasn't clear, it looked even more frightening. She almost couldn't recognize who it was at first glance. Ma Chichi flipped through the articles one by one and really had to thank the blogger who was obsessed with Yijichu. She saved all the news about Yijichu in Germany and translated it into Mandarin. She listed, liked, and reposted it on her Weibo. It also made it easier for Ma Chichi to see what Yijichu had been doing recently in Germany. The more she looked at Yijichu's recent schedule, the more frightened Ma Chichi became. She didn't know if it was because she had a preconceived notion, but she just believed that his account hadn't been hacked, and he wasn't a scammer. If he really was a scammer, he would probably have already given her a bank account number for her to transfer money to. What kind of scammer would only say where they were, but not their bank account number? Ma Chichi's fingers trembled. Trembling, she downloaded the English version of the German social media app and registered a secondary account. Then she followed Yijichu's official account and immediately sent him a private message. AI Meng Chichi. Professor He, I'm Ma Chichi, Ninji's roommate. I want to ask if something happened to Ninji. I just received a video from her. When Ma Chichi sent the private message, she didn't think she would immediately receive a call from Yijichu. After all, she saw that the number of fans on that account was already in the millions. An account with millions of fans in Germany was already amazing, so there must have been a lot of people sending him private messages. Also, it was hard to say if Yijichu was personally managing it. Therefore, after sending the private message, she went to the bathroom to shower and get ready for bed. When she came out of the shower, she heard the dormitory's landline ringing like crazy. Every time she transferred the call to voicemail, the other party would hang up and call again. They were very patient. Ma Chichi was annoyed by the noise and went over to check. There were more than 20 missed calls, and the number was from Germany. Ma Chichi's heart jumped. Could it be from Professor He? This was Professor He's cell phone number? It was completely different from the department's number. Ma Chichi's heart tightened. She immediately picked up and said, Professor He? Is it you? Yijichu's slightly tired voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I'm Professor He. Ma Chichi, you sent a private message to my German social media account. What do you mean? Ma Chichi quickly asked. Then do you think something happened to Ninji? Where is she now? Yijichu was silent for a few seconds before saying, Why do you ask? The picture of the account you used was Ninji's back, and the comment was waiting for you to come home. Isn't that obvious? Also, you were so low-key in the Huaxia Empire and even more low-key in the United States. It doesn't make sense for you to suddenly be high-profile in Germany. Something must have happened, right? Ma Chichi analyzed calmly. Although she was so sad she wanted to cry, she held it in. She thought that Ninji was still suffering somewhere. She had to hold on and help her. Save her. Yijichu closed his eyes and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He thought to himself, Ninji's classmates are all so kind and warm-hearted. Birds of a feather flock together. Yijichu thought to himself, Professor He, tell me, did something happen to Ninji? Ma Chichi persistently asked. She gripped her phone tightly and was so nervous her face was red. Yijichu finally replied, I'm looking for her, but I can't find her no matter what. Ninji seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Yijichu almost turned Munich upside down, but Ninji was nowhere to be found. Just 5 days ago, he finally couldn't take it anymore and had already sent 4 teams of people to enter the Alps from the north, south, east, and west. He wouldn't give up even if he had to plow the entire Alps and Bavaria mountain range. So when he saw Ma Chichi's private message, he reflexively grabbed his phone and found Gun Ninji's door number to call. Fortunately, Ma Chichi was in the dorm at the moment. Otherwise, Yijichu didn't know if he would immediately take a private plane back to the Huaxia Empire to find her. Ma Chichi sighed in relief and said, It's like this. I just received a video call from Ninji tonight. Ma Chichi wanted to cry as soon as she thought of Ninji's bruised face. Her voice choked up. She was beaten black and blue. She said she was in Berlin and asked me to save her. Yijichu's mind buzzed, and he felt the world spin. His entire body seemed to have lost all consciousness and was floating in a vacuum. It was like his worst nightmare had suddenly become reality. Ijichu's heart burned with rage. He didn't want to continue like this. He wanted to destroy the world. Something really happened to Nianji. Something really happened to her. The person he cherished so dearly still got into trouble in the end. Meeting Hua Xiaoheng was probably the luckiest thing in her life, wasn't it? Ijichu's tears fell silently. He sat alone in the room and let his tears flow, but he didn't say a word. He clenched his fists tightly. His fingernails weren't long, but they still dug deep holes in his palms. But he didn't feel the pain. He only wanted to clench even tighter because the piercing pain could clear his mind. Ijichu, you can't be muddle-headed. You can't be blinded by hatred. What you need to do now is to hurry and save people. He warned himself over and over again in his heart. After a full 15 minutes, he finally heard what Ma Chi-Chi was saying. Professor He? Professor He? Are you still there? Why aren't you saying anything? Do you want me to send you the video? It's best if you have that instant messaging software and add me as a friend. I could directly forward it. Because Ijichu hadn't said anything, Ma Chi-Chi thought he was troubled. After all, Ijichu was only a professor and not a family member. Ma Chi-Chi could understand if he didn't do his best to save her. No matter how good he was to her before, it probably wasn't more than a professor treating his student well, right? It was the third watch. Today was still the third watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was the first day of April. Don't be careless and cast the guaranteed monthly votes. Tentatively 300 monthly votes plus one update. Try. Chapter 674. Ma Chi-Chi didn't expect Ijichu to do his best to save Gunyanji. After all, no matter how good a professor was to his students, how could it compare to his own family? Ma Chi-Chi only wanted him to watch the video so that Ijichu could truly empathize with Gunyanji's plight. Anyone who had seen Gunyanji and seen her swollen face couldn't help but feel the same hatred and desire to avenge her. At least, that was what Ma Chi-Chi thought. She only wanted to fight for as much help as possible for Nianji. Gunyanji must have asked her to save her because she wanted Ma Chi-Chi to help her find help. She didn't want Ma Chi-Chi to go into battle herself. Ma Chi-Chi knew that. Also, Ijichu was the most convenient in terms of distance. Of course, Ma Chi-Chi didn't know that Ijichu didn't need to watch the video to feel his heart wrench just from hearing one sentence about Gunyanji. Coming back to his senses, Ijichu immediately downloaded the instant messaging app Ma Chi-Chi mentioned with a cold expression. He quickly added Ma Chi-Chi as a friend and received Nianji's video forwarded by Ma Chi-Chi. As soon as he opened the video, Ijichu's vision blurred again. He reached out and rubbed Gunyanji's bruised and swollen face on the phone screen. His lips twitched as he tried his best to hold back the tears that were about to fall again. It really was Nianji. So she had been kidnapped to Berlin. He had thought that the other party would hide Gunyanji in a remote village, but they had gone to Berlin, the capital of Germany. Ijichu stood up quickly and ordered his subordinates. Prepare the private plane. I want to go to Berlin immediately. Soon, Ijichu's profile went dark without saying a word. Ma Chi-Chi sent 2 messages to him, but there was no response. He should have logged off, right? Ma Chi-Chi sighed. Yes, they had all secretly envied Gunyanji in the past, and felt that Professor he favored her so much that he brought her along no matter what. Now it seemed that Professor he was only a professor when something really happened. Could she count on him to do his best to save her? Ma Chi-Chi thought about it and didn't know what Ijichu would do. She couldn't put all her eggs in one basket. She needed to find more help for Nianji and couldn't rely on Professor he alone. After all, she was Nianji's only hope. At that moment, Ma Chi-Chi remembered that Gunyanji used to be an orphan and had only recently found her father. Her father was in a vegetative state and was still lying in the hospital. She also had an older sister whom she didn't really get along with. Gunyanji had told her about these things and had also warned her not to tell anyone else because Nianji had said that she wasn't ready to treat them as family yet. Therefore, Ma Chi-Chi instinctively didn't want the older sister, Nianji, didn't like to know about what had happened to her. Who else could they count on? Ma Chi-Chi couldn't help but think of Gu Nianji's incredibly handsome boyfriend, Hua Xiao, who made people forget to breathe. She also thought of the tall, handsome, and secure brother Xion. They seemed to have been Nianji's guardians before. Gu Nianji didn't talk much about her personal life, so Ma Chi-Chi only vaguely knew from Yao Yun Xiao, Gu Nianji's first roommate, that Gu Nianji's boyfriend seemed to be powerful and had a high position. He was probably even in the military. She remembered seeing a car with a very arrogant military license plate in front of her dormitory. A person like that should have more ability than Professor he to rescue his girlfriend when she was in danger abroad, right? Ma Chi-Chi closed her eyes and propped her head up with her hand. She leaned against the desk and thought about it calmly. But how could she find Gu Nianji's boyfriend? The imperial capital was so big, and there were many military departments. There were so many soldiers, but she didn't even know his full name. How was she going to find him? Was she going to run to some military department and hold up a sign saying, "Gu Nianji's boyfriend, come here. Let's talk about life"? What a moron. Ma Chi-Chi sighed and spun on the round, wheeled chair. Round after round, round after round. Everything in the room was spinning. Just like her brain, it was also spinning at high speed. Where could she find those people's contact information? That's right, Gu Nianji's contact information. Ma Chi-Chi's chair suddenly stopped spinning. She suddenly thought of this. When new students enrolled, they would register their family's contact information and family information on the faculty's contact information. Gu Nianji was still an orphan at the time. If her information hadn't been changed, then the family's contact information would be her guardian. In other words, it was very likely that it was Hua Xiao or Brother Xion's contact information. Ma Chi-Chi stood up from the chair. She had just stopped and almost lost her balance. She quickly held onto the desk to steady herself and thought about how to go to the faculty to look up Gu Nianji's contact information. Last time, their counselor, Gu Xiao, had taken out Gu Nianji's contact information and showed it to the faculty's student union. Professor, he was very angry after that, and Gu Xiao even apologized to Gu Nianji. All right, senior brother is the director of the faculty's student union. Ma Chi-Chi muttered to herself and quickly picked up her phone from the desk to call the senior brother who had been pursuing her. Senior brother, are you asleep? Ma Chi-Chi looked at the time on the computer. It was already past 11 p.m. The senior brother had just gotten into bed and was hugging the blankets to read. When he saw Ma Chi-Chi call, the corners of his lips curled up and a smile appeared on his delicate and refined face. He swiped open the phone to take it. Chi-Chi, what's up? Senior brother, it's like this. I have some things I want to contact Nianji's family about. Can you help me go to the faculty and find out how to contact her parents? Just a phone number will do. Ma Chi-Chi said hurriedly. Her voice was crisp and urgent in the dark night, like little jumping peas. Nianji? Gu Nianji? The senior brother thought about it. The faculty is very strict now. It's not easy to borrow. Senior brother, good senior brother, I'm begging you. Just tell me this once. Ma Chi-Chi acted cute over the phone and even pouted. Unfortunately, the senior brother couldn't see it. However, the senior brother could imagine how cute she looked from her tone and couldn't help smiling. His voice softened. Okay, I'll try tomorrow. That's great. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother is the best. Senior brother is the best. Ma Chi-Chi beamed and spun around the room with the phone in her hand. She was in a much better mood. Nianji, you have to hold on. I'll definitely find someone to save you. Ma Chi-Chi didn't sleep much that night and even had a nightmare in the middle of the night. She dreamed that Nianji was being beaten up and she rushed over to save her, only to be kicked in the butt. Ouch, he really kicked me. Ma Chi-Chi woke up from the pain and realized that she had fallen off the bed. Looking at her phone, she saw that it was already past 6 in the morning. Although she usually woke up past 7, she couldn't sleep today because she had something on her mind. She crawled out of bed with dark circles under her eyes and washed up. She went to the cafeteria to buy 2 hearty breakfasts and delivered them to the senior brother. When she arrived, it was only 7 in the morning. Most of the male graduate students' dormitory were sound asleep. Ma Chi-Chi waited downstairs for half an hour before senior brother finally woke up. She called him and went upstairs with the 2 breakfasts. "Oh, you're so lucky. Your girlfriend came just to deliver breakfast." Senior brother's roommates began to jeer. Ma Chi-Chi smiled sheepishly and said, "This is breakfast for senior brother. Don't talk nonsense." "Senior brother? We're also senior brothers. Why don't I see you delivering breakfast to us, Chi-Chi?" The other boys in senior brother's dormitory began to jeer. Ma Chi-Chi was very embarrassed, but she remembered that senior brother would help her get Gun Yinji's family's contact information. Therefore, she only blushed and allowed them to tease her. Senior brother took a good look at Ma Chi-Chi's straightforward and timid demeanor before picking up the 2 breakfasts and saying, "Let's go eat outside. Then we'll go to the faculty." Ma Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. "Thank you, senior brother." She followed behind senior brother like a lackey and went downstairs with him to have breakfast with him in the faculty's student council office. Then she read in the faculty's student council office while senior brother went to the faculty's student council teacher to borrow Gun Yinji's contact information. The teacher was reluctant at first, but he couldn't resist the fact that he was familiar with the student and had helped him a lot in the past. Now he only said it was to help his girlfriend and find Gun Yinji's family's contact information. His girlfriend, Ma Chi-Chi, was indeed Gun Yinji's roommate. The teacher thought about it and quietly said to Ma Chi-Chi's senior brother, "Then just look around and remember the phone number. Don't make copies or take pictures." "Okay, I'll just take a look at the contact information." Senior brother didn't want to do anything. Actually, he had already seen Gun Yinji's contact information last time, but he didn't remember much information. The teacher secretly pulled up Gun Yinji's contact information and showed it to Ma Chi-Chi's senior brother. Senior brother saw the family member's phone number at a glance and read it twice to remember it. He then saw that the family member was Gun Yinji's distant uncle. Senior brother was speechless. Coming out of the information room, senior brother smiled and went to the faculty's student council office. He said to Ma Chi-Chi, who was sitting there reading, "Anxious? I saw you poking your head out to look at the door every minute." "Senior brother, did you find the contact information?" Ma Chi-Chi put down her book and quickly ran over. She almost pulled on senior brother's arm to shake. Senior brother nodded. "I got it." As he spoke, he gave Gun Yinji's family member's phone number to Ma Chi-Chi. Ma Chi-Chi quickly entered it into her phone and saved it. After saving it, she pressed the small call icon. It rang a few times, then a man's voice message appeared. It was a standard phone message, saying that it was not convenient for him to take the call at this time. He hoped that the caller would leave their phone number and explain clearly, and he would reply when he was free. Ma Chi-Chi immediately recognized the voice as Brother Xiong. Don't ask her how she remembered it. Although she had only heard him speak a few times, she was very familiar with his tone and intonation. "This is the first night watch. We have to keep our word. It's already the 4th night watch today. This includes 2 monthly votes plus the first night watch. The second night watch is 12 noon. The third night watch is 7 p.m., and the fourth night watch should be around 9 p.m. Come. Don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly votes." The monthly votes have reached 900, so we'll continue to the third night watch tomorrow. Of course, if the monthly votes reach 1,200 before 7 p.m. tomorrow, we'll continue to the fourth night watch. But I don't think the monthly votes will reach 1,200 tomorrow. If we really pass, please don't slap me in the face, QAQ. Chapter 675. Ma Chi-Chi relaxed. It was one of Gun Yinji's guardians, Brother Xiong's number. He seemed to be Hua Xiao's assistant, so finding him should mean finding Hua Xiao. But she didn't say anything. It wasn't convenient for her to leave a message with Brother Xiong there, so she hung up. She was anxious to go back and make another call, so she immediately put her phone away and waved at Brother Xiong. "Brother Xiong, take your time. I'll go back first." With that, she ran away. Brother Xiong was speechless. This girl, she really threw her away after using her. Brother Xiong was both angry and amused. He also felt a bit uncomfortable, But after a while, he got busy with work and didn't care about Ma Chi-Chi's attitude anymore. Ma Chi-Chi returned to the dormitory and quickly called the number again. This time, when In Shixiang's message appeared, she left a message. "May I ask if you're Nianji's guardian? I am her roommate, Chi-Chi. My cell phone number is XXXXX. I have something important to tell you. It concerns Nianji. Please contact me immediately after you hear this message. You must contact me. This is a matter of life and death." The number Ma Chi-Chi called was a special number that Hua Xiaoheng had set for Gu Nianji in the past. Whenever she called this number, the voicemail would immediately be picked up and forwarded to the relevant person. There were two people who would immediately receive messages from this number. One was In Shixiang, and the other was Zhao Yangzi. Back then, in order to take care of Gu Nianji, they never went on missions at the same time. One would always go out while the other stayed in the country. If they missed anything related to Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng would beat them up. But ever since Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen, was found, many of her security measures were secretly removed while Hua Xiaoheng was overseas on a mission. So this time, not only was Hua Xiaoheng on a mission, but In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi were also sent out at the same time. However, Hua Xiaoheng's arrangements at the time were too strict, so some things were still left. It wasn't that the people who removed her security measures were merciful, but they simply didn't know about these measures, or rather, forgot about them. For example, Gu Nianji's diamond earrings with a GPS system. Another was the contact number of the family member on her personal profile. These should have been canceled as well, but because there were too many of them, and they were too complicated, he didn't complete the operation, so he left a way out. Although no one was keeping an eye on Gu Nianji's location 24 hours a day, the diamond earring with the GPS system was not retrieved from Gu Nianji. If anything happened, the various satellite systems would be activated immediately and her location could be redetermined in minutes. There was also that number. There was no dedicated operator now, but the number could still be connected. After a while, the messages would automatically enter In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi's dedicated phone systems. However, they were currently out on a mission, so they couldn't answer the calls yet. Ma Chi-Chi left this message and started counting down the days for In Shixiang to call back. Hua Xiaoheng waited in New York for another month. It was almost October, but the other party still hadn't made a move. He even suspected that he had been misled by James. But he was still able to keep his composure. In their line of work, the most important thing was to be patient. On this day, he went to inspect the vicinity of the 3 apartments he had rented. The one with 1 bedroom and living room on the east side was located in a more middle-class neighborhood. There was only 1 apartment building there, and the others were all townhouses. In the morning, he went to the apartment to check the mailbox and found nothing. Then, he went to the Starbucks opposite the apartment to have a cup of coffee and read a book on his Amazon Kindle for a while. He was no different from the people around him, then walked out calmly and boarded the train to the west side of the city. The train rattled all the way to the west side of the city. It was all rented apartments, and the houses were densely packed together like matchboxes. Although it was very neat, it didn't look like New York at all. Most of the people living here were artists from all over the world, or self-proclaimed artistic youth. Hua Xiaoheng also went to check the mailbox and threw away a few pieces of junk mail. Then he went to the KFC in the neighborhood to buy a large family bucket and finished eating alone under the sun. It was already around 1 in the afternoon. The last place was the north side of the city. The apartment in the north side of the city was in a very good area. It had once been a boudoir built by a tycoon for his lover. Later, the two broke up, and the boudoir was converted into an apartment for rent. From the outside, it looked like a very grand and unique mansion. There were so many windows that it looked like a school. Now, it was divided into small rooms and rented out to the city's new petty bourgeoisie who liked to keep a low profile but didn't have much money. On this day, Hua Xiaoheng had just walked near the neighborhood when he sensed something was wrong. It felt too different from the past. He had been here many times before. The atmosphere here was graceful and elegant. The people's footsteps were leisurely, and their expressions were relaxed. The men and women were all dressed up and ready to go to a cocktail party at any time. There were handsome men and women everywhere. However, As soon as he stepped into the neighborhood today, Xiaoheng sensitively sensed that many people were dressed differently than the original residents here. Of course, most people wouldn't be able to notice this subtle difference. He wasn't very clear why the other party would suddenly make his move after more than a month. Normally, in this kind of situation, if he didn't make his move within 2 weeks of receiving the news, he would have to wait for half a year. Now it was more than a month. This kind of awkward time period in their line of work was a bit thought-provoking. Hua Xiaoheng took a taxi around New York City to make sure that no one was following him before returning to his residence in New Jersey. James should be delivering the letter to him soon, or the letter was already lying in the place they had agreed on, but Hua Xiaoheng hadn't gone to pick it up yet. To be honest, although James had reached a cooperative relationship with him, he didn't completely trust him. He believed that James had the same thoughts about him. This was the normal state of cooperation between two people in the opposing camp. It was also the normal way of thinking about human relationships in their line of work. It was impossible to completely trust the other party. If someone really completely trusted the traitor or an insider, it could only be said that this kind of person would generally reincarnate a few more times than others. Such a naive person was not suitable for their line of work. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the spacious living room and poured himself a glass of beer. His mood was a bit heavy. He remembered very clearly which departments the 3 letters were sent to. The letter related to the North City condominium was sent directly to Chun Lai. He didn't expect it to really be Chun Lai. Could it really be Chun Lai? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't sort out his thoughts for a moment. He and Chun Lai had known each other for a long time, even before he had joined the army. The two of them could be said to have gotten to know each other through a fight. At that time, he was still young and vigorous. He planned an operation by himself to go to the military general hospital and smuggle out his aunt's body. In the end, he was discovered by Chun Lai, who was still a genius intern at the time. He thought he was the kind of thief who did illegal things. The two of them fought. Of course, Chun Lai was beaten to the ground by him, but he was also forced to tell the truth by Chun Lai. After Chun Lai heard about it, he believed him without hesitation and helped him hide his aunt's body in the hospital's freezer. It could be said that it was impossible for his aunt's case to be cleared without Chun Lai's help in the end. Later, the two of them became closer, and Hua Xiaoheng joined the army. A few years later, he reunited with Chun Lai at the Special Operations Forces he had founded. At this time, Chun Lai had already become a military doctor seconded from the Military General Hospital by the Special Operations Forces. He brought along his assistant, Yi Zitan. This is the second night watch, and the monthly pass is 300 plus night watch. Let's keep our promise. It's already the 4th night watch today. The 3rd night watch is 7 p.m., and the 4th night watch is 600 plus night watch. So, it should be around 9 p.m. Come. Don't be careless and cash your guaranteed monthly pass. The monthly pass is 900, and will continue tomorrow at the 3rd night watch. Chapter 676. Hua Xiaoheng lit a cigarette for himself and sunk into the large sofa in the living room. The windows were open, and the night breeze blew in, bringing with it the chill of late autumn. In New York, located in the northeast of the United States, the night already had the shadow of winter. The cool wind blew on his body, and the heat that had once surged up began to subside. As for Chun Lai, no matter how he thought about it, he still didn't think it was him. However, the only address mentioned in the letter to Chun Lai was the apartment in northern New York where the incident happened. That was where he was staying, even though it was just bait. The mole in the Special Operations Forces didn't hesitate to take the bait. If it wasn't Chun Lai, then who was it? No matter who it was, it had to be someone close to Chun Lai. Hua Xiaoheng played with the Zippo lighter in his hand and muttered to himself. His gaze quickly became determined. No, he couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. Chun Lai still couldn't clear his name in this situation. Hua Xiaoheng was still waiting for the final news from James. Once it was confirmed, he would go to Cuba. Hua Xiaoheng didn't sleep that night. The next morning, he went to a post office in northern New York. He rented a post office there, and when the matter was settled, James would deliver the letter. Hua Xiaoheng opened the mailbox in the post office and saw the letter he expected. He took the letter and returned to the apartment. Hua Xiaoheng opened the letter and quickly read it. As expected, James confirmed in the letter that their bureau had received information from the Huaxia Empire. It confirmed that the leader of the Special Operations Forces was secretly living in an apartment in northern New York. The letter also included a detailed address. Hua Xiaoheng expressionlessly opened his lighter and burned James' letter. He immediately went downstairs and found a management office to cancel the lease. He had lived there for almost 3 months. He had said he would rent for a year, but he had to go home immediately because of an emergency at home. Of course, he wouldn't get his security deposit back, but the lease could be canceled. Hua Xiaoheng calmly completed the cancellation procedures. He placed everything in a suitcase and carried it out of the luxurious apartment in New Jersey. Hua Xiaoheng got into his rented SUV and drove directly to the New York pier. There was a place to return cars. After returning the SUV keys, Hua Xiaoheng found the gangsters on the dock and discussed the route to Cuba with them. He paid them a sum of money and boarded the ship that very night. As members of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng and the others had a thorough understanding of the gangs in every major city. Most of the time, he had to deal with them. Whether it was to hide his identity or to facilitate transportation, they would always be there. Of course, among these people, there were also spies from the Special Operations Forces. Among the gangs in New York, the Hua Gang was an important force that had risen in recent years. They were already on par with the old Sicilian and South American gangs. To this day, no one knew whether there was someone supporting him or not. In the middle of the night, a speedboat silently cut through the waves and sped towards the high seas. The United States and Cuba had just resumed diplomatic relations, so there were not many direct flights and ships. However, even if there was a suitable flight, Hua Xiaoheng would not take it, because the fake identity he used when he entered the country was already known by the CIB. Although it was not impossible to board a plane with a fake passport, it would still leave traces. Hua Xiaoheng wanted to leave New York without anyone knowing so that no one would know where he was. Only when he safely reached Cuba could his mission status be considered over. Only then could he use his real identity to send a message back to the Hua Nation and resume his work. After being suppressed in New York for so long, it was time to fight back. It would take about 2 days to enter the high seas from New York and then take a detour to Cuba. Hua Xiaoheng had not been idle during these 2 days. He had already planned the reorganization and purge of the Special Operations Forces. This mole had hidden itself so deeply that it almost caused him to capsize. So when did it start? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it carefully and still came to the same conclusion. This mole was probably a newbie who had just been recruited. He was not a veteran who had been in hiding for many years. From the obstacles the other party had caused him, it was impossible for him to hit the target in one hit. The other party knew his whereabouts and had done some things behind the scenes to finally bring him to New York. Faced with such a situation, the other party did not know what kind of bargaining chips the Special Operations Forces had in New York, or rather overseas. He knew how, but he didn't know why. So their betrayal could only temporarily disrupt his plan, but it wasn't serious enough to cost him his life. If it was a veteran who had been in hiding for many years, Hua Xiaoheng knew that it would not be so easy for him to leave the United States alive this time. However, the veteran had the foresight, and the newbie had the element of surprise, so it could not be ignored. Sitting at the bow of the ship, Hua Xiaoheng looked at the rising sun in the distance and remained silent. He should feel relieved. After all, his comrades of many years were still standing with him and did not stab him in the back. The problem could only be the newbie. Now that he had found the key to the problem, it was much easier to solve it. Hua Xiaoheng had basically decided on a plan of action during the 2 days he was at sea. 2 days later, as soon as he arrived in Cuba, Hua Xiaoheng went to the Huaxia Imperial Consulate General in Cuba. This time, he could directly reveal his identity and say that he had completed his mission and wanted to contact the Hua Nation. The Cuban consulate general asked him to use his special line to contact the Hua Nation directly. When General Ji received Hua Xiaoheng's call, it was already noon in the imperial capital. General Ji, my mission is completed. Hua Xiaoheng's voice came from the other end of the phone, and General Ji's depressed mood from the past few days was instantly swept away. Ha 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 ha. It's good that it's completed. It's good that it's completed. General Ji leaned back in his office chair. Where are you now? I'm at the Cuban consulate, General. Hua Xiaoheng was also sitting on a chair, his body relaxed and relaxed. General Ji, I need an official identity to appear in Cuba. No problem, no problem. General Ji hurriedly agreed. I'll have Little Zame meet you in Cuba, and at the same time, I'll have the military's external publicity department announce that you're visiting Cuba as the Deputy Secretary General of the Military Supreme Council. That way, he could openly appear in front of the public. He had been missing for so many days, and everyone related to him was anxious. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. That's settled then. After a pause, he said to General Ji, I still have work to do, and I hope General Ji can give me your full support and cooperation. Of course. Of course. General Ji knew that Hua Xiaoheng was about to retaliate. General Ji was also furious that Hua Xiaoheng had been in danger this time, and now there was also the matter with Gun Yinji. But when he thought about how Hua Xiaoheng had been outwardly obedient but inwardly opposed to him, General Ji felt that he still needed to teach him a lesson so he wouldn't become more daring in the future. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Don't ignore kindness because it's small, and don't do evil because it's small. These were all ancient sayings. Therefore, General Ji didn't mention a word about Gun Yinji's situation and only said, of course, normal work is your responsibility. Do it freely. Hua Xiaoheng hung up and looked at the action plan in front of him before immediately making another call. This call was directly to the Special Operations Forces Department of Discipline. The members of the Department of Discipline were similar to the military police in that they were used to catch insiders who broke the law. No one knew that the leader of the Department of Discipline, Zhou Qiyuan, was one of Hua Xiaoheng's other 2 hidden personal secretaries. With Hua Xiaoheng's position, he should have 4 personal secretaries, but most people only knew Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi. Very few people knew who Hua Xiaoheng's other 2 personal secretaries were. Qiyuan, I'm Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng introduced himself directly. Zhou Qiyuan, who was reading documents in his private office, suddenly stood up. Hello, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng began to give orders expressionlessly. Immediately lead the Department of Discipline to surround the Special Operations Forces hospital building. Arrest all the medical staff inside, from the mailroom to everyone in Chunlai's office, including Chunlai, and detain them separately. He paused before continuing. The patients in the hospital are not allowed to go out, and no one is allowed to visit. Wait for me to come back. Yes, Chief. Zhou Qiyuan was 2 years older than Hua Xiaoheng and was personally rescued by Hua Xiaoheng from the Myanmar jungle. Since then, he had been one of Hua Xiaoheng's 2 hidden personal secretaries. This is the 3rd night, and we're keeping our word. It's the 4th night today. The 4th night's monthly vote is 600, so it should be around 9 p.m. Come, 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 don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly vote. The monthly vote is 900, so we'll continue tomorrow. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.